The Astonishing History of Troy Town by Sir Arthur Thomas Quiller Couch. The dedication. To Charles Cannon. My dear Cannon, it is told of a distinguished pedagogue that one day a heated stranger burst into his study and, wringing him by the hand, cried, "Heaven bless and reward you, sir. Heaven preserve you long to educate old England's boyhood. I have walked many a weary, weary mile to see your face again," he continued, flourishing a scrap of paper, "and assure you that but for your discipline, obeyed by me as a boy and remembered as a man, I should never, no never, have won the ticket of leave which you behold." In something of the same spirit I bring you this small volume. The child of encouragement is given to staggering its parent, and I make no doubt that as you turn the following pages you will more than once exclaim, with the old lady in the ballad, "Oh dearie me, this is none of I." Nevertheless, it would be strange indeed if this story bore no marks of you, for 100 kindly instances have taught me to come with sure reliance for your reproof and praise. Few, I imagine, have the good fortune of a critic so friendly and inexorable, and if the critic has been unsparing, he has been used unsparingly. Wargrave, Henley-on-Thames, June the 7th, 1888. End of the dedication. Chapter 1 of The Astonishing History of Troy Town, in which the reader is made acquainted with a state of innocence, and the meaning of the word cum ilfo. "Any news tonight?" asked Admiral Buzzer, leading a trump. "Hush, my love," interposed his wife timidly, with a glance at the vicar. She liked to sit at her husband's left, and laid her small cards before him as so many tributes to his greatness. "I will not hush, Emily. I repeat, is there any news tonight?" Miss Limpany, his hostess and vis-à-vis, finding the Admiral's eye fierce upon her, coughed modestly and announced that twins had just arrived to the postmistress. Her manner, as she said this, implied that, for aught she knew, they had come with the letters. The vicar took the trick and gathered it up in silence. He was a portly, antique gentleman, with a fine taste for scandal in its proper place, but disliked conversation during a rubber. "Twins, eh?" growled the Admiral. "Just what I expected. She always was a wasteful woman." "My love," expostulated his wife. Miss Limpany blushed. "They'll come to the workhouse," he went on, "and serve him right for making such a marriage." "I have heard that his heart is in the right place," repeated Miss Limpany. "But he used—" "Eh, ma'am?" "It is of no consequence," said Miss Limpany, with becoming bashfulness. "It's only that he always used, in sorting his cards, to sit upon his trumps. That always seemed to me—" "Oh, just so," replied the Admiral. "And now it's twins. Bless the man, what next?" It was in the golden age, before Troy became demoralized, as you shall hear. At present you are to picture the drawing-room of the Misses Limpany arranged for an evening, the green rep curtains drawn, the Book of Beauty disposed upon the central table, the ballad music on the piano, and the Admiral's double bass in the corner. 6 wax candles were beaming graciously on cards, tea-cakes and ratafias, on the pictures of the First Drive and the Orphan's Dream, the photographic views of Troy from the harbour, the opposite hill, and 1 or 2 other points, and finally the noted oil painting of Miss Limpany's papa as he appeared shortly after preaching an assize sermon. Above all, the tea service was there, the famous set in real silver presented to the late Reverend Limpany by his flock, and Miss Priscilla, she at the card table, wore her best brooch with a lock of his hair arranged therein as a fleur-de-lis. I wish I could convey to you some of the innocent mirth of those evenings in Troy, those noctes Limpenianae, when the ladies brought their cap-boxes, though the Buzzers and Limpanys were but semi-detached neighbours, and the Admiral and his wife insisted on playing against each other, so that the threepenny points never affected their weekly accounts. Those were happy days, when the young men were not above singing The Death of Nelson, or joining in a glee, and arming the young ladies home afterwards. In those days Hocken's Slip had not yet become the Victoria Quay, and we talked of the Rope Walk, when we now say Marine Parade. Alas, our tastes have altered with Troy. Yet we were vastly genteel. We even had our shibboleth, a verdict to be passed before anything could hope for toleration in Troy. The word to be pronounced was cum ilfo, and all that was not cum ilfo was anathema. So often did I hear this word from Miss Limpany's lips that I grew in time to clothe it with an awful meaning. It meant to me, as nearly as I can explain, all things sanctioned by the principles of the Great Exhibition of 1851, and included, as time went on, crochet antimacassars, art in the style of the Greek slave, elegant extracts and the British poets as edited by Gilfillan, corkscrew curls and prunella boots, album verses, quadrille dancing and the deux temps, popular science, proposals on the bended knee, conjuring and variety entertainments, the sentimental ballad, the proprieties, etc., etc., etc. The very spirit of this word breathed over the Limpany drawing-room tonight, and Miss Priscilla's lips seemed to murmur it as she gazed across to where her sister Lavinia was engaged in a round game with the young people. These were Admiral Buzzard's three daughters, Sophie, Jane, and Calypso, the last named after her father's old ship, and young Mr. Moggridge, the amusing collector of customs. They were playing with ratafias for counters. Ratafias were comme il faut, and peals of guileless laughter from time to time broke in upon the grave silence of the whist table. For always on such occasions, in the glow of Miss Limpany's wax candles, youth and age held opposite camps, with the centre table as debatable ground. Nor, until the rubble was finished, and the round game had ended in a seemly scramble for ratafias, would the two recognise each other's presence, save now and then by a "Hush, if you please, young people," from the elder sister, followed by a whispered "What spirits your dear girls enjoy," from Mrs. Buzzard's ear. But at length the signal would be given by Miss Priscilla. "Come, a little music perhaps might leave a pleasant taste. What do you say, Vicar?" Upon which the vicar would regularly murmur, "Say rather would gild refined gold, Miss Limpany." And the Admiral as invariably broke in with, "Come, Sophie, remember the proverb about little birds that can sing and won't sing?" This prelude having been duly recited, the Misses Buzzer would together trip to the piano, on which the two younger girls, in duet, were used to accompany Sophia's artless ballads. The performance gained a character of its own from a habit to which Calypso clung of counting the time in an audible aside, as thus: Sophia, singing, "Oh, breathe but a whispered command." Calypso, 1, 2, 3, 4. Sophia, "I'll lay down my life for thee." Calypso, 1, 2, 3, 4. The effect of which upon strangers has been known to be paralysing, though we who were comme il faut pretended not to notice it. But Sophie could also accompany her own songs, such as "Will you love me then as now?" and "I'd rather be a daisy," with much feeling. She was clever, too, with the water-colour brush, and to her we owe that picture of HMS Calypso in a storm, which hangs to this day over the Admiral's mantelpiece. I could dwell on this evening for ever, not that the company was so large as usual, but because it was the last night of our simplicity. With the next morning we passed out of our golden age, and in the foolishness of our hearts welcomed the change. It was announced to us in this manner. The duets had been beaten out of Miss Limpany's piano, an early collard with a top like a cupboard, fluted in pink silk and wearing a rosette in front. The performers, on retiring, had curtsied in acknowledgment of the vicar's customary remark about the three graces. The Admiral had wrung from his double bass the sounds we had learnt to identify with elfin merriment, though suggestive, rather, of seasick mutineers under hatches, and our literary collector, Mr. Moggridge, was standing up to recite a trifle of his own, flung off, as he explained, not pruned or polished. The hush in the drawing-room was almost painful, for in those days we all admired Mr. Moggridge, as the poet tossed back a stray lock from his forehead, flung an arm suddenly out at right angles to his person, and began sepulchrally, "Maiden." Here he looked very hard at Miss Lavinia Limpany. "Maiden, what dost thou in the chill churchyard, beside yon grassy mound? The night hath fallen, the rain is raining hard, damp is the ground." Mrs. Buzzer shivered and began to weep quietly. "Maiden, why claspest thou that cold, cold stone against thy straining breast? Tell me, what dost thou at this hour alone? The lambs have gone to rest." The maiden lifted up her tearful gaze, and thus she made reply, "My mother, sir, is—" But the secret of her conduct remains with Mr. Moggridge, for at this moment the door opened, and the excited head of Sam Buzzer, The Admiral's only son was thrust into the room. "I say, have you heard the news? The Bower is let." "What?" All eyes were fixed on the newcomer. The vicar woke up. Even the poet, with his arm still at right angles and the verse arrested on his lips, turned to stare incredulously. "It's a fact. I heard it down at the Man o' War Club meeting, you know," he exclaimed. "Goodwin Sandys is his name. The Honourable Goodwin Sandys, brother to Lord Cinqueport. And what's more, he's coming by the midday train tomorrow." The poet's arm dropped like a railway signal. There was a long pause, and then the voices broke out altogether. "Only fancy! There now! The Bower let at last! And honourable too! What's he like?" "Are you sure? Well, I never did." "Miss Tempany," gasped the Admiral at length, "where is your Burke?" It lay between the cathedrals of England and Gems of Modern Art, under the stereoscope. Miss Lavinia produced it. "Let me see," said the Admiral, turning the pages. Cinqueport. Ah, here we are. George St. Leonard's Goodwin Sands, 4th Baron. Here it is. Only brother, Frederick Augustus Hythe Goodwin Sandys, born 1842. Married. Married? 1876. Geraldine, 8th daughter of Shiel O'Halloran of Kilmacuddy Court, County Kerry. Blank space for issue. Arms, gules, a bar since... Well, upon my word. "I'm sure," sighed Mrs. Buzzer, after the excitement had cooled a little, "I'm sure I only hope they will settle down to our humble ways." "Emily," snapped her husband, "you speak like a fool. Pooh! Let me tell you, ma'am, that our ways in Troy are not humble." Outside, in Miss Limpany's back garden, the laurestinus bushes sighed as they caught those ominous words. So might Eden have sighed, aware of its serpent. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Astonishing History of Troy Town. How an Admiral took one gentleman for another, and was told the day of the month. Next morning, almost before the sun was up, all Troy was in possession of the news, and in Troy all that is personal has a public interest. It is this local spirit that marks off the Trojan from all other minds. In consequence, long before 10 o'clock struck, it was clear that some popular movement was afoot, and by 11:30 the road to the railway station was crowded with Trojans of all sorts and conditions, boatmen, pilots, fishermen, sailors out of employ, the local photographer, men from the shipbuilding yards, makers of ship's biscuit, of ropes, of sails, chandlers, block and pump manufacturers, loafers, representatives, in short, of all the staple industries. Women with baskets, women with babies, women with both, even a few farmers in light gigs with their wives, or in carts with their families. A sprinkling from Penpoodle across the harbour, high and low, church and dissent, with children by the hundred. Some even proposed to ring the church bells and fire the cannon at the harbour's mouth, but the ringers and artillerymen preferred to come and see the sight. As it was, the George floated proudly from the church tower, and the fife and drum temperance band stood ready at the corner of East Street. All Troy, in fact, was on tiptoe. Meanwhile, as few in the crowd possessed Burke or Debrett, the information that passed from mouth to mouth was diverse and peculiar. But, as was remarked by a laundress in the crowd to a friend, "He may be the Pope of Rome, me dear, and he may be the Duke of Wellington, and not a soul here would have known t'other from which no morning if he were Adam. All I says is, the Lord send he's a profession Christian, and has his linen washed regular. My, what a crush! I only wish my boy Jan was here to see. But he's staying at home, my dear, because his father means to kill the pig to-day, and the dear child do so love to hear him screech." The Admiral, who happened by the merest chance to be sauntering along the station road this morning, in his best blue frock-coat with a flower in the buttonhole, corrected some of the rumours, but without much success. Finding the throng so thick, he held a long debate between curiosity and dignity. The latter won, and he returned to No. 2 Alma Villas in a flutter, some 10 minutes before the train was due. By noon the crowd was growing impatient, but hardly had the church clock chimed the hour when the shriek of a whistle was heard from up the valley. Amid wild excitement a puff of white smoke appeared, then another, and finally the midday train steamed serenely into the station. As it drew up, a mild, spectacled face appeared at the window of a first-class carriage and asked, "Is this Troy?" "Yes, sir. Terminus. Any luggage, sir?" The mild face got out. It belonged to the only stranger in the train. "There is only a black portmanteau," said he. "Ah, that is it. I shall want it put into the cloakroom for an hour or two, while I go into the town." The stranger gave up his ticket, a single ticket, and stepped outside the station. He was a mild, thin man, slightly above middle height, with vacant eyes and a hesitating manner. He wore a black suit, a rather rusty top hat, and carried a silk umbrella. "Here he comes. Loo, that's him. Give him a cheer, boys. Hip hip hurray!" The sound burst upon the clear sky in a deafening peal. The stranger paused and looked confused. "Dear me," he murmured to himself, "the population here seems to be excited about something. And bless my soul, what a lot of it there is!" He might well say so. Along the road, arms, sticks, baskets, and handkerchiefs were frantically waving, men shouting and children hurrahing with might and main. Windows were flung up, heads protruded, flags waved in frenzied welcome. The tumult was stupendous. There was not a man, woman, or child in Troy but felt the demonstration must be hearty and determined to make it a success. What can have caused this riot? The stranger paused with a half-timid air, but after a while resumed his walk. The shouts broke out again, and louder than ever. "Welcome, welcome to Troy! Hooray! Once more, lads! Hooray!" And all the handkerchiefs waved anew. Bless my soul, what is the matter? And suddenly he became aware that all this frantic display was meant for him. How he first learnt it he could never afterwards explain, but the shock of it brought a deathly faintness. "There is some horrible mistake," he murmured hoarsely, and turned to run. He was too late. The crowd had closed around him and swept him on, cheering, yelling, vociferating, towards the town. He feebly put up a hand for silence. "My friends," he shouted, "you are—" "Yes, yes, we know. Welcome, welcome, hip hip hooray!" "My friends, I assure you—" Boom, boom, trigger-ring, boom. It was that accursed fife and drum temperance band. In a moment 25 fifers were blowing, "See the conquering hero comes," with all their breath, and marching to the beat of a deafening drum. Behind them came a serried crowd with the stranger in its midst, and a straggling train of farmers' gigs and screaming urchins closed the procession. Miss Limpany, at the first-story window of No. 1 Alma Villas, heard the yet distant din. With trembling fingers she hung out of the window a loyal pocket-handkerchief, worn by her mother at the Jubilee of King George III, shut down the sash upon it, and discreetly retired again behind her white blinds to watch. The cheering grew louder, and Miss Limpany's heart beat faster. "I hope," she thought to herself, "I hope that their high connections will not have given them a distaste for our hearty ways. Well as I know Troy, I think I might be frightened at this display of public feeling." She peeped out over the white blinds. Next door, the Admiral was fuming nervously up and down his gravel walk. He was debating the propriety of his costume. Even yet there was time to run upstairs and don his cocked hat and gold-laced coat before the procession arrived. Between the claims of his civil and official positions, the poor man was in a ferment. "As a man of the world," Miss Limpany soliloquized, "the Honourable Frederick Goodwin Sandys cannot fail to appreciate our sterling Admiral. Dear, dear, here they come. I do trust dearest Lavinia has not put herself in too conspicuous a position at the parlour window. What a lot of people, to be sure!" The crowd had gathered volume during its passage through the town, and the conquering hero was more distractingly shrill than ever. The goal was almost reached, for the bar stood next door to Alma Villas, and was divided from them only by a road which led down to the water's edge and the Penpoodle ferry-boat. "Why, everybody is here," said Miss Limpany, "except, of course, the vicar. There's Pharaoh Gedgey waving a flag, and blind Sam Hockin, and Mrs. Hockin with him, I declare, and Bathsheba Merrifield, and Jim the dustman, and Seth Udy in the band. He must have taken the pledge lately. And Walter Sibley, and a score I don't even know by sight. And bless my heart, that's old Cobbledick, wooden leg and all. I thought he was bedridden for life. But I don't see the arrivals yet. I wonder who that poor man is in the crowd. It can't be. And yet, why, whatever is the Admiral doing?" For Admiral Buzzer had opened his front gate and deliberately stepped out into the road. The stranger, dishevelled, haggard, and bewildered, had long since abandoned all attempts at explanation and fallen into a desperate apathy, when all at once a dozen voices in front cried, "Hush!" The band broke off suddenly, and the cheering died away. "Make way for the Admiral! Out of the road there! The Admiral's got to speak! Silence for the Admiral!" The stranger looked up and saw through the opening in the crowd a little man advancing, hat in hand. He had a red face, and the importance of his mission had lent it even a deeper tint than he usually wore. His bald head was fringed with stiff grey hair. He was clothed in pepper and salt trousers, a blue frock coat and waistcoat, and carried a large bunch of primroses in his buttonhole. His step was full of dignity, and his voice of grave politeness, as he began, with a bow, "Though not the accredited spokesman of my fellow citizens here, I am sure I shall not be deemed presumptuous." Cries of "No!" "If I venture to give expression to some of the kindly sentiments which I am sure we one and all entertain upon this auspicious occasion." Loud cheers. "For upwards of 20 years I have now resided in this beautiful and prosperous—" I think I may use these words. "Yeah, this beautiful and prosperous little town, and it is therefore with the more sincere pleasure," here the Admiral laid his hand upon his waistcoat, "that I bid you welcome to Troy." Frantic cheering. "We had hoped, to have seen your good lady also among us today, but doubtless when the bower is prepared, the bird will fly thither." Chorus applause followed this impromptu troop, and for some moments the Admiral's voice was completely drowned. "I hope and trust," he went on as soon as silence was restored, "that she enjoys good health." The stranger looked more perplexed than ever. "But be that as it may, my pleasant duty is now discharged. In the name of my fellow Trojans and in my own name, I bid you a hearty welcome to the bower." Loud and continuous cheering, during which the Admiral handed his card with a flourish and mopped his brow. I can assure you," replied the stranger after a pause, "that I am deeply sensible of your kindness." The cheering was renewed. "While conscious," he went on, "that I have done nothing to deserve it. In point of fact, I think you must all be labouring under some ridiculous delusion." "Oh, what do you mean, sir?" gasped the Admiral. "Do you mean to say that you are not the new tenant of this delightful residence?" Then the speaker waved his hand in the direction of the bower. "Certainly I am not." "Then, damn it, sir, who are you?" cried the Admiral, whose temper was, as we know, short. "My name is Fogo," replied the stranger. "Here is my card. Philip Fogo, at your service." Even Miss Limpany, with the first-floor window of number 1 timidly lifted to admit the Admiral's eloquence, even the 3 Mrs. Buzzers, arranged in a row behind the parlour blinds of number 2 and gazing with fond pride upon their papa, and Mrs. Buzzer, nervously clasping her hands on the upper story, could not but perceive that something dreadful was happening. The Admiral's face turned from crimson to purple. He positively choked. The situation needed a solution. A wag up on the crowd hit upon it. "Tell the Admiral, some of ye, what day is it?" "1st of April," cried a voice, then another, and then the throng broke into roar upon roar of inextinguishable laughter. The whole deluded town turned and cast its April folly as a garment upon the Admiral's shoulders. It was in vain that he stamped and raved and swore. They only held their sides and laughed the louder. The credit of Trojan humour was saved. With a final oath the Admiral dashed through his front gate and into the house. The vulgus infidum formed in procession again and marched back with shouts of merriment. The popularis aura of the 25 fifers resumed the conquering hero, and Mr. Fogo was left standing alone in the middle of the road. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Astonishing History of Troy Town, of a blue-jerseyed man that would hoist no more bricks, and a nightcap that had no business to be where it was. No one acquainted with the character of that extraordinary town will be surprised when I say that within an hour after the occurrences related in the last chapter, Troy had resumed its work-day quiet. By 2 o'clock nothing was to be heard but the tick-tack of mallets in the shipbuilding yards, the puffing of the steam tug, the rattle of hawsers among the vessels out in the harbour, and the melodious woo-hoo of a crew at capstan or windlass. Troy in carnival and Troy sober are as opposite, you must know, as the poles. Fun is all very well, but business is business, and Troy is a trading port with a character to keep up. for who has not heard the byword, working like a Trojan? At 2 o'clock on this same day, a little schooner lay alongside the town quay, busily discharging bricks. That is to say, a sunburnt man, blue-jerseyed and red with brick dust, leisurely turned a windlass which let down an empty bucket and brought it up full. Another blue-jerseyed man, also sunburnt and red with brick dust, then pulled it on shore, emptied and returned it, and the operation was repeated. A choleric little man of about 50, presumably the proprietor of the bricks, stood on the edge of the quay and swore alternately at the man with the windlass and the man ashore. "Look here," said the man at the windlass after a bit, "stop cussing. This ain't a hurdy-gurdy, and if you expects music, you'll have to toss up a copper." The owner of the bricks swore worse than ever. Round went the windlass as leisurely as might be, and another bucketful was hoisted ashore. The man on deck spat on his hands and broke into cheerful song. "Was you ever to Quebec, bonny laddie, Highland laddie? Was you ever to Quebec, rousing timber o'er the deck? Hey, my bonny laddie, whurroo, me hearts!" The rage of the little man found extra vent. "Look here, Caleb Trotter," he concluded, after a full minute of profanity. "How do you think I'm to get my living and pay a set of lubberly dolts like you?" Caleb paused with his hand on the windlass and suggested retrenchment of the halfpenny a week hitherto spent in manners. "'Cause you see, all this politeness of yourn is a running of waste," he explained with fine irony. But before the next load was more than 3 parts hoisted, Caleb's patience was exhausted. What he did was simple but decisive. He removed his hold. The handle whizzed violently round, and the bucket of bricks descended to the hold with a crash. "Now I tell 'ee straight, enough's enough, and I haven't got time at my time of life to be polite to every red-faced chap I meets. You can pay me or no as you likes, but I'm off to get a drink, and that's all about it. And when it's over, as Joan said at her wedding." With this, Caleb stepped ashore, spat good-naturedly, put his hand in his pockets, and went off, whistling. At this moment, Mr. Fogo, who had been on the quay long enough to hear this altercation, touched him softly by the arm. "You said you were going to have a drink, I believe. May I go with you? I wish to ask you a few questions." "Certainly, sir," said Caleb with a stifled grin, as he recognized the hero of the morning. "I generally patronizes the King of Prussia for beer. It won't make your hair curl, nor yet prevent you seeing a whole row of ladder. But perhaps neither of these is your object." Mr. Fogo, a little bewildered, replied modestly that he pursued neither of these aims. Caleb led the way across the quay, and they ascended the steps of the King of Prussia together. "My object," said Mr. Fogo timidly, as they were seated together in the low-roofed parlour before 2 foaming mugs, "my object was this. In the first place, I like your look." "Same to you, sir," said Caleb, and acknowledged the compliment with a draught, though 'tis what my gal said afore she deserted me for a Russian. "Are you a single man, then?" "To be sure, sir." "So much the better, but I will talk of that presently. I, too, am a single man, with rather peculiar tastes. One of these is solitude. I had heard of Troy as a place where I was likely to find this, though my experience of this morning—" "Never mind, sir. Accidents will happen even in the best regulated families. You was took for another, which has happened even to Bible characters afore this, though Jacob's the only one I can call to mind just now." "Still, I should be sorry to go back with the knowledge that my journey has been in vain. But I must have solitude at any price, and the reason why I am consulting you is that you might possibly know of a house to let in this neighbourhood, where I could be alone and secure against visitors." Caleb scratched his head. "I'm sure, sir, 'tis hard to say. Troy's a powerful place for knowing what your neighbour's got for dinner, and they do say as the Admiral's telescope will carry through a brick wall." Mr. Fogo's face fell. "Stop a bit," said Caleb more brightly. "About living inside of the time now. Is that a shiny cannon?" A what?" "A shiny cannon, which is the same as to say, won't it do elst?" "Oh, sine qua non," said Mr. Fogo. "No, I'm not particularly anxious to live in the town itself." "Would the matter of a mile up the river be out of the way?" "Not at all." "And about rent?" "Within reasonable limits, that would not matter." "Then my advice to you, sir, is to see the twins about it." Mr. Fogo's mild face looked more puzzled than ever. He removed his spectacles, wiped, and resumed them. For any reasonable object, he said, I'm ready to see any number of twins, much as I dislike babies. But here Caleb interrupted him by bursting into a roar of laughter which lasted for half a minute. Babies? Well, oh, excuse me, sir, but oh dear, babies, well... Here he slapped his thigh and broke into another roar, at the end of which he grew fairly black in the face. Bless your innocent heart, sir. They're a matter of 6 foot high, the both, and rising 40. Dear Love's their name, and lives up the river along with their sister, Peter and Paul and Tamsin, which is short for Thomasina, and I've heard tell as the boys came nigh to being christened Sino and Og, only the old vicar said he'd be blowed first. Very free with his language was the old vicar. I should fancy so, said Mr. Fogo. But you excuse me, I don't quite see yet why you advise me to call on these people. Oh, no offence, sir. Only they own Kit's house, that's all. I see. And Kit's house is the place you have in your mind? That's it, sir. And these dear loves, where do they live? Further up the river by 2 mile. Could you row me up this afternoon to see them? Caleb Trotter rose and drew the back of his hand across his mouth. With all the pleasure in life, sir, as Uncle Zacky said when he gived his daughter in marriage. In less than 10 minutes, Caleb had brought his boat round to the quay. Mr. Fogo stepped in and was presently seated in the stern and meditatively listening while Caleb rowed and talked like a Trojan. Here we may leave them for a while and return to the Admiral, whom we left in the act of plunging furiously into his own house. It was not the habit of that fiery little tar to hide his emotions from the wife of his bosom. "Emily!" he bellowed. "Emily, I say, come down this instant!" The three Mrs. Buzzer at the parlour window knew the tone and shuddered. Mrs. Buzzer, upstairs, heard, trembled, and obeyed. "Yes, darling, what is it?" "Fill the warming pan at once. I'm going to bed." To bed, love?" "Yes, to bed. Don't I speak plain enough? To bed, ma'am, to bed, and at once." "You're upset, dearest. Be cool, I implore you." Be cool. Don't hector me, ma'am. Fetch that warming pan at once. I'll teach you about being cool. Sophie, pull off my boots." They obeyed. The warming pan was brought, an enormous engine big enough to hold the Admiral himself, and the bed heated. The Admiral undressed, and himself a warming pan of rage plunged between the sheets. It was a wonder the bedclothes were not on fire. "Pull down the blind and bring me something to eat." "Yes, love." "And be quick about it. Can't you see I'm starving?" It is true that the Admiral's excitement had interfered with his breakfast that morning, but it was none the less difficult to read starvation upon his face. Mrs. Buzzer obeyed, and presently returned with a liver wing of a fowl. "You call that a dinner for a hungry man, I suppose? Bring me some more." "My dear, I didn't know you wanted a dinner." "Confound it, ma'am! Must I put dress studs in my nightshirt to convince you I want to dine? Bring me some more." "There is no more fowl, dear. I kept this from yesterday's as a titbit for you." "What's for dinner today?" "Boiled beef. But you said expressly that dinner was to be late today in consequence of the arrivals, and it is not nearly done yet." "I don't care. Bring it." The mention of the arrivals sent the Admiral up to a white heat again. "But my—" "Bring it!" It was brought. The Admiral had 2 helpings, and then a glass of grog. "Go!" Mrs. Buzzer withdrew. Left to himself, the Admiral tossed and turned and fumed and swore, lay still for a while, and then repeated the process backwards. After a time the bedclothes began to prick him, and the heat to become a positive torture. He leapt out and tore at the bell rope until it came away in his hand, just as his wife reappeared. "Will you kindly inform me what the devil's wrong with this bed? Who made it?" "Selina, dear." "Then will you kindly give Selina a month's notice on the spot? Do you hear? On the spot. What's that?" The Admiral rushed to the window and pulled up the blind. He was just in time to see a close carriage and pair dash past and pull up at the bar. A moment afterwards, Miss Limperney, from the first-floor story of number 1, saw the carriage door open and a tall gentleman emerge. The tall gentleman was followed by a lady, whom even at that distance Miss Limperney could see to possess a remarkably graceful figure. A small youth in livery sprang down from beside the coachman and helped to lower the boxes, whilst the new arrivals passed into the house, where the charwoman, Mrs. Snell, stood smearing her face with her apron and ducking in frenzied welcome. The Honourable Frederick Augustus Hythe Goodwin Sandys and his wife, instead of arriving by train, had posted from 5 Lanes Junction. There was no public demonstration. They might as well have come in the dead of night. Miss Limpany was almost the sole witness of their arrival, and Miss Limpany's observations were cut short by a terrible occurrence. She had taken stock of the Honourable Frederick and pronounced him aristocratic-looking, of the Honourable Mrs. Frederick's travelling dress, and decided it to be comme il faut. She had counted the boxes twice and made them 7 each time. She was about to count the buttons on the liveried youth when... To this day she sinks her voice as she narrates it. She saw the unseemliness, the monstrous indelicacy of it. She saw the nightcap and shoulders of Admiral Buzzer craning out the next-door window. What happened next? Whether she actually fainted or merely kept her eyes shut, she cannot clearly remember. But for weeks afterwards, as she declares, the sight of a man caused her to turn all colours. It was significant, this nightcap of Admiral Buzzer. As the ram's horn to Jericho, the Mother Carey's chicken to the doomed ship. It announced, even as it struck, the first blow at the old morality of Troy. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Astonishing History of Troy Town, of certain lepers, and 2 brothers who, being much alike, loved their sister, and recommended the use of globes. I must here clear myself on a point which has no doubt caused the reader some indignation. We remarked, he or she will say, that some chapters back the Admiral described Troy as a beautiful little town. Why then have we had no description of it, no digressions on scenery, no word-painting? To this I answer, dear sir or madam, no one who has known Troy was ever yet capable of describing it. If you doubt me, visit the town and see for yourself. I will for the moment suppose you do so. What happens? On the first day you take a boat and row about the harbour. Scenery, you exclaim. Why, what could you have more? Here is a lovely little harbour flanked by bold hills to right and left. Here are the ruined castles, witnesses of the great days when Troy sent ships to carry the English army to Agincourt. Here are grey houses huddled at the water's edge, hoary, battered walls and quay doors coated with ooze and green weed. Such is Troy, and on the further shore quaint Penpoodle faces it, where a silver creek, dividing, runs up to Lanbeg. Further up, the harbour melts into a river, where the old ferryboat plies to and fro from the foot of a tiny village straggling up the hill. Further yet, and the jetties mingle with the steep woods beside the roads, where the vessels lie thickest. Ships of all builds and of all nations, from the trim Canadian timber ship to the corpulent billy boy. Why, the very heart of the picturesque is here. What more can you want? On the second day you will see all this from the harbour again, or perhaps you will cross the ferry and climb the King's Walk on the opposite bank. You will see it all, but with a change. It is more lovely, but not the same. On the third day you will cast about in your mind to explain this, and so in time you will come to find that it is the spirit of Troy that plays this trick upon you, for you will have learned to love the place, and love, as you know, dear sir or madam, is apt to affect the eyesight. The eyes of Mr. Fogo, as Caleb pulled sturdily up with the tide, were passing through the first of these stages. "This," he said at length reflectively, "is one of the loveliest spots I have looked on." Caleb, in whom humanity and Trojanity were nicely compounded, flushed a bright copper colour with pleasure. "'Tis reckoned a tidy spot," he answered modestly, "by them as cares for views and such like." "There now," he went on after a pause, and turning round, "yonder's Kit's house, with Kit's cottage next door. You can't see the house so plain, 'cause 'tis behind the trees, but there 'tis right enough." "Is the cottage uninhabited too?" "Both of 'em. Haunted, they do say. By the way, I never asked thee whether you minded ghosties." "Ghosts?" "Yes, ghosties. This here place was a Lazarus one time, where they kept leopards." "Leopards? How very singular," murmured Mr. Fogo. "Aye, leopards as white as snow, as the saying goes." "Oh, I see," said Mr. Fogo, suddenly enlightened. "You mean this was a Lazar house?" "That's so, a Lazarus. Leopards used to live there together, and when they died they were buried at dead of night down at Thickest Pit you sees yonder. No one had dealings with them, or nor went nigh them, except they was allowed to make ropes. 'Tisn't so many years that the rope walk was moved down to the harbour mouth." Caleb stopped rowing and leant forward on his paddles. "These here leopards in time got to be quite a happy family. Except, of course, they weren't happy, because nobody wouldn't have nothing to say to 'em. Well, the story goes as one of 'em got fallen in love with by a very nice girl down in Troy, and one fine day she ups and tells her sorrowing parents that she's a-going to marry a leopard. 'Not if we knows her,' says they. 'We forbids the banns.' With that they went off to bed thinking as they'd settled it. But, says Parson Lasky—" "Who was he?" interrupted Mr. Fogo. "Oh, only a figure of speech, sir, nothing to do with the yarn, as the strolling actor said when his theatre cotched afire. What I mean was, that very night the girl gets a boat and rows up to Kit's house, after leaving a letter to say she's drowned herself. And there she's lived in hiding, long with the leopards for the rest of her days, which by the tale weren't many, and she and her sweetheart was buried in one grave." Caleb paused for breath. "And the ghosts?" said Mr. Fogo, much interested. "Some have seen her rowing about here in a boat, o' dark nights, and others swear to seeing all the leopards a marching down with her corpse to the burying ground. Leastways, that's the tale. Jan Spettigue was the last to see them, but as he beheld 3 devils in his own chimbley piece the week after, along of too much rum, perhaps he made a mistake. Anyways, 'twas a moral yarn, and true to nature. These young women is a very determined sex, whether 'tis a leopard in the case or a Rooshian." Mr. Fogo had fallen into a reflective silence. "'Tis 1,000 pities this here place should be empty, with a lean to Crystal Palace, by which I mean a conservatory, sir, and gardens, and room for a cow, and a parlour at Swan." A what?" "Pile, sir, otherwise a creek. Creek, an arm of the sea, as the spelling book says." A curious fascination stole over Mr. Fogo as he looked earnestly at the house round which these memories hung. Standing on an angle formed by the bending river and the little creek, and behind a screen of trees, elms almost too old to feel the sap of spring, a chestnut or two, and a few laurels and sombre firs that had cracked with their roots the grey garden wall and sprawled down to the beach below, the stained and yellow frontage looked down towards the busy harbour, as it seemed with a sense of serene decay, haunted but without disquietude, like the face of an old lady who has memories and lives in them, though she deigns to contemplate a life from which her hopes with her old friends and lovers have dropped out. Perhaps Mr. Fogo had some sympathy with this mood, for Caleb, after waiting some time for his reply, took to his paddles again with a will, and presently the boat, sweeping round a projecting rock, passed into a very different scene. Here the river, shut in on the other side with budding trees to the water's edge, on the other with bracken and patches of ploughed land to where the cliffs broke sheer away, stretched for some miles without bend or break. Far ahead a blue bank of woodland closed the view. Not a sound disturbed the stillness, not a sail broke the placid expanse of water. But a true Trojan must still be talking. Presently Caleb resumed. "'Tis a lovely spot, as you said, sir. Mr. Mogridge down at the customs, he's a poet, as maybe you know, has written a mint of verses about this here place. Nature, he says, nature has here assumed her softest garb. Here would I live and die, which I call a very touching sentiment, and like what they say is in a nigger song." With such conversation Mr. Trotter beguiled the way, until they came abreast of a tiny village almost buried in apple trees and elms. On the opposite bank a thin column of blue smoke was curling up from among the dense woodland. Caleb headed the boat for this smoke, ran her nose on the pebbles beneath a low cliff, and stepped out. "Here we are, sir." "But I don't see any house," said Mr. Fogo, perplexed. "All in good time, sir," replied Mr. Trotter, and having fastened up the boat, led the way. A narrow flight of steps hewn out of the rock led up to the little cliff. At the top, and almost hidden by bushes, stood a low gate. Thence the path wound for a space between walls of budding hazel, and at its end, quite unexpectedly, a tiny cottage burst upon Mr. Fogo's view. Little dreaming that the owner of Kit's house could live in such humility, he was considerably surprised when Caleb stepped up and struck a rousing knock upon the door. It was opened by a comely girl with a white apron pinned before her neat stuff gown, and a face as fresh and healthful as a spring day. "Why, Caleb," she cried, Who would have thought it? Come inside, you're as welcome as flowers in May." "And you," replied Caleb gallantly, "are looking so sweet as blossom. Here's a gentleman come to call upon ye, me dear. And how's Peter and Paul? Brave, I hopes?" "Both, thank you, Caleb," said the maiden, curtsying without embarrassment to Mr. Fogo. "Won't you come in, sir?" It was noticeable that Mr. Fogo at this point became very nervous, but he crossed the threshold in answer to this invitation. Mr. Trotter followed. The fragrant smoke of a wood fire filled the room in which Mr. Fogo found himself. It was a rude kitchen with white lime-ash floor, and for ceiling a few whitewashed beams and the planching of the bedroom above. All was scrupulously clean. In the flickering obscurity of the chimney depended a line of black pot-hooks and hangers. A trivet and a pair of bellows furnished the hearth. From the capacious rack hung a rich stock of hams and sides of bacon, curing in the smoke. An English clock stood in one corner, a tall cupboard in another, and a geranium in the window-seat. Along the side opposite the door, and parallel to a dresser of shiny crockery, ran a strong deal table. Some high-backed chairs, a pair of brass candlesticks with snuffers, a book or two, a few old hats, and a lanthorn on various pegs completed the furniture of the place. But Mr. Fogo's gaze was riveted on two men who rose together at his entrance from the table where they were seated, side by side, at their tea. Both tall, both adorned with crisp curls of black hair, with clean-shaven mahogany faces and the gentlest of possible smiles, the twins came forward to greet the stranger. So appallingly alike were they that Mr. Fogo felt a ridiculous desire to run away, nor could help fancying himself the victim of a disordered dream. The twins advanced upon him simultaneously with outstretched horny palms. He noticed that even their dress was precisely similar, with the single exception that one wore a red, the other a yellow bandana handkerchief loosely knotted about his throat. "You're kindly welcome, sir," said the twin with the red bandana, and the twin with the yellow neckcloth murmured, "Kindly welcome," like an echo. "Stop a bit," interposed Caleb. "Let's do a bit of introducing. This here is Mr. Fogo, gent, as he's thinking of renting Kit's house, and he's come for that purpose. That there is Peter, dear love, in with the red neckerchief. Likewise Paul, dear love, in with the yellow one. And begging your pardon for passing over the ladies, this is Tamsin, dear love, christened Thomasina, dearly beloved sister of the same," concluded Caleb, with a sudden recollection of having read something like this on a tombstone. Tamsin curtsied, and the two horny palms were again presented. Not knowing which to take first, Mr. Fogo held his umbrella between his knees and gave them a hand apiece. "I'm afraid, Mr—" He hesitated, with a suspicion that he ought to say Messrs. "Dear love," suggested Caleb, "and reckon a purty name, too." "I'm afraid, Mr. Dearlove," repeated Mr. Fogo, compromising matters by staring hard between the twins, "that we have interrupted you." "Not at all, sir," said Peter. "Sit down, sir, if you're not proud. Tamsin, bring a cup for the gentleman. A piece of pasty, sir. Tamsin's famous for pasties." Mr. Fogo, remembering that, with the exception of the mug of beer at the King of Prussia, he had not broken his fast since the morning, and seeing also that the hospitality was anxiously sincere, complied. In a few moments both he and Caleb were seated before a steaming pasty. Tamsin poured out the tea. She was a full 20 years younger than her brothers, as could be seen notwithstanding their boyish look, which came from innocence and clean-shaven faces. It was pleasant to see their almost fatherly pride in her. Mr. Fogo noted it vaguely, but an inexplicable nervousness seemed to have overtaken him since entering the cottage. I came," he said at last, "to inquire about Kit's house, which I hear is to let." "Thank you kindly, sir," answered Peter, "and I won't say but what she'll be glad to let it. But Paul and I have been putting our heads together, and we allow 'tis for Tamsin to say." Here he looked at Paul, who nodded gravely and repeated in his former mechanical tone, "For Tamsin to say." Mr. Fogo looked more distressed than ever. "I beg your pardon, I'm sure," he began, with a quick glance at the girl, who was quietly pouring tea. "I did not know." "No offence, sir. Only don't you see, 'tis this way. Kit's house is a grand place with a slaty roof and an Italian garden, and a mighty deal too fine for the likes of Paul and me. But with Tamsin 'tis another thing. We both agree she ought to be a lady. Not but what she's a better girl than tens of thousands of ladies. More than once we've wanted to get her learnt the piano and calisthenics and the use of globes and all such things which we know to be useful in grand society, only she sticks to it to bide along with we. God bless her. I say in a rough life it must be for her. Tamsin turned away towards the fireplace and became very busy among the pot-hooks and hangers. Her brother pulled out a red handkerchief, a fellow to the one around his neck, mopped his face, and proceeded. Well, as I was saying, seeing she was bent on being with us, Paul and me allowed to each other that we'd set up in fine style at Kit's house, so as not to rob her of what is her due. That is to say, one of us would live down here with a carriage and pair of horses, and cut a swell with dinner parties and what not, while the other bided here and tilled tatties, turn and turn about. But she wouldn't hear of that neither. She's a terrible stubborn girl, bless her. We shouldn't have been slow at learning the ropes just at first, he resumed after a moment's silence, not being schollards, particular at the use of globes, which I have heard is difficult, though very entertaining in company when you know how 'tis done. But we was ready to try hand, only she wouldn't have it, and so it has gone on. But begging your pardon, sir, and hoping no offence, she shall give her answer afore 'tis too late. Eh, Paul? You have spoken, Peter, said the other twin very slowly, like a printed book. Let Tamsin speak her mind about it. The girl came forward from the fireplace, and Mr. Fogo, as he stole a glance at her, could see that her eyes were red. What do ye say, Tamsin? Must we let Kit's house, or shall we leave the old place and go and make a lady of ye? Tamsin's reply was to fall on her knees before the speaker and break into a fit of weeping. Don't ask me, don't ask me. I don't want to be a lady, and I won't leave you. Don't ask me, my dear, dear brothers. Peter stroked the dark head buried in his lap, while Paul blew his nose violently in a yellow bandana, and replied to Mr. Fogo. Very well, sir, so be it. There's the key of Kit's house yonder on the nail. If you likes to look over the place, one of us will follow you presently, and then, supposing it to be to your liking, us can talk over terms. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Astonishing History of Troy Town, how an absent-minded man that hated women took a house by the waterside, and lived therein with one servant. Well, sir, said Caleb Trotter, when the boat was pushed off, what do you think of 'em? Mr. Fogo, whose wits had been wool-gathering, came to himself with a start. I think they are very good people. You may say that. The likes of those trims you won't see again, not if you live to be 100. Seems to me, he went on reflectively, that nature, when she turned out the first, got so pleased with herself that she was bound to try a hand at a duplicity, just to relieve her feelings. A what? A duplicity, sir, otherwise another of the same identical. Oh, I see. Yes, sir. 'Tis like that rhyme about the force of nature what couldn't no further go, and you can't do it again, not if you try all you know. You are fond of poetry, I see, said Mr. Fogo with a smile. Perfectly dotes on it, sir. Have you ever composed any yourself? Once upon a time, sir, said Caleb, pausing in his work and leaning forward very mysteriously. If you cares to hear, I don't mind telling ye, only you must give me your Davy you won't let out it to nobody. Mr. Fogo gave the required promise. Well, 'twas in this way. Once upon a time, me and old Joe Bonnaday was working a smack round from Bristol. The Betsy Ann was her name, number 1077 Troy. Joe was skipper, and me mate. There was a boy aboard for crew, but he don't count. Well, us got off Ilfracombe one afternoon, August month it was, and piping hot, when my blessed Parliament, says Molly Frankie. Who was she? Oh, another figure of speech, sir, that's all. Well, as I was saying, on a sudden, lo and behold, the breeze drops dead. If you believe me, sir, 'twas calm as the Sargasso Sea. So there we was stuck, the sail not so much as flapping, for the best part of 2 hours, at the end of which time, Joe not being a conversational man beyond saying thank ye when he got his victuals, I was getting a bit dumbfounded for topics to talk upon. 'Cause, as for the weather, there 'twas, and as Joe remarked, 'twasn't going to move any more for our discussing it, not yet cussing for that matter. I see. Well, sir, we was driven at last to singing a hymn to keep our spirits up. Leastways, the boy and me sang, and Joe beat time. Then says Joe, look here, I'm a-going to Ally Coochie if it lasts like this. Well, says I, for I was getting desperate, Have you ever tried to make poetry? No, says he, can't say I have. Well, I says, I've often wanted to. Let's have a shy. You go aft and think of a verse, and I'll go forward and make another, and then I'll see which sounds best. Done, says he, and off he goes. Well, I sit there for more than an hour, thinking hard, and terrible work I found it. At last Joe shouts across, Have you done? Time's up. And I told her I'd done pretty middling. So I steps amidships and spoke out what was made up. Caleb made a long pause. I should like to hear the verses, if you remember them, said Mr. Fogo. Should he now? Caleb asked with fine modesty. Well, I don't mind, only you mustn't expect them to be like Master Muggeridge's. Mine went thick away. He recited very slowly with a terrific rolling of syllables. See her gliding drough the water, far, far away. Many a true heart's never to be found. The last line alludes to my girl what had recently eloped with the Rooshan, Caleb explained. Was that all? That was all of mine, sir, but Joe was points better. Just listen. Fare thee well, Barnstable steeple. He was a Barnstable man, sir, was Joe. Fare thee well, I say. Never shall I see thee once again a long time ago. Well, sir, we was going to step back and have another shy, when the breeze sprang up almost as sudden as he fell, and the consequence was, sir, that I've ever made no more poetry from that day to this. The sun was getting low, as Mr. Fogo and Caleb stepped ashore on the ruined quay at Kit's house, not far from the spit of land where the lasers were buried. Kit's cottage stood plain to see at a short distance from the water, but Kit's house lay to the right, behind its screen of laurels and elms. A narrow flight of steps and a path along the cliff's edge brought the visitors to the front door. It was a long, low house with pointed windows on the upper story and a deep veranda shading the ground-floor rooms. It faced the south, and although few flowers were out, the ruined garden was luxuriant with decay. One could see where the old Lazar house had been overlaid with the taste of more recent inhabitants. But, as Caleb said, no one had lived here now for a dozen years or more. The walls were smeared with green vegetation, the iron gate creaked heavily with rust. On the roof the stone crop flourished, and the swallows had built their nests about the chimneys. Indoors it was as bad. Rich papers hung and rotted from the walls. Rats scampered about the floors overhead. A smell of damp and mouldiness pervaded every room. "Deary me, sir," said Caleb in despair. "I'd no idea it was as bad as this. I wouldn't have mentioned the place to 'ee." An old barrel stood on end before the French window of the drawing-room. Mr. Fogo seated himself on this, and gazed meditatively out on the mellow glory of the evening. "Caleb," he said very quietly, after a while, "I think I shall take this house." "You will, sir?" "I fancy there will be no difficulty in arranging about the rent. And now I wanted to speak with you on another question. You are a single man, you say. Have you any employment?" "Why, sir, I mostly picks up my living on the say. Only I thought as how I'd like a spell ashore for a change. But the end of that you saw for yourself this very afternoon." "Do you think that for £1 a week you could look after me?" "I'd like the chance." "That would exclude your food and clothes?" Caleb hesitated for a moment, and then said with Trojan independence, "You ain't going to rig me out in a yellow waistcoat and small clothes with a stripe down the leg by any chance?" "I was proposing that you should dress exactly as you do at present." "Then done with ye, sir, and thank ye. When be I to enter on my duties?" "At once." "And where, sir?" "Here." "Be you a going to sleep the night in this melancholy place?" "Certainly." "Very well, sir. Please yourself, as Dick said to the press gang. And what be I to do first?" Mr. Fogo perhaps did not hear the question, for he was gazing out at the falling shadows. When he spoke again, it was upon another subject. "It is right that you should know," said he, "the kind of life you will be wanted to lead. In the first place, I am extraordinarily subject to fits of abstraction, absence of mind, in other words. It is an affection to which my style of life has made me particularly prone. It has led me before now into absurd and sometimes into dangerous situations." "I have heard tell," said Caleb, "of an old gentleman who carefully tucked his umbrella in bed and put his else in the corner. Is that the style of thing, sir?" "It is something similar," said his master, "and within certain limits I should expect you to look after me and as far as possible prevent such accidents. However, I shall not of course expect you to have more than one pair of eyes. My tastes are simple. I read a little, sketch a little, botanize, dabble in chemistry, and am fond of carpentering, boat-building especially. My very absence of mind makes me indifferent to surroundings. In short, I am a mild man." Mr. Fogo got off his barrel, went to the window, sighed softly, and returned. Something in his manner imposed silence on Caleb. "We shall live here alone," he resumed. "It is even possible that, to ensure solitude, I shall rent the cottage as well and install you there. Above all things remember," with sudden sternness, "that no woman is to come near this house. I should even expect you to do your utmost to prevent their landing on the quay below. That, I think, is all. I now wish you to row down to the station and get my portmanteau. After that, with this money, procure a couple of hammocks, besides provisions, and whatever will be necessary for the night, not forgetting soap and candles. To-morrow we will take in further stock." Caleb was about to make some answer when the garden gate creaked heavily, and Peter Dearlove appeared in the dusk outside the window. So he merely took the money, touched his forelock by way of acknowledging his new employment, and retired. But it was noticeable that once or twice on his way to the boat he had to pull himself up and think a bit. Arrived on the quay, too, he stood for a moment or so beside the boat in profound meditation. "Come, Caleb Trotter," he explained, suddenly jumping in and seizing the paddles. "This sort of thing won't do nohow. Here you be paid for looking after a gentleman as wanders in his wits, and first news is you be doing the same yourself. 'Tis terrible queer, though," he added, and with that began to row towards town with an energy that set the boat quivering. When he returned in less than 2 hours' time, he found Mr. Fogo with a barrelful of water and the stump of a decayed broom, washing out the back kitchen. The twin had gone. "Here we be, sir. Pint of candles, pint of tea, 2 loaves of bread, knives, forks, 2 cups, 3 eggs, one of 'em smashed in my trouser pocket, saucepan, kettle, teapot, a hunk of cold beef as salt as Lot's wife's elbow. That's the first load. There's more in the boat, but I must ask ye to bear a hand with thicky portmanteau of you, 'cause 'tis mortal heavy. I see Jan Hicks's wife a-fishing about 200 yards from the quay on my way up, and warned her to keep her distance. There's a well of water round the back, and I've fetched a small sack of coal, and if us don't have a dish of tea ready and a brace of shakes, then Tom's killed and Mary's forlorn." With the statement of which gloomy alternative, Mr. Caleb Trotter broke into a smile of honest pride. "Caleb," said Mr. Fogo from his hammock in the back kitchen at about 11 o'clock on the same night. "Aye, aye, sir." "Are you comfortable?" "Thank'ee, sir, getting on nicely. Just a bit man-Friday-ish to begin with, but as correct as Crocker's mare." "What did you say?" "Figure of speech again, sir, that's all. Good night, sir." "Good night, Caleb." Mr. Fogo settled himself in his hammock, sighed for a second time, and dropped asleep. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Astonishing History of Troy Town, How Certain Trojans Climbed a Wall out of Curiosity, and of a charwoman that could give no information. Meanwhile, curiosity in Troy was beating its wings against the closed doors of the Bower. The early morning train next day brought 3 domestics to supplement the youth in buttons and supplant the chairwoman. Miss Limpany, in déshabille, but at a decent distance from the window, saw them arrive, and called Lavinia to look, with the result that within 2 minutes the sisters had satisfied themselves as to which was the cook, which the parlour-maid, and which the kitchen-maid. Later in the day a van-load of furniture arrived, though the Bower was already furnished. But as Miss Limpany said, in all these matters of comfort and refinement there are degrees. On this occasion the Admiral, who had been prevailed upon to leave his bed, executed a manoeuvre the audacity of which should have commanded success. He crossed the road and opened a conversation with the driver. But success does not always wait on the brave. The van-driver happened to have a temper as short as the Admiral's, and far less reverence. "Good morning," said the Admiral cheerily. "Morning." "What's afoot today?" "Same as yesterday, 12 inches." The Admiral was rather taken aback, but smiled nevertheless, and persevered. Ha, ha, very good. You are a wit, I perceive. But the driver's conversation teemed with the unexpected. Look here, Ruby-face, give me any more of your sass, and I'll punch your head for twopence. This was conclusive. The Admiral struck his flag, recrossed the street, went indoors, and had it out with Mrs. Buzzer. Indeed, at the end of half an hour, that poor lady's feelings were so overwrought, and in consequence her sobs so loud, that the Admiral had perforce to get out his double bass and play a selection of martial music, to prevent Miss Limpany's hearing them on the other side of the partition. All this happened early in the afternoon. Towards 5 o'clock, Miss Limpany, who had only left her post twice, and on each occasion to snatch a hurried meal, was rewarded for her patience. The front door of the bower opened, and Mr. and Mrs. Goodwin Sandys appeared, dressed, as Miss Limpany would see, for a walk. Now I wonder, reflected that kind soul, which direction they will take. Personally, of course, I should prefer them to pass this window, but I hope I can subdue private inclination to public spirit, and for Troy's sake I hope they will visit the castle first. The salubrity of the air, as well as the expansiveness of the view, will be certain to impress them favourably. Dear, dear, I wish I could advise them. Should they take the direction of the town, I know by experience they will be apt to meet with an effluvium of decaying fish, and I should so like their stay among us to be begun under pleasant auspices. But almost before Miss Limpany had concluded these reflections, the strangers had determined on the direction. They turned neither towards the town, nor up the hill towards the castle and the harbour's mouth, but down the little road which led to Bower Slip and the Penpoodle ferry-boat. "Gracious me!" exclaimed Miss Limpany, "they're going to take a boat." The words were scarcely out of her mouth when she was seized with a sudden idea, an idea so alluring, yet so bold withal, that the blood flew from her cheeks. She made a step forward, paused, took another step, and returned to the window. The strangers had turned down the road and were out of sight. For a full minute she stood there, tapping her foot. "I will," she said with sudden determination. "I will." On Miss Limpany's maiden lip the words were as solemn as though she spoke them at the altar. "I will, and I don't care what happens." Awful words, awful in themselves, more awful from such lips, but surely most awful as making the second step in the moral decadence of Troy. Yet I would not have my readers too excited. They were words to shudder at indeed, but the immediate consequences were not bloody. They were only to a limited degree tragic. It must be remembered that the magnificence of all actions is relative to the performer, nor would I seek to exalt Miss Limpany to the level of a Semiramis or a Dido. Only when I say that she bore a great soul and a little body, I say no more than that she was a Trojan. In short, Miss Limpany did not, as the reader may have expected, take a boat and pursue after the strangers. What she did was simply to descend swiftly to the front hall, take down from its stand an antique brass-bound telescope of enormous proportions, and with it make her way swiftly to the back door. The back gardens of Alma Villas ran parallel to each other, and were terminated by a high wall with a key door apiece, a tall ladder leading from the door straight down to the water. At the end of the garden, and built against this wall, in each case a stone terrace with a flight of steps allowed anyone who chose to climb, and even perform a limited promenade, while enjoying a full view of the harbour beyond. It was to this flight of steps that Miss Limpany, with a prayer on her lips and the telescope under her arm, made her way. Both terrace and steps were rickety to a degree. To help you to estimate her conduct as its full temerity, I may mention that Miss Limpany had never attempted the climb before in her life. But whatever qualms she may have felt, they did not appear in her behaviour. Gingerly, but without hesitation, and clutching the telescope which impeded her as an ice-axe the rock-climber, she essayed all the perils of this maiden ascent. 5 minutes' stiff climbing, as they say in the Alpine Journal, brought her to a point where she could take breath and look about her. Despite her terror, the excitement and the light breeze now blowing over the arête of garden wall had brought a flush to her cheek. But scarcely had she resumed and set her foot upon the summit, when the flush suddenly faded and left her blanched as snow. For there, not a foot to her right, and above the crest of the partition wall, rose another telescope, the exact counterpart of her own. The spectre on the Brocken was nothing to this. She clutched to the rotten stones and panted for breath. Slowly, very slowly, The rival telescope was tilted up against the harbour wall. Very slowly it rose in air. Then came a pair of hands, of blue cuffs, and then the crimson face of Admiral Buzzer soared into view like the child's head in Macbeth. He did not see her yet, being absorbed in adjusting the telescope. Terror-smitten, too fearful to advance or retreat, clinging to the telescope with one hand as a drowning mariner might grasp a spar, and clutching with the other at the crumbling wall, Miss Limpany stood arrested, wildly staring, scarce venturing to breathe. The Admiral's telescope was tilted into position, and the Admiral half turned his head before applying his eye to the hole. She could not help it. In spite of all her efforts to repress it, a little gasping squeal of affright broke from her. The Admiral, with a start, withdrew his eye quickly from the glass and looked over the wall. "Damnation!" This was the Admiral, by the way. What happened exactly at this moment will never be known, or whether the Admiral's voice brought down a serac of rotten wall is not clear. There was a rumbling sound, an oath or two, and then both telescope and Admiral disappeared with a crash from view. Miss Limpany screamed, dropped her telescope, which went rattling down the steps, cowered desperately against the wall, shut her eyes, screamed again, trod on a tilting slab, hung for a moment, toppled, clutched wildly at space, and shot with a rush and shower of stones straight to the very bottom. Miss Lavinia Limpany, who, startled by the screams, had rushed to the window and witnessed the last stages of the catastrophe, was out in a minute. Tenderly raising her sobbing sister, she assisted her back to the house, and attended to the bruises with a combination of arnica, vinegar, and brown paper. On the other side of the wall the Admiral lay for some time and bellowed for help, until his frightened family bore him in and attempted to put him to bed. But mark the heroism of the truly great. In spite of his late treatment at the hands of his fellow citizens, treatment which still rankled, here was no Coriolanus to depart in a huff to Antium. The Admiral had a duty to perform, a service due to his ungrateful town, and on the subject of going to bed he was adamant. "Cease, Limpany! Your tears, your protestations are in vain. Stop, I tell you! Get me my uniform!" Surely some desperate, some decisive step was contemplated when the Admiral ordered out that gold-laced coat and cocked hat that once had shone in the blue squadron of Her Majesty's Navy. What could this stern magnificence portend? The Admiral had made up his mind. He was going to interview Mrs. Snell, the charwoman. It was a pretty fancy, and one not without parallel in the history of famous men, that inspired him at his crisis to assume his bravest attire. There is, to my mind, a flavour in the conceit, a bravado lifting the action above mere intrepidity into actual greatness. Nor in this little Iliad are there many figures that I regard with more affection than that of Admiral Buzzer at his garden gate waiting for Mrs. Snell. When at length she issued from the bower and came down the road, the effect of the gold lace was rather striking. She dropped her bundle and her lower jaw together. "Look, sir, how you did frighten me, to be sure! I thought it was the devil." That was hardly what the Admiral had expected. He beckoned with his forefinger mysteriously. Mrs. Snell advanced as though not quite sure that her first fright was unfounded. "Mrs. Snell," inquired the Admiral in a whisper, "what are they like?" He pointed melodramatically towards the bower as he asked the question. Again the unexpected happened. Mrs. Snell burst into loud and hysterical sobbing. "Oh, don't he, sir, don't he? I can't bear it. Not a thing can you do to please him, and the Honourable Frederick a damning about the house fit to make your flesh creep. And that though he might have ate his dinner off the floor, gold studs and all, as I told him at last. For 'twasn't in flesh and blood, sir, not to be ordered this way and that by a whipper-snapper, whose grandmother he might have been, though he has got 3 rows of shiny buttons on his stomach, which is no cause for a proud carriage to all them as hasn't, nor calling 'em slow coaches, and names which I won't soil my tongue with, and so I said, 'Oh dear, oh dear!'" And here Mrs. Snell's passion again found vent in violent sobs and cries. "Hush! Confound it! Hush, I tell you! You'll have the whole town out." "I beg your pardon, sir, but it isn't in nature, such wickedness in high places, and poor Maria's sick at home with a colic, and a leak in the roof you might put your cocked hat through, and very fine it looks, sir, begging your pardon again, which is all vexation or spirit, and a shilling a day, and your victuals are let alone being sworn at till you dunno whether you be upon your head or your heels." With this Mrs. Snell picked up her bundle and marched off down the road. She was quite hopeless, the Admiral determined, as he watched her retreating figure and heard her sobs borne back to him on the evening air. Well, well, it had been another reverse, but not a defeat. His face cleared again as he turned to re-enter the house. Let me see. Tomorrow is Sunday. They will probably be at church. In the afternoon, though it involve the loss of my usual nap, I will consider. On Monday I will act. Even the strangers themselves, as they walked up the aisle of St. Symphorian's Church, Troy, on the following morning, could not but perceive something of importance to be in the wind. That the church should be full was not unusual, for in those days Sunday observance was the rule among Trojans. But on this particular day the Wesleyan and Bible Christian chapels must have been sadly depleted, so great was the crush. And besides, there was the unwonted magnificence of dress, the stir caused by the simultaneous turning of some 100 bonnets as the Goodwin Sandys entered, the audible whispering as they took their seats, the nervousness of the vicar, who twice dropped his spectacles over the reading desk and once over the pulpit. On this last occasion one of the glasses was broken, and the sermon in consequence became, towards the end, a trifle involved. All this made the service rather hysterical. Tell me, my muse, thou who sittest at the tea-table and rejoicest in the rattling of cups, who were they that attended St. Symphorian's Church on this Sunday morning? First, there were the Misses Limpany, in black tabinet dresses and lace shawls. A cameo brooch adorned the throat of each, and from her waist a reticule depended. These first directed the gold-bound optic glass at the stranger's pew. Behind them sat the doctor and his wife, the one conspicuous for his black stock, the other for a shawl of Paisley workmanship. Next the harbour-master, tall Mr. Strip, with his daughters Tryphena and Tryphosa. Nor would Mrs. Strip have been absent had she not been buried some years before. Yellow-haired were both the daughters, and few knew better the prevailing fashion in dress. These whispered concerning Mrs. Goodwin Sandys' costume. By them sat Mr. Moggridge, the poet, good at the responses, and Sam Buzzer, his friend, whom few Trojans excelled in casting glances at the female congregation. Then, most gorgeous and bravest of all, the Admiral. He wore again his gold-laced coat, but the cocked hat rested underneath the seat, and none could fathom the import of his gaze. By him sat his 3 daughters, a row, in straight-back dresses of like cut and colour, and peeped over their prayer-books, and Mrs. Buzzer, timorous in bright green satin. But of the throng of Trojan men and women, not though I had 100 mouths, etc., etc. Her dress must have cost 9 shillings a yard if it cost a penny, said Miss Limpany when they were outside in the open air. She looked at the ground as she said so, for she could forget neither the nightcap nor the telescope. The Admiral was silent. She is very lovely, remarked Mrs. Buzzer. And did you remark how the vicar paused in the litany when he came to all the nobility? I was particularly careful to pray for Lord Cinqueport, said Calypso innocently. Still the Admiral was silent. That afternoon Mrs. Buzzer, stealing softly into the back parlour lest she should disturb her lord, was amazed, in place of the usual recumbent form with a bandana over its face, to find him sitting up, wide awake, and staring gloomily. "My dear," she began in her confusion. The Admiral turned a Gorgon stare upon her, but made no answer. Under its petrifying influence she backed out without another word, to communicate with the girls upon the portent. This mood of the Admiral's lasted all day. Next morning, at breakfast, he looked up from his bacon, and observed, with the air of a man whose mind is made up, "Emily, see that the girls have on their best gowns by 11 o'clock sharp. I am going to pay a call." Consternation sat on every face. Sam Buzzer paused in the act of breaking an egg. "At the Bower?" he asked. "At the Bower." Mrs. Buzzer clasped her hands nervously. The girls turned pale. "Oh, very well," said Sam, tapping his egg. "I shouldn't wonder if I turned up while you were there." He was a light-haired, ungainly youth of about 20, with a reputation for singing a comic song. It was understood that the Admiral designed him for college and holy orders. But meanwhile time was passing, and Sam sat with idle hands at home, or more frequently in the bar of the man-of-war. "You?" exclaimed his father. "Well, I don't see what there is in that to be surprised about," replied the youth with an aggrieved air. I met the Honourable Frederick smoking a cigar out on the rope walk last night. His cigars are very good, and he asked me to drop in soon and try another. He isn't a bit stuck up." The Admiral's feelings were divided between annoyance at the easy success of his son and elation at finding the stranger so unexpectedly affable. He rose. "Girls, remember to be punctual. I will show this town of Troy that I am not the man to be laughed at." End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Astonishing History of Troy Town, of a lady that had a musical voice, but used it to deceive. Many of the advantages that wait upon the readers of this history are, I should hope, by this time obvious. Among them must be reckoned the privilege of taking precedence of Admiral Buzzer, if paying a visit to the Bower not only several minutes in advance of that great man, but moreover on terms of the utmost intimacy. Shortly before 11 on Monday morning, the Honourable Frederick Augustus Hythe Goodwin Sandys was shaving contemplatively. He was a tall, thin man, with light, closely cropped hair, a drooping moustache that hid his mouth, and a nose of the order aquiline and species chiselled. For the present, the lower half of his face was obscured with lather. His dress, I put it thus in case Miss Limpany should read these lines, was that usually worn by gentlemen under similar circumstances. Mr. Goodwin Sandys was just taking his first stroke with the razor, when the creaking of the garden gate caused him to glance out of the window. The effect of this was to make him cut his cheek, whereupon he both bled and swore simultaneously and profusely. On the gravel walk stood Admiral Buzzer, with his 3 daughters. Again the great man was in full dress. Behind him, in Indian file, advanced Sophia, Jane, Calypso, each in a straight frock of vivid yellow, surmounted by a straw hat of such enormous brim as to lend them a fearful likeness to 3 gigantic fungi. As far as the hats allowed one to see from above, each wore sandal shoes and carried a small green parasol neatly folded. At the sight of this regiment of visitors, Mr. Goodwin Sandys paused with razor in air and blood trickling down his chin. The Admiral marched resolutely up the path and struck 3 distinct knocks upon the door. It was opened by the youth in buttons. The Admiral produced a sheaf of visiting cards and handed them to the page, as if inviting him to select one, note it carefully, and restore it to the pack. "Is the Honourable Frederick Goodwin Sandys or the Honourable Mrs. Goodwin Sandys at home?" Words cannot do justice to the Admiral's tone. The regiment was marched into the drawing-room, where Mrs. Goodwin Sandys rose to receive them. She was undeniably beautiful, not young, but rather in that St. Martin's summer when a woman learns for the first time the value of her charms. Her hair was of a glossy black, her lips red and full, her figure and grey morning gown 2 miracles. But on her eyes and voice you should hear Mr. Moggridge, who subsequently wasted a deal of Her Majesty's time and his own paper upon this subject. From a notebook of his, the early pages of which are constant to a certain Sophia, I select the following. To Graciosa walking and talking. When as abroad to greet the morn I mark my Graciosa walk, in homage bends the whispering corn. Yet to confess its awkwardness must hang its head upon the stalk. And when she talks, her lips do heal the wound her lightest glances give. In pity then be harsh, and deal such wounds that I may hourly die, and by a word revived live. All this was very shocking in Mr. Moggridge, for Mrs. Goodwin Sandys was not his Graciosa at all. But it was what we were fated to come to in Troy. And Graciosa's voice and smile was certainly inspiring. Let us return to the Bower. The Admiral, having presented his daughters and arranged them in line again, cleared his throat and began. "Though aware that, as judged by the standard of the best society, this visit may be condemned as premature, I thought right to stifle such apprehensions in my anxiety to assure you of a welcome in Troy. I may say an open-armed welcome." Here the Admiral actually spread his arms abroad. His hostess retreated a step. "My daughters, Calypso, I perceive an errant curl. My daughters, madam, will bear me out when I say that only excess of feeling prevents their mother from joining in this, may I call it so, this ovation." In point of fact, Mrs. Buzzer had been judged too red in the eyes to accompany the Admiral. "Ever since I beheld you and your husband, whom I do not see," Here the Admiral stared ferociously under a table. "But who I trust is in health. For the first time in church yesterday." "Oh, Admiral Buzzer." "I have been forcibly reminded of an expression in one of our British poets which runs— Sophia, how the devil does it run?" Neither of the Misses Buzzer had the faintest idea. Their father's efforts to remember it were interrupted by Mrs. Goodwin Sandys, who begged them with a charming smile to be seated. "My husband," she said, "will be down in a minute or two. It is really most kind of you to call, for, as strangers, we are naturally anxious to hear about the place and its people." Her voice, which was low and musical, came with the prettiest trip upon the tongue. There was just the faintest shade of brogue in it. For instance, she said, "Me husband," but I cannot attempt to reproduce it. Upon this hinted desire for information, the Admiral bestowed his cocked hat under the chair and began. "Our small town, ma'am, may be viewed in many aspects, as an emporium of commerce, a holiday centre, or a health resort. In our trade you would naturally, with your tastes, find little interest. It is rather our scenic advantages, our romantic fortresses, our river, pronounced by many to equal the Rhine, our mild atmosphere." "On the contrary, I take the greatest interest in your trade." The Admiral lifted his brows and smiled, as one who would imply, "You're kind enough to say so, but really with your high connections that can hardly be seriously believed." What he said was, "It is indeed good of you to interest yourself in our simple tastes. We are, I confess it, to some degree mercantile, and as citizens of Troy esteem it our duty to acquaint ourselves, theoretically, with the products of other lands. To this end I have had all my daughters carefully grounded in the Child's Guide to Knowledge. Jane, my dear, what is gamboge?" "A vegetable, gummy juice, of a most beautiful yellow colour, chiefly brought from Cambodia and the East Indies," repeated Jane, with a glance at her gown. "You see, ma'am," explained her father with a wave of the hand, "it is a form of instruction in which the rawness of the material is to some extent veiled by a clothing of picturesque accessories. This will be even more noticeable in the case of soy. Calypso, inform Mrs. Goodwin Sandys of the humorous illusion under which our seamen labour with regard to soy." But at this point the door opened, and Mr. Samuel Buzzer entered, with Mr. Goodwin Sandys himself. The introductions were gone through. The Admiral let off another speech of welcome, and plunged with the Honourable Frederick into a long discussion of Troy, its scenery, and neighbourhood. The three girls sat bolt upright, each on the edge of her chair, and their brother took his hostess's extended hand with a bashful grin. "Ah, Mr. Buzzer, I am interested in you already. My husband had been telling me how he met you." Proud to hear it," muttered Sam. "Oh, yes, I hope we shall be great friends. It is so kind of you all to call." Sam asked her not to mention it, and looked at his father, whose face by this time was purple with conversation. "I say, ain't the old boy enjoying himself, though?" he remarked in a sudden burst of confidence. "What do you think of him?" Mrs. Goodwin Sandys smiled sweetly, and replied that the animal was so thorough. "A thorough old duffer, you mean. Look at him. What with his gold spangles and his talking to Mr. Goodwin Sandys, he's as proud as a cock on a wall." His hostess laughed. You are very frank," she said. "That's me all over," replied Sam, evidently pleased. "You see, I ain't polite, not a ladies' man in any way." "There I am sure you do yourself injustice." "No, upon my word, I never had any practice." "What, not among all the charming girls I saw in church yesterday? Oh, Mr. Buzzer, you mustn't tell me that." A look from the dark eyes accompanied this sentence. Now, very few young men of Sam's stamp greatly mind being considered gay Lotharios, so that when he repeated that, "'pon his word he wasn't," he also turned his neck about in his collar for a second or so, smiled meaningly, and altogether looked rather pleased than not. "I'm afraid you are a very sad character, Mr. Buzzer." "Oh, no, really now." "And are deceiving me horribly." "No, really, wouldn't think of it." "Sam," broke in the Admiral's voice in tones of thunder. "Yes, sir." "How does Mr. Mugridge describe the Man-o'-War Hotel?" "Says the beer's falling off, sir. It did, once upon a time, taste of the barrel, but now he'll be hanged if it tastes of anything at all. It ought—" "Don't be a fool, sir. I mean in that poem of his From Ivy Leaves, or Tendrils from Troy." "Beg pardon, sir, I'm sure. Let me see." Before he could recall it, Sophia finished the quotation timidly. "I think, papa, I can remember it. And thou, quaint hostel, 'neath whose mouldering gable ends, in amber draught I slake my noonday thirst." Something like that, I think, papa. "Ah, to be sure, mouldering gable ends, a most accurate description. It used to belong to—" And the Admiral plunged again into a flood of conversation. "You must bring this Mr. Moggridge and introduce him," said Mrs. Goodwin Sandys to Sam. "He is a collector of customs, is he not? Do you think he would recite any of his verses to me?" "By the hour. But I shouldn't advise you to ask him. It's all about my sister." "Which?" "The eldest there. Sophie's her name. And don't judge from appearances. The family diet is not hardware." "Hush, sir. You must not be rude. That reminds me that I ought to go and speak to them." "Oh, you won't get anything out of them. If you want a subject, though, I'll give you the straight tip. Lambs. I've heard them talk about lambs by the hour. Say they are nice and soft and woolly. That'll draw them out." "You're a great quiz, I perceive." "No, really now, Mrs. Goodwin Sandys." "But really, yes, Mr. Buzzer. I shall have to cure you, I see, before I can trust my husband in your company." She rose and left him to his flutter of pleased excitement. Oh, Sam, Sam, to fall from innocence was bad enough, but to fall thus easily. In a few moments, and with charming tact, Mrs. Goodwin Sandys had drawn the Mrs. Buzzer into a lively conversation, had told Sophie of some new songs, and had even promised them all some hints on the very latest gowns, before Sam Buzzer, wary of silence, called across the room, "I say, Dad, what do you think is the news about the seedy-looking fellow you treated by mistake to all that speechifying?" The Admiral looked daggers, but Sam was imperturbable. "Ho, ho! I say, Mrs. Goodwin Sandys, the governor took him for you, and welcomed him to Troy in his best style flower and his buttonhole and all. 'Twas as good as a play. Well, the fellow has taken Kit's house." "Kit's house?" "Yes, and lives there all alone, with Caleb Trotter for servant. I'd advise you to call, now that you've got your Sunday best on. I'm sure he'd like to thank you for that speech you made him." "Be quiet, sir." "Oh, very well. Only I thought I'd mention it. I'm afraid I must be going, Mrs. Goodwin Sandys." Sam held out his hand. "Must you? Good-bye, then," she said. "But remember, you have to come and be taught innocence." "Oh, I'll remember, never fear," answered Sam, and departed. The Admiral also rose. "I trust," he said, "that this may be the beginning of a pleasant intimacy. My wife would be most happy to give you any information concerning our little town that I may have omitted. By the way, how is Lord Cinqueport? I really forgot to ask. Quite well? I'm so glad. I was afraid the gout— Come, Sophie, my dear, we have trespassed long enough. Good morning." He was gone. Scarcely, however, could his host and hostess exchange glances before he reappeared. "Oh, Mrs. Goodwin Sandys, that quotation, I've just remembered it. It was 'Welcome, little strangers.' The original, I believe, has the singular 'little stranger,' but the slight change makes it more appropriate. Welcome, little strangers. Good morning." Oh, Troy, Troy! Scarcely had the garden gate creaked again when Mr. and Mrs. Goodwin Sandys looked at each other for a moment, then sank into armchairs and broke into peals of the most unaffected laughter. "Nelly, hand me a cigar. This beats cockfighting." "Whist, my dear, whist, my dear," answered the lady, relapsing into honest brogue. "For Brady's the boy to know the ropes." "I believe you, Nelly." Outside the garden gate the Admiral had fallen into a brown study. "I perceive," he said at length, very thoughtfully, "that wine and biscuits have gone out of fashion as concomitants of a morning call. In some ways I regret it, but they are evidently people of extreme refinement. Sophie, how badly your gown sits." "Why, it was only yesterday, papa, that you praised it so." "Did I? Oh. Well, well, now for the boat." The boat, papa?" "Certainly, Sophie. We're going to call at Kit's house." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Astonishing History of Troy Town. How a crew that would sail on a washing day was shipwrecked, with an advertisement against women. It was a bright April morning, and the Admiral's boat, as it swept proudly past the little town, cast a wealth of bright reflection on the water. Inhabitants of Troy, sitting at their windows and overlooking the harbour, caught sight of the yellow dresses, the blue coat with its gold lace, and the red face beneath the cocked hat, and whispered to each other that something was in the wind. Jane and Calypso rowed, for the Trojan maidens in those days were not above pulling an oar, and did not mind blisters, while Sophia sat in the bows, her mushroom hat a world too wide for the little green parasol hoisted above it. The Admiral himself held the tiller ropes, and occasionally gave a word of command. It was a gracious spectacle. But as the boat drew clear of the jetties with their press of vessels, and Kit's cottage hove in sight, the Admiral's eyes, which were fixed ahead, grew suddenly very large and round. "This is very extraordinary," he muttered. "Very extraordinary indeed." "What is it, papa?" said the three Mrs. Buzzer, simultaneously turning their mushroom hats to look. "I cannot tell, Sophia, but to me it appears as if these people were, not to put too fine a point upon it, washing." It was quite true. On the little beach, Mr. Fogo, with his sleeves turned up and a large apron pinned around him, was standing before a huge tub, industriously washing. The tub rested on a couple of stools. A little to the left, Caleb Trotter, with his back turned to the river, was wringing the articles of male costume which his master handed him, and disposing them about the shingle to dry. The Admiral had chosen a washing day for his first call at Kit's house. The approach of the boat was at first unperceived, for Caleb, as I said, had his back turned to it, and Mr. Fogo's spectacles were bent over his enjoyment. "Really," murmured the Admiral, as his eye travelled over the beach, "anything more indelicate. Why, Miss Limpany might be rowing this way for anything they know. Hi, sir!" Still grasping the tiller lines, the Admiral stood up on the stern seat and shouted. At the sound, Mr. Fogo raised his spectacles and blandly stared through them at the strangers. Caleb started, turned suddenly round, and came rushing down the beach, his right hand frantically waving them back, his left grasping a pair of— "Oh, Miss Limpany!" "Aye, you must go back. Go away, I tell 'ee," he gesticulated. "Wotton, go away. No females allowed here. Off with 'ee this moment." "Put down those, sir," yelled the Admiral. "Save ye right. No business to come. 'Tis bachelors' all, this, and us don't want no womenkind trespassing here. So keep your distance. Go along." And Caleb began to wave again. "Sir," cried the Admiral, appealing to Mr. Fogo, "what is the meaning of this extraordinary reception?" "What?" said that gentleman, who apparently had fallen into a fit of deep abstraction. I beg your pardon. I did not quite catch—" "What is the meaning of all this, sir?" The Admiral was scarlet with passion. "Oh, it's quite right, I believe, quite right. Caleb will tell you." As he gave this astonishing answer in a far-away tone, Mr. Fogo's spectacles rested on his visitor for a moment with a smile of deepest benevolence. Then, with a sigh, he resumed his washing. The Admiral positively danced with rage. "There, what did I tell 'ee?" exclaimed Caleb triumphantly. "That's your answer, and now you can go along home. Off with 'ee." The Admiral's reply would probably have contained some strong words. It was arrested by a catastrophe. During this altercation the tide had been rising, and carried the boat gently up towards the little beach. As the Admiral opened his mouth to retort, the boat's nose jarred upon a sunken heap of pebbles. The shock was slight, but enough to upset his equilibrium. Without any warning, the Admiral's heels shot upwards, and the great man himself, with a wild clutch of vacancy, soused backwards, cocked hat and all, into the water. The three Mrs. Buzzer with one accord clasped their hands and uttered dismal shrieks. The three mushroom hats shook with terror. Mr. Fogo looked up from his washing. "Papa! Oh, save him! Save our dear papa!" There was no danger. Presently a crimson face rose over the boat's stern, blowing like a grampus. A pair of dripping epaulettes followed, and then the Admiral stood up, knee-deep in water, and swore and spat alternately. How different from that glittering hero, at sight of whom not an hour before the Trojan dames at their lattices had stopped their needlework to whisper. Down his nose and chin ran a pitiable flood. His scanty locks, before so wiry and obstinate, lay close against his ears. His gorgeous uniform, tarnished with slime, hung in folds, and from each fold poured a separate cascade. The whole man had become suddenly shrunken. Speechless with rage, the little man clambered over the stern and shook his fist at the wondering spectacles of Mr. Fogo. "You shall repent this, sir, you shall. James, push the boat off at once." But even the dignity of a fine exit was denied the Admiral. The boat was by this time firmly aground, and he was forced to stand, forming large pools upon the sternboard, while the grinning Caleb pushed her off. And still Mr. Fogo looked mildly on, with his hands in the wash-tub. "Do you hear me, sir? You shall repent this," raved the Admiral. "Now don't 'ee go upsetting yourself again, 'cause once is enough, and 'tain't no good to be vexed with Maister, 'cause he don't mind 'ee. 'Tis like Smoothie's wedding, all on one side. Next time I hope you'll listen when you're spoken to." And with a chuckle, Caleb sent the boat spinning into deep water. Scarce daring to look at their father, the Mrs. Buzzer plunged their oars into the brine, and the Admiral, still shaking his fist, was borne slowly out of sight. At last even his language failed upon the breeze. Caleb quietly returned to his work. "Thinky Admiral," he observed contemplatively, after a silence of a minute or so, "puts me in mind o' Humphrey Humbly's ducks, as is said to look larger than they be." He paused in the act of wringing a shirt to look at Mr. Fogo. The next instant the shirt was lying on the shingle, and Caleb had sprung upon his master, taken him by the shoulders, and was shaking him with might and main. "Come, wake up, do ye hear? What be lazy at?" Dear me," stammered Mr. Fogo, as well as he might for the shaking. "What's all this?" "Axing your pardon, sir," exclaimed Caleb, continuing the treatment. "'Twas all for your good, like ringing a pig. You're my wool gathering. Wake up." Mr. Fogo came to himself, and sat down upon a log of timber to rearrange his thoughts and his spectacles. Caleb stood over him and sternly watched his recovery. "You're quite right, Caleb. My thoughts were wandering. Your treatment is a trifle rough, but honest. Are those extraordinary people gone?" "Sir, here they were, but gone, like Jimmy Rule's larks." "I beg your pardon?" "Figure of speech, sir. They be gone right enough. Admiral Buzzer in full fig, and a row of daughters in jealousy buff. I sent 'em about their business. Look'ee here, sir, if you'll promise to sit quiet and keep your wits at home, I'll run down to town for a ha'pot of tar." "Tar, Caleb?" "Yes, sir, tar." And with this Caleb turned on his heel and strode away across the shingle. In a moment or two he had untied his boat from the little quay and was pulling down towards Troy Town. When he returned it was with a huge board, a pot of tar, and a brush. He looked anxiously about the beach, but Mr. Fogo was nowhere to be seen. "Drowned himself," was Caleb's first thought, but his ear caught the sound of hammering up at the house. He walked indoors to see that all was right. "How be feeling?" he asked, putting his head in at the dining-room door. Mr. Fogo laid down the mallet with which he had been nailing a loose plank in the flooring, and looked up. "All right, Caleb, thank you." "I was afeard you might be none compass again." "What?" "None compass. Greek for mazed. Good-bye for the present, sir." Caleb borrowed a hammer, a nail or two, and a spade, and descended again to the beach. Here he chose a spot carefully, and began to dig a large hole in the shingle. This finished, he turned to the board and spent some time with the brush in his hand and his head on one side, thinking. Then he began to paint vigorously. Half an hour later a tall post with a board on top stood on the beach at Kit's house. On the board, in letters 6 inches long, was tarred the following inscription: "Take notice. All women found trespassing on the beach will be dealt with according to the law." Above this notice jauntily rested the Admiral's cocked hat, which had drifted ashore further up on the shingle, an awful witness to the earnestness of the threat and the vanity of human greatness. Caleb stood in front of his handiwork and gazed at it with honest pride for some minutes, then went into the house to fetch Mr. Fogo forth to look. He was absent for some minutes. When he returned with his master, their eyes were greeted with a curious sight. On the spit of shingle, and staring open-mouthed at the notice, stood the twins, their honest faces expressing the extreme of perplexity. A few yards off the shore, in their boat, waited Tamsin, and leant quietly on her paddles. At the sight of her, Caleb's face fell a full inch, but he led his master down and planted him resolutely in front of the board. Mr. Fogo stared helplessly from it to the twins. "Morning, sir," said Peter, after a long pause. His face wore a deepened colour, and he smiled awkwardly. "Good morning," replied Mr. Fogo. "A fine morning," repeated Peter, with a long gaze at the board, "and no mistake." There was another long interval, during which everybody stared hard at the notice. "'Tis a powerful fine morning," Peter reasserted very slowly. "If so be as your station in life is in no way connected with termits, if 'tis the less us says about the morning the better." With this observation Peter looked hard at Mr. Fogo, as if the ball of conversation now lay in that gentleman's hands. "What do ye think of this here notice?" broke in Caleb. Paul twitched his yellow bandana and smiled evasively. "'Tis very pretty written, sir, surely," he replied, addressing Mr. Fogo. "Nice thick downstrokes, and all as it should be." "Uncommon fashionable it makes the beach look, sir, already," added Peter. Some mental reservation seemed to lurk behind this criticism. Mr. Fogo looked dubiously from the twins to Caleb, who stood with his eyes fixed on his handiwork. "Asking your pardon, sir, and making so free as to mention it," began Peter at length, pulling off his hat and twirling the brim between his fingers. "But us was a bit taken aback, not understanding as fashionableness was to begin so smart, or us wouldn't have intruded, especially Tamsin. Tamsin was thinking this morning as a pound of fresh butter might be acceptable to the gentleman down at Kit's house, with half a dozen fresh eggs or so, 'cause I mean Horsey Hen began to lay again last week, and the Spickety Hamburgers always lays double yolks. And Paul and me agreed you wouldn't be above accepting a little present of this nature, not seeming proud, and Tamsin should bring her herself, the eggs being hers in a manner of speaking. But us was not wishful to intrude, sir, ever since I seen the boat here, has been keeping her distance in the boat yonder. Only us stepped ashore to learn there was anything us could do to make things shipshape and fitty for ye." At the end of this long address, Peter, whose mahogany face was several shades deeper, pulled up and resumed his hat. "Shipshape and fitty, not wishing for us to intrude, that's so, Peter," echoed his brother. Mr. Fogo looked at the pair helplessly, and again at Caleb, whose eyes were obstinately averted. "Caleb." "Sir?" "Ask Miss Dearlove if she would mind stepping ashore." With a sudden brightening of face, Caleb called her name. Tamsin looked up. "If you please, you to come ashore at once." The girl rowed a couple of strokes, grounded the boat, and stepped lightly ashore, with a big basket and an unembarrassed glance at the notice. "There's a few young potatoes at the bottom," she said, with a curtsy, as she handed her gift to Mr. Fogo. "They're the earliest and best anywhere in these parts. Can you cook potatoes?" she asked, suddenly turning to Caleb. Beneath her sunbonnet her pretty cheek was flushed, and her chin thrust forward with just a shadow of defiance. "Yes, to be sure," grinned Caleb. "Why, us does our own washing." Tamsin's eyes travelled without bashfulness over the array upon the beach. "Pretty washing, I expect." She walked up and took some of the clothes into her hand. "Look here, not half wrung, and some fallen in the mud and dirty worse than ever." With fine contempt she moved among the clothes, wrung them, spreading them out again, and even returned with some to the wash-tub. Like four whipped schoolboys, the males looked on as she tucked up the sleeves of her neat print gown. "Soap, too, left afloat in the wash-tub, and salt water, I declare. Caleb, enter this and get some soft water from the old butt by the back door. Oh, you poor helpless baby!" Mr. Fogo, though the words were not spoken to him, winced and turned to stare abstractedly at the river. "Sir," said Caleb from his hammock that night, "couldn't you put in a codicil?" A codicil?" "Here, just to say, 'No women allowed but Tamsin Dearlove. Us don't mind she.' Wouldn't that do, sir?" "I'm afraid not, Caleb. By the way, how does your notice run? All women found trespassing will be—" "Dealt with according to the law, sir." "Dear me, Caleb," murmured Mr. Fogo, "but I trust that under no circumstances should I deal with a woman otherwise than according to the law." End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Astonishing History of Troy Town, of a Town that Would Laugh at the Great, and How a Dull Company was Cured by an Irish Song. We left the Mrs. Buzzer engaged in rowing the Papa homewards. The three queens, as they steered King Arthur to Avilion, can have been no sadder pageant. It is true that Mrs. Buzzer grieved for no Excalibur, but the Admiral had lost his cocked hat. Picture to yourself that procession, the journey past the jetties, the faces that grinned down from overhanging hulls or looked out hurriedly at casements and grew pale, the blue-jerseyed Trojan lounging on the quay and pausing in his whistle to stare, the Trojan maidens gazing with arrested needle, the shipwrights dropping mallet and tarpot, the ferrymen resting on their oars, the makers of ship's biscuit rushing out with aprons flying to see the sight, the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker, each and all agog. Then imagine the Olympian mirth that ran along the waterside when Troy saw the joke and, hand on hip, laughed with all its lungs. But even this was not the worst. No, nor the crowd of urchins that followed from the landing stage and cheered at intervals. It was when Admiral Buzzer looked up and spied the face of Mrs. Goodwin Sandys at an upper window of the Bower that the cup of his humiliation indeed brimmed over. Mrs. Buzzer, titivating at the mirror, heard the stir, and, presentient of evil, rushed downstairs. She saw her lord restored to her, dear but damp. Yet she nor swooned nor uttered cry. She simply sat violently and suddenly down upon the hall chair, and piteously stared. "Emily, get up!" She did so. "You are wet, my love," she ventured timorously. "Wet, woman? Is this the time for airy persiflage?" "My love," replied Mrs. Buzzer meekly, "nothing was further from my thoughts." The Admiral glared upon her for a moment, but the retort died upon his lips. He flung his hands out with an appealing gesture, and something like a sob. "Emily!" he cried hoarsely. "Troy has laughed at me again. Put me to bed." Oh, forgiving heart of woman! In a moment her arms were about him, and her tears mingling with the general dampness of the Admiral's costume. Then, having wept her fill, she smiled a little, dried her eyes, and put the Admiral to bed. Out of doors, Troy still laughed at the mishap. The whole story was soon related, with infinite humour, by the unfilial Sam. Down at the man-of-war, in the bar-parlour, for 7 days it formed the sole topic of discussion, and Mr. Moggridge, who ought to have respected Sophia's father, even wrote a humorous ode upon the theme, beginning, "Ye gods and little fishes," and full of the quaintest conceits. For 7 days, from dawn to nightfall, the river off Kit's house was crowded with boatloads of curious gazers, and the Steam Tug Company, Limited, neglected its serious business to run special excursions to the scene of the catastrophe. The Trojan maidens especially would stare at the notice by the half-hour, that being the time allowed by the Steam Tug Company, and hope, with much blushing and giggling, to catch a glimpse of Mr. Fogo. But the hermit remained steadily indoors. Meanwhile the Admiral sulked in bed and nursed his ill humour. On Tuesday he was strangely softened and quiet, but on Wednesday he recovered and began to bully his wife as fiercely as ever. On Thursday he broke the bell-rope again, and the servant gave warning. On Friday he threatened to make his will and refused his food. On Saturday he was still fasting. On Sunday he ate voraciously, drank 4 glasses of grog, and threw the wash-hand basin out of the window. On Monday Mrs. Buzzer revolted and took herself off with the girls to Miss Limpany's party. Yes, Miss Limpany had mustered courage to put on her best brooch and call at the Bower with Lavinia. Nor did her daring end here. It took the form of a little 3-cornered note on that very evening. On the next morning Mr. and Mrs. Goodwin Sandys accepted. "Have great pleasure in accepting," read Miss Limpany to her sister. "The very words. I'm sure it's most affable." "We must have cheesecakes, the famous cheesecakes, of course," reflected Miss Lavinia, "and a dish of trifles and jellies and— Oh, Priscilla!" "What, Lavinia? Do you think a tipsy cake would be unbecoming?" Miss Limpany knit her brows over this bold proposal. "I disapprove of the name," she said. "It has always seemed to me a trifle fast, if I may call it so. Still, we need not mention its name at supper, and the taste is undeniably grateful. But, Lavinia, I was thinking of a more important matter. Who are to be asked?" "Why not everybody, Priscilla dear?" "The Simpsons, for instance. It is true his father was a respectable solicitor, and even mayor of Devonport, I have heard. But Mr. Simpson's taste in badinage is such as I cannot always approve. It is very well in Troy here, where everybody knows them, but the Goodwin Sandys are certain to be most particular. And Lavinia, that crimson gown of hers." "It is bright," assented Miss Lavinia. "And the Saunders. What a pity the girls cannot be invited without the boys." "The boys have always come before, Priscilla." Miss Limpany groaned. "To meet an honourable, Lavinia." The leaven was working. However, on the following Monday everybody was assembled in the little drawing-room. The vicar was there in evening dress, the doctor and his wife, Mr. Simpson and Mrs. Simpson in the crimson gown, the Saunders boys in carpet-slippers, at sight of which Miss Limpany went hot and cold by turns, the Misses Buzzer in book muslin with ultramarine sashes and bronze shoes laced sandal-wise, their mother in green satin and deadly terror lest the Admiral's voice should penetrate the party wall. Mr. Mugridge was frowning gloomily in a corner at some humorous story of Sam Buzzard's telling. In short, with the exception of their Admiral, all Trojan society had gathered to do honour to the newcomers. Miss Limpany, nervously toying with her best brooch, rose in a flutter as the door opened and admitted them. "So sorry we are late, but the clocks at the Bower have not yet recovered from their journey." Mrs. Goodwin Sandys gazed calmly about her. There was a rustle throughout the room. 2 pink spots appeared on Miss Limpany's cheeks. She stumbled in her words of welcome. The vicar frowned and looked puzzled. Mrs. Goodwin Sandys wore a low-necked gown. It was a shock, but it passed. She was wonderfully pretty, all admitted, in her gown of a rich amber satin draped with delicate folds of black lace. Around her white throat a diamond necklace glistened. How well I can remember her as she stood there toying with a button of her glove, and how mean and dowdy we all looked beside this glittering vision. The Honourable Frederick Augustus Hythe Goodwin Sandys, meanwhile, stared at us all calmly but firmly through his eyeglass. I saw young Horatio Saunders meet that gaze and sink into his carpet-slippers. I saw Mr. Mugridge frown terribly and cross his arms. Sam Buzzer came forward. "Ah, how do you do? How do you do, Mrs. Goodwin Sandys? Looking round for the governor? He's been in bed for a week." I think we all envied Samuel Buzzer at this moment. "Ah, nothing serious, I hope," drawled Mr. Goodwin Sandys. "Serious? Haven't you heard?" "Sam, dear," expostulated Mrs. Buzzer. "All right, mother, he can't hear," and Sam plunged into the story. The ice was broken. In a few moments a whist party was made up to include the Honourable Frederick, and Miss Limpany breathed more freely. Mr. Mugridge was led up by Sam and introduced. "Ah, indeed, Mr. Mugridge, I've been so longing to know you." Sam looked a trifle vexed. The poet simpered that he was happy. "Of course I have been reading Ivy Leaves. So mournful I thought them, yet somehow so attractive. How did you write it all?" Mr. Mugridge confessed amiably that he didn't quite know. "Let me see, those lines beginning, 'Oh, give me wings to—' I forget for the moment how it goes on." "To fly away," suggested the bard. "Ah, exactly, to fly away. So simple, just what one would wish wings for, you know. It struck me very much when I read it. When did you think of it, Mr. Mugridge?" The poet blushed and began to look uncomfortable. "Ah, you are reticent. Excuse me, I ought not to probe a poet's soul. Still, I should like to be able to tell my friends. The fact is," stammered Mr. Mugridge, I thought of them in my bath." Mrs. Goodwin Sandys leaned back and laughed, a pretty rippling laugh that shook the diamonds upon her throat. Sam guffawed, and by this action sprang that little rift between the friends that widened before long into a gulf. "I shall ask you to copy them into my album. I always victimize a lion when I meet one." This was said with a glance full of compensation. Mr. Mugridge tried to look very leonine indeed. Across the room another pair of eyes gently reproached him. Never before had he tarried so long from Sophia's side. "Poor little heart, beating so painfully beneath your dowdy muslin bodice. It was early yet for you to ache." "Ah, Dick Cheydar, knew him well," came in the sonorous tones of the Honourable Frederick from the whist-table. "So you were at college with him, first cousin to Lord Stilton. Get the title if he only outlives the old man. Good fellow, Dick, but drinks." "Dear me," said the vicar, I am sorry to hear that. He was wild at Christchurch, but nothing out of the way. Why, I remember at the Aylesbury grinds—" Miss Limpany, who did not know an Aylesbury grind from a Brampton lecture, yet detected an unfamiliar ring in the vicar's voice. "He fought a Welsher," pursued the vicar, "just before riding in a race. Rolling Stone his horse was, and Cheddar's eyes closed before the second fence. Tom, he called for me. I was on a mare called Barmaid." I ask you to guess the amazement that fell among us. He, our vicar, riding a mare called Barmaid? Miss Limpany cast her eyes up to meet the descent of the thunderbolt. "Lord Ballarat was riding too," the vicar went on, "and young Tom Beauchamp, son of the bishop—" "Died of D.T. out of Malta with the 99th," interpolated the Honourable Frederick. "So I heard, poor fellow. Three-bottle Beauchamp, we called him. I put him to bed many a time when—" It was too much. "In the great exhibition of 1851—" began Miss Priscilla severely. But at this moment a dreadful rumbling shook the room. The chandeliers rattled, the egg-shell china danced upon the whatnot, and a jarring sensation suddenly ran up the spine of every person in the company. "It's an earthquake!" shouted the Honourable Frederick, starting up with an oath. Miss Limpany thought an earthquake nothing less than might be expected after such language. Louder and still louder grew the rumbling, until the very walls shook. Everybody turned to a ghastly white. The vicar's face bore eloquent witness to the reproach of his conscience. I think it must be thunder," he gasped. "Or a landslip," suggested Sam Buzzer. "Or a paroxysm of nature," said Mr. Mugridge, though nobody knew what he meant. "Or the end of the world," hesitated Mr. Goodwin Sandys. "I beg your pardon," interposed Mrs. Buzzard timidly, "but I think it may be my husband." "Is your husband a volcano, madam?" snapped Mr. Goodwin Sandys, rather sharply. Mrs. Buzzer might have answered yes, with some colour of truth, but she merely said, "I think it may be his double bass. My husband is apt in hours of depression to seek the consolation of that instrument." "But, my dear madam, what is the tune?" I think," she faltered, "I'm not quite sure, but I rather think it is the Dead March in Saul." There was no doubt about it. The notes by this time vibrated piteously through the party wall, and with their awful solemnity triumphed over all conversation. Tones became hushed, as though in the presence of death, and the vicar, in his desperate attempts to talk, found his voice chained without mercy to the slow foot of the dirge. He tried to laugh. "Really, this is too absurd. Tum, tum, tibby-tum." The effort ended in ghastly failure. "Thrum, thrum, tiddy-thrum," went the admiral's instrument. Miss Limpany grew desperate. "Sophia," she pleaded, "pray sing us one of your cheerful ballads." Sophia looked at Mr. Mugridge. He had always turned over the pages for her so devotedly. Surely he would make some sign now. Alas, all his eyes were for Mrs. Goodwin Sandys. "I will try," with something dangerously like a sob. She stepped to the collard at a pace remorselessly timed to the Dead March, and chose her ballad, a trifle of Mr. Moggridge's composition. It would reproach him more sharply than words, she thought. A cloud of angry tears blurred her sight as she struck the tinkling prelude. "A month ago Lysander prayed to Jove, to Cupid and to Venus." Thrum, thrum, thrum went the double bass next door. Mr. Moggridge looked up. How thin and reedy Sophia's voice sounded tonight. He had never thought so before. "That he might die if he betrayed a single vow that passed between us." "Sweetly touching," murmured Mrs. Goodwin Sandys. Sophia pursued. "O careless gods, to hear so ill, and cheat the maid on you relying, for false Lysander's thriving still, and 'tis Corinna lies a-dying." "Is that all?" asked Mrs. Goodwin Sandys, as Sophia, with flushed cheeks, left the piano. "That is all. A little effort, not worth—" "Oh, it is yours. But," with a sweet smile, "I ought to have guessed. You must write a song for me one of these days." Do you sing?" cried the delighted Mr. Moggridge. Sam, who had been waiting for a chance to speak, shouted across the room, "I say, Miss Limpany, Mrs. Goodwin Sandys will sing if you ask her." After very little solicitation, and with none of the coyness common to amateurs, she seated herself at the instrument, quietly pulled off her gloves, and dashed without more ado into a rollicking Irish ditty. Be aisy and list to a tune, the song of Bold Tim the Dragoon. Sure 'twas he'd never miss to be stealing a kiss or a brace by the light of the moon. Haroon, with a wink at the man in the moon. Really? Murmured Miss Limpany. The keys of the decorous collard clashed as they had never clashed before. The guests, at first shocked and then startled, began to be carried away with the reckless swing of the music. The vicar stared for a moment, and then began gradually to nod his head to the measure. "You must sing the last line in chorus, please," said Mrs. Goodwin Sandys from the piano, "with a wink at the man in the moon." It was sung timidly at first. Nothing daunted, the performer plunged into the next verse. "Rest his soul in the arms of old Nick, for he's gone from the land with a quick. But he's still making love to the ladies above, and be jabbers, he'll take 'em the thrick. Awick, never fear but he'll take 'em the thrick." There was no doubt this time. By the spirit of her mad singing, by some demon that rode upon her full and liquid voice, the whole company seemed possessed. Miss Limpany looked furtively towards the vicar. He was actually joining in the chorus. And what a chorus! She put her mittened palms to her ears. Such a shout it was that went up. "'Tis by Tim the dear saints'll set shore, and will freight him to whisky galore, for they've only to sip at the tip of his lip, and bedad they'll be asking for more ashore. By the powers they'll be shouting encore." It was no longer an assembly of dull and decent citizens. It was a room full of lunatics yelling the burden of this frantic Irish song. Laughingly, Mrs. Goodwin Sandys rested her fingers on the keys and looked around. These stolid Trojans had caught fire. There was the little doctor, purple all above his stock. There was the vicar with inflated cheeks and a hag-ridden stare. There was Mr. Moggridge, snapping his fingers and almost capering. There was Miss Limpany, with her underjaw dropped and her eyes agape. They were charmed, bewitched, crazy. Mrs. Goodwin Sandys saw this and broke into a silvery laugh. The infection spread. In an instant the whole room burst into a peal, a roar. They laughed until the tears ran down their cheeks. They held their sides and laughed again. She had them at her will. There was no more wonder after this. At supper the talk was furious and incessant. Miss Lavinia spoke of a tipsy cake and never blushed. The vicar took wine with everybody and told more stories of Three-Bottle Beecham. Even Sophia laughed with the rest, although her heart was aching, for still her poet neglected her and hung with her brother on the lips of Mrs. Goodwin Sandys. I saw him bring the poor girl's cloak in the hall afterwards and receive the most piteous of glances. I doubt if he noticed it. Outside, the Admiral's double bass was still droning the Dead March to Miss Limpany's Laurestinus Grove. It was the requiem of our decorum. Long after I was in bed that night, I heard the voice of Mr. Moggridge trolling down the street. "And be jabbers, he'll take 'em the thrick." Mrs. Goodwin Sandys had taught us the trick, indeed. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Astonishing History of Troy Town, of One Excursion and Many Alarums. "Caleb," said Mr. Fogo on the morning after Miss Limpany's party. "Aye, aye, sir." Caleb paused in his carpentering to look up. "It is a lovely morning. I think I will take my easel and go for a walk. You are sure that the crowds have gone at last?" "All gone, sir. Peace and quiet at last, as Bill said when he was left a widow. Do you want me to go along with thee, sir?" "No, thank you, Caleb. I shall go along the hills on this side of the river." "You'd best let me come, sir, or you'll be wool-gathering and wandering about till goodness knows what time of night." "I shall be back by 4 o'clock.
Stop a minute, sir. I have it. I'll just put that alarming clock of yourn in your tail pocket and set it to up at 3, and that'll put you in mind when 'tis time to come home. 'Tis a wonderful engine, this here clock," reflected Caleb, as he carefully set the alarm, "and chock full of sense, like Malachi's shield. Lord, what a thing is science, as Jennifer said when her seed the telegraph clerk in platy bottoms and red faces in his breeches. Up the path, sir, and keep to the left. Good-bye, sir." "No, and give us summat," soliloquized Caleb as he watched his master ascend the hill, "to be sure of seeing him back safe and sound afore nightfall. Oh dear, 'tis a terrible responsible post, being teetotum to a babby." With this he walked back to the house, but more than once halted on his way to ponder and shake his head ominously. Mr. Fogo, meanwhile, with easel and umbrella on his arm, climbed the hill slowly and with frequent pauses to turn and admire the landscape. It was the freshest of spring mornings.
The short turf was beaded with dew, the furze bushes on either hand festooned with gossamer and strung with mimic diamonds. As he looked harbourwards, the radiance of sky mingling with the glitter of water dazzled and bewildered his sight. Below, and at the foot of the steep woods opposite, the river lay cool and shadowy, or vanished for a space beneath a cliff, where the red ploughland broke abruptly away, with no more warning than a crazy hurdle. Distinct above the dreamy hum of the little town, the ear caught the rattle of anchor chains, the cries of an outward-bound crew at the windlass, the clanking of trucks beside the jetties. The creaking of oars in the thole-pins of a tiny boat below ascended musically. The very air was quick with all sounds and suggestions of spring and of man going forth to his labour. The youthfulness of the morning ran in Mr. Fogo's veins and lent a buoyancy to his step. By this time the town was lost to view. Next the bend of Kit's house vanished, and now the broad flood spread in a silver lake full ahead. On the ridge the pure air was simply intoxicating after the languor of the valley. Mr. Fogo began to skip, to snap his fingers, to tilt at the gossamer with his umbrella, and once even halted to laugh hilariously at nothing. An old horse grazing on an isolated patch of turf looked up in mild surprise. Mr. Fogo blushed behind his spectacles and hurried on. He had gone some distance when a granite roller lying on the ploughed slope beneath a clump of bushes invited him to rest. Mr. Fogo accepted the invitation and seated himself to contemplate the scene. The bush at his back was comfortable, and by degrees the bright intoxication of his senses settled to a drowsy content. He pulled out his pipe and lit it. Through the curls of blue smoke he watched the glitter on the water below, the prismatic dazzle of the clods where their glossy surface caught the sun, the lazy flap of a heron crossing the valley, and he heard along the uplands the voice, sweetest of all sounds, and alas, now obsolete, of a farm boy chanting to his team, "Brisk and speedwell, good luck and lively," and so sank by degrees into a soothing sleep. When he awoke and looked lazily upwards, at first his eyes encountered gloom. "Have I been sleeping all day?" was his first thought, not without alarm. But out of the darkness a bright ray was stealing. Mr. Fogo put up his hand and encountered his umbrella, carefully spread over his face for shade. This was mysterious. He could swear the umbrella was folded and lying at his side when he dropped asleep. It must be Caleb, he thought, and stared around. No Caleb was in sight, but he noticed that the sun was dropping towards the west, and noticed also, not 50 yards to the left, and quietly cropping a tuft of bushes, a red bull. Now Mr. Fogo had an extreme horror of bulls, especially red bulls, and this one was not merely red, but looked savage to boot. Mr. Fogo peered again round the corner of his umbrella. The brute luckily had not spied him, but neither did it seem in any hurry to move. For 20 minutes Mr. Fogo waited behind his shelter, and still the bull went on cropping. It was already late, and the brute stood full in the homeward path to Kit's house. It was only possible to make a circuit around the ridge, as the cliff's edge cut off a detour on the other side. Weary of waiting, Mr. Fogo cautiously rose, pushed his easel under the bushes, and began to creep up towards the ridge, holding his umbrella in front of him as a screen. This was rather after the fashion of the ostrich, which, to avoid being seen, buries its head in the sand. Nor was it likely that the beast, if irritated at the sight of a man, would acquiesce in the phenomenon of an umbrella at large and strolling on its own responsibility. But as yet the bull's back was towards it. Stealthily Mr. Fogo crept round. He had placed about 70 yards between him and the animal, and had almost gained the summit, when a dismal accident befell. Click! Whirr! It was the alarm in his tail pocket. The bull looked up, gazed wildly at the umbrella, snorted, lashed out with his tail, and started in pursuit. Quick as thought, Mr. Fogo dropped his screen, and with a startled glance around, dashed at full speed for the ridge, the infernal machine still dinning behind him. Luckily, the bull's onset was directed at the umbrella. There was a thundering of hoofs, a dull roar, and the poor man, as he gained the summit and cast a frantic look behind, saw a vision of jagged silk and flying ribs. With a groan he tore forwards. There was a hedge about 50 yards away, and for this he made with panting sides and tottering knees. If he could only stop that alarum! But the relentless noise continued, and now he could hear the bull in fresh pursuit. However, the umbrella had diverted the attack. After a few seconds of agony, Mr. Fogo gained the hedge, tore up it, turned, saw the brute appear above the ridge with a wreck of silk and steel upon his horns, and with a sob of thankfulness dropped over into the next field. But alas! In doing so, Mr. Fogo performed the common feat of leaping out of the frying pan into the fire, for it happened that on the other side a tramp was engaged in his legitimate occupation of sleeping under a hedge, and on his extended body our hero rudely descended. "Oi!" said the tramp, "where you be a-coming to?" Mr. Fogo picked himself up and felt for his spectacles. They had tumbled off in his flight, and without them his face presented a curiously naked appearance. The alarum in his pocket had stopped suddenly with the jerk of his descent. "I beg your pardon," he mildly apologized, "but a bull in the next field." "That's no cause for selecting a gentleman's stomach to stumble upon," growled the tramp. "I beg your pardon, I'm sure," repeated Mr. Fogo. "You may be sure that had time for selection been allowed me—" "Look here," said the tramp with sudden ferocity. "Will you fight?" Mr. Fogo retreated a step. "Really?" "Come, look sharp. You won't? Then the demand's half-a-crown." With this the ruffian began to tuck up his ragged cuffs, and was grimly advancing. Mr. Fogo leapt back another pace. Click! Roo! This time the alarum was his salvation. The tramp pulled up, gave a hasty, terrified stare, and with a cry of "The devil!" made off across the field as fast as his legs would carry him. Overcome with the emotions of the last few minutes, Mr. Fogo sat suddenly down, and the alarum ceased. When he recovered, he found himself in an awkward predicament. He knew of but one way homewards, and that was guarded by the bull. Moreover, if he attempted to find another road, he was hampered by the loss of his spectacles, without which he could not see a yard before his nose. However, anything was better than facing the bull again, so he arose, picked the brambles out of his clothing, and started cautiously across the field. As luck would have it, he found a gate, but another field followed, and a third, into which he had to climb by the hedge. And here he suffered from a tendency known to all mountaineers who have lost their way in a mist. Unconsciously he began to trend away towards the left, and as this led him further and further from home, his plight became every moment more desperate. At last he struck into a narrow lane, just as the sun sank. He halted for a moment to consider his direction. Pat, pat, pat. He looked up. A little girl in an immense sunbonnet was toddling up the lane towards him. She swung a satchel in her left hand, and at the sight of the stranger paused with her unoccupied forefinger in mouth. Mr. Fogo advanced straight up to her, stooped with his hands on his knees, and peered into her face. This behaviour, though necessitated by his shortness of sight, worked the most paralysing effect on the child. "Little girl, can you tell me the way to Kit's house?" There was no answer. Mr. Fogo peered more closely. "Little girl, can you tell me the way to Kit's house?" Still there was no answer. "Little girl." Click! Brrrr! The effect of the alarum was instantaneous. "Moo!" yelled the little girl, and broke into a paroxysm of weeping. "Little girl." "Moo! Take me home. I want Mammy." "Dear me!" cried Mr. Fogo wildly. "This is the most appalling situation in which I have ever been placed." He thought of running away, but his humanity forbade it. At length the alarum ran down, but the child continued to scream, "I want Mammy. Take me home." "Hush, hush. She shall go to Mammy. Ickle Tootsie shall go to Mammy. Diddums wantums Mammy," shouted Mr. Fogo, with an idiotic effort to soothe. But it was useless. The screams merely increased in volume. Mr. Fogo, leaning against the hedge, mopped his brow and looked helplessly around. What on earth is to be done? There was a sudden sound of light footsteps, and then, to his immense relief, Tamsin Dearlove stood before him. She looked as fresh and neat as ever, and carried a small basket on her arm. "Whatever is the matter? Why, 'tis little Susie Clemmow. What's the matter, Susie?" She set down her basket and ran to the child, who immediately ceased to yell. "There now, that's better. Did the big strange gentleman try to frighten her? Poor little maid. I assure you, said Mr. Fagin, I tried to do nothing of the kind. Tamsin paid no attention. There now, we're as good as gold again, and can run along home. Give me a kiss first, that's a dear. The little maid, still sobbing fitfully, gave the kiss, picked up her satchel, and toddled off, leaving Tamsin and Mr. Fogo face to face. Why did you frighten her? The girl asked severely. There was an angry flush on her cheek. I did not intentionally. It was the alarm. First of all, I was chased by a bull, and then... Mr. Fogo told his story incoherently. The angry red left Tamsin's cheek, and a look of disdain succeeded. And you, she said very slowly when he had finished, think you are able to despise womankind? It was Mr. Fogo's turn to grow red. And to put it up aboard, she continued, with that silly notice upon it, you and that great baby Caleb Trotter, setting all women at naught, when you never ought to be beyond tether of their apron strings. Why, only this morning you'd have caught a sunstroke if I hadn't spread your umbrella over you. Did you do that? And who else do you suppose? A man, perhaps? Why, there isn't a man in the world would have had the sense. Unless it were Peter or Paul, she added, with a sudden softening of the voice. And they're women in everything but strength. And now, she went on, as I'm going that way, I suppose you want me to see you home. Will you walk in front or behind? For doubtless you're above walking beside a woman. I think you are treating me very hardly. Maybe I am, and maybe I meant to. Maybe you didn't know that notice of yours might hurt people's feelings. Don't think I mean mine, she explained quickly and defiantly, but Peter's and Paul's. There was a pause as they walked along together. The board shall come down, said he. And now, may I carry your basket? My basket? Do you think I'd trust a man to carry eggs? She laughed, but with a trace of forgiveness. He did not answer, but seemed to have fallen into a fit of troubled contemplation. They walked on in silence. Presently she halted. "Oh, you've had trouble in your time, and I've hurt your feelings, and spoken as I ought to have spoken to my betters. But I've seen that Peter and Paul were hurt in mind, and that made me say more than I meant. Yonder's your way down to Kit's house. Good night, sir." Mr. Fogo would have held out his hand, but she was gone quickly down the road. He stood for a moment looking after her, then turned and walked quickly down the path to Kit's house. Caleb met him at the door. "See him back, and I hope you enjoyed your walk, as Sal said when her man came home from France. I was just a-coming to look for 'ee. Where's your easy all and your umbrella?" Mr. Fogo told his story. "Ha!" said Caleb. "And Tamsin saw you home?" "Yes, and by the way, Caleb, you may as well take down that notice tomorrow." "Huh!" muttered Caleb again. "Quite sure Thicky Coddlestle won't do?" "Quite." "Very well, sir," said Caleb, and began to busy himself with the evening meal. But he looked curiously at his master more than once during the evening. Mr. Fogo spent most of his time in a brown study, smoking and gazing abstractedly into the fire. Caleb also smoked. It was one of his privileges, and finally, with an anxious glance and 2 or 3 hard puffs at his pipe, broke the silence. "The bull is a useful animal, and when dead supplies us with rump steaks and shoe-horns, as the Sunday school book says. But for all that, there's something lacking to a bull. It ain't conviction. You never seen a bull yet as wasn't chuck full of conviction and didn't act up to his rights, such as they be. And 'tain't consistency. You drill a notion into a bull's head and fix it, and he'll save it up maybe for 6 year, and then rap it out on 'ee till you're fairly sick for your own get-about ways. 'Tis logic he wants, I reckon. Just logic. A bull, sir, is no more than a mass of blind, unreasoning prejudice from horn to tail. Take his sense of colour. He can't abide red. If you press the matter, there ain't no more reason for this than that her father afore him couldn't abide it. But how does he act? 'Halloa,' says he, 'there's a party in red. Don't care a tinker's cuss whether 'tis a mail car or a militia man. I'm bound to stop this here taste for red if I dies next minute.' And at it he goes according. If he seed the Scarlet Woman about in his part of the country, he'd lay by and hist her, and you'd say, 'Well done.' I don't say you'd be wrong. But just you stop and ax his motives, and you'll find 'tain't religion. Lord bless you, sir, a bull's got no more use for religion than a toad for side pockets. 'Tis obstinacy, that's what 'tis.
You tells me a jacker says obstinate, and that's true in a way, and so's a hog. If you want quiet contrariness, a jackass or a hog'll both sit out a bull. And though you may cuss the pair till you sweats like a fuzz-bush on a dewy morning, heaving bricks into a bottomless pit, but a bull ups and lets you know. There ain't no loitering round and arranging your subject under heads when he's about. You don't get no pulpit, and what's more, you don't stop to touch your hat when you make your congees. 'Tis just pull hot foot and thank the Lord for edges, 'cause he's so full of his own notions as a temperance speaker, and bound to convince ye, if he rams daylight in it, to do it. That's a bull. And here's another point. He lays head to ground when his beliefs be crossed, and he may so well whistle as try the power of the human eye. Talking of which, puts me in mind of some curious facts as happened up to Penhillock one time, along of this same power of the human eye. Maybe you'd like to hear the yarn. Eh? Mr. Fogo roused himself from his abstraction. Yes, certainly, I should like to hear it. Caleb knocked his pipe meditatively against the bars of the grate, filled it again and lit it, took an energetic pull or two, and then, after another hard look at his master across the clouds of smoke, began without more ado. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the astonishing history of Troy Town, of a Wesleyan minister that would improve upon nature, and thereby trained a rook to good principles. Well, sir, it all happened when I lived up to Penhillock, and worked long with Farmer Minear. Old Lawyer Minear, as he was nicknamed, a little cribbage-faced man with a dandy-go russet wig and only one eye. Leastways, he hasn't but one for so long when I knowed un. That's what the yarn's about, though, so I'll go slow, if you please, and hush a bit, as Mary Beswetherick says to the engine-driver. Now, Lawyer Minear was a circuit preacher of the Wesleyan Methody persuasion, though he'd got to cross purposes with the rest of the brethren and run a sect all to himself, which he called the United Free Church Original Seceders. They were called Original Cedars for short, and the old man had a tolerable decent following, being a first-class mover of souls, and powerful hot again the unregenerate, which didn't prevent his being a miserable old varmint, and so deep as Garrick in his ordinary dealings. Oh, he was a regular split fig, and he'd go where the devil can't, and that's between the oak and the rind. I see, said Mr. Fogo. Yes, sir. Why, the very first day I took service, I was a tiny tucker then, he says to me, Caleb, my boy, you look all skin and bones for the present, but there's no knowing what Penhillock beef and pudding may do for ye yet, if 'tis eaten with a thankful heart. Howsoever, about the work. I want you to take the 3 jackasses and go to beach for the oar-weed, and as I likes to give a good boy like you a few privileges, you be busy and carry so many seams as ye can, and I'll give 3 for every seam more than 20. Well, sir, I worked like a Trojan, and I've killed they jackasses, and I tell ye 'twas busy all to carry 23 seam. In the evening, out of work, I went to Lawyer Minear and asked about the 9 I never got 9 so hard in all my born days. When he paid me, he looked so sly, and says he, "You'm a nation clever boy, you be, and I don't grudge ye the money. But now I sees what ye can do, of course I'd expect thee to carry 23 seam every day, regular, for the workman, says he, is worthy of his hour." Darn it, thought I to myself, this won't do. I never seed exactly the beef and pudding the old man talked about. Howsoever, I stayed with the Psalmers hunting old cudger, though he made me most amazed at times to hear the way he carried on down at the meeting house about the sin of greed and the like, and all the time looking round to see who had owed a halfpenny. "My brethren," he'd call out, "my poor sinful flock, that you clings to your flocks and herds, and tents and dyed apparel, like unto Korah should you be, and like unto Dathan and Abraham, so sure as I am sole agent for cannabis bone manure in this here district." Oh, 'tis true, sir. And then he'd rap out the hymn, "Common Maitre, my brethren, and Sister Tresid'll give you the pitch. Whatever, Lord, us lends to thee, repaid 1,000-fold'll be, then gladly with us give to thee." And I reckon that was about the size of it. Oh, he was an anointed old rascal. All the same, Lawyer Minear was reckoned a powerful wrastler in the spirit by the rest of the church membership, only there was one thing as went again, and that was he hadn't but one eye. Though Maria Churgwin, as was known to have had experience, and was brought under conviction by the old man, told me that it made him look the more terrifying. Like Polyphemus, put in Mr. Fogo. Polly which? Oh, never mind. I didn't acknowledge the surname. But never mind, as you say, sir, feelings is feelings, and the old maneer's one eye went mortal again on. Not but what he wouldn't turn it to account now and then. Thomas doubted, he said one day, and how was he convinced? Why, by oracular demonstration. Ocular, Caleb? Right you are, sir, and thank you for the correction, as the boy said to the pupil teacher. By ocular demonstration, says he. Perhaps you don't know what ocular demonstration is, me brethren. Well, I'll tell ye. That's a wall, ain't it? And I'm a preacher, aren't I? And you be worms, Betty. Why, I can see it much though I hadn't but one eye, and that's ocular demonstration. But as I was saying, one eye is a wished business, howsoever you may turn it upwards and call it your thorn in the flesh, and the likes. And more than a few of the regular succeeders fell away from the old man's meeting house, and became backsliders through fear of being overlooked and ill-wished, so they said. I reckon 'twas all quignogs, but he did look plaguey like the evil eye, and that there's no denying. Well, sir, matters went on this way for a brave time, and the attendance got less, till Lawyer Maneer was fairly at his wits' end. He talked to weak-knee brethren, and putting your hands to the plough, and dressed the pilm out of cushion and foreign, and kicked up a purty dido, till you could hear the rendezvous o' Sunday mornings way over t'other side of Carnhill. But 'twa'n't no matter of good. And as for the childer at the Sunday school, that old rapscallion laid powerful store by his Sunday school. 'Twas bare hand every one to get one to face that eye, and you wouldn't clean their faces and grease their hairs, you would, the mothers told me, and see 'em off put to the road to meeting house. But turn your back, and they'd be mitching in a brace of shakes away to go for Coombe Beach, and playing hidey-peep in their clane pinafores among the rocks. 'Twas Shiva among the church members, and no mistake, and how 'twould have come round, there's no telling, if it hadn't been for what Lawyer Maneer called a vouchsafement o' mercy. And the way I think he vouchsafement come about was this. The old man was up to Plymouth one day about some shares he'd took in a trading schooner, for he'd a finger in most pies. Nothing in the way of business coming amiss to him. Like Nicholas Kemp, he'd occasion for all. Who was Nicholas Kemp? inquired Mr. Furgo. Only a figure of speech, sir. Well, old Maneer had done a business, and was strolling up Union Street long with his missus, Aunt Deborah Maneer as her name was. Fine barley woman, but a bit half-baked in her wits, put in with the bread, as they say, and took out with the cakes. When he fetches up on a sudden afore a shop windy. There was crutches inside, and jury legs fastened out of cork, and plaster heads drawn out in maps with county towns marked in, and bumps to show why different folks broke different commandments, and rows of teeth a-grizzling, and blue spectacles, and splints enough to camp-shed a 30-acre field, and ear trumpets, and malignant growths. Malignant growths? Yes, sir, in spirits of wine. What took the old man's notice were a trayful of glass eyes put out for sale in the windy, and looking so natural as life, blue eyes, brown eyes, eyes as black as a Sloane, and others, they told me, as went different colours according as you looked at 'em. Anyway, old Maneer pulled up short and clinched Deborah by the elbow. "Like unto the fish-pools in Ashburn," said he, and with that he bounces into the shop. "How much for them eyes?" he asks. "Do ye want the lot?" says the chap in the shop, a regular little dandy sprat, and so pert as a J-pie in June. "'Cause it makes a reduction on taking a quantity," says he. "One'll do for me," says Lawyer Maneer. "That'll be £2.10 apiece," says the whipper-snapper, "and 10 shilling for fixing." Well, sir, you may fancy the old man's face when he heard the price. He sot down like as if the wind was took out of his sails, and says he, "I'll give 'ee 30 shilling." The shopman wouldn't have this, so at it they went, higgling and haggling on till 'twas agreed at last he should have the eye for £2.5, fixings included. 'Twas like drawing blood from a stone, but the old man had done a stroke of business that day, so in the end he pulls out his bag and tells out the money upon the counter. "And now," says the whipper-snapper, "which shall he have? Grey's the colour, I reckons, if you want a match." "Drat the colour," says old Maneer. "I've paid my price, and have the biggest, if it be blasphemy red." Well, the shopman laughs, of course, but lets him have his own way, and the old man picked out the biggest. Bright blue it was, something the colour of a hedgy sparrow's egg, and shiny clear like a glass alley. There was a brave long while getting him fixed, 'cause so big. He'd have been content to took a smaller one, he'd have done better, but he was bound to be over-riching, was the old varmint, and so he come to grief, as you shall hear. There's many folks in this world be known as Kate Mullet.
I never heard of that lady, said Mr. Fogo.
Oh, there's not much to know, sir, except that they say he was hanged for a fool. Howsoever, to shorten the yarn, old Mynheer got his eye fixed at last, and went home with Aunt Deborah so pleased as punch. Next Sunday, 'twas Hamlet's ghost among the Rignal succeeders, and no mistake. Some of the female members fell to screaming so soon as ever they clapped eyes on the old man, and Sister Trudgeon was take with a fit, and had to be carried out with 2 deacons to her head and 2 to her heels, and kicking so that Deacon Hoskins couldn't master her victuals for upper a fortnight, he was that hurted internally. And the worst was that, what with the rumpus and her singing out Pillaloo, and how the devil was amongst men, having great wrath, the lawyer's sermon about a wrecked and adulterous generation seeking out her sign was clean spiled. After the service, too, there was a deal of discussion. Some said 'twas sinful to interfere with nature in that way, and wrong in a professing Christian like Mynheer, and all agreed the new eye gave him a Jan-Jansy kind of look, as if, said Deacon Hoskins, he was blinching 50 ways for grace. There was some talk, too, about axing the old man to resign, and nothing came of it. And after a time, when the congregation got a bit reconciled, folks began to allow the new eye improved Mynheer's pulpit manner, and guessed that, after all, he might be a powerful engine for effectual salvation. It had a dead appearance, if you understands me, sir, and yet a sort of ghastly wakefulness, like a thing unhuman, because of course it never winked. The old man couldn't have winked, not for a £5 note, for the thing was that big it strained his eyelid like a drum. Besides which, it had a way of keeping order among the worshippers that you couldn't believe unless you seed it. For, let alone the colour out, you never knowed whether 'twas fixed on you or 10 pews off, but somehow felt dead sure 'twas you all the time, and couldn't have moved, not if you had a blue-tailed fly inside the black of your collar. Well, sir, naturally the meeting-house began to fill again, at first out of curiosity, but by and by the list of admitted members began to fill up. Folks couldn't hold out when the old lawyer ramped on about t'other world, and there was that eye fixing them, looking as though it had been there. I needn't tell you, the old man wore it every Sunday. Indeed, he wore it most days, but took it out at nights, I've heard, for it wouldn't shut when he slept. But used to scare old Deborah Mynheer fairly out of her skin her moonshiny nights, when the light coming in upon it. And even when I got him to leave it off, I used always to put a teacup on top of it for closing an eye. So it went on, sir, till one Sunday morning, when the lawyer was fairly warming to his work over the wickedness of backsliders and the wrath to come, he waxed the cushion more than ordinary violent, and I reckon that made the eye work loose. Anyway, out it drops, and clatters down along the floor of the meeting-house. Now, Deacon Hoskins in them days had charge of the Sunday school boys. He was a short-sighted man, the deacon, though that was his misfortune, but he had faults as well, and one of these was a powerful knack of dropping off to sleep during sermon time. Howsoever, he managed very tidily, for he knowed he was bound to wake himself so long as he began to snore, and then he'd start up sudden and fetch the nighest boy a rousing whisk-cuff upon the side of the head to cover the noise he'd made, and cry out, "I've a caught ye again, have I? I'll teach you to interrupt the word of grace with your gummet and May games." And he'd look round like as if he'd say, "Sorry to interrupt, brethren, but discipline is discipline." Many's the time I've seen him do this, and you may take my word, sir, 'twas so good as a play. Now this morning Deacon Hoskins was taking 40 winks as usual, when the clatter made by the old Mynheer's eye made him set up, wide awake and staring. This time, judging by the noise, he took a conceit that the boys had been a-playing marbles, sure enough. So he takes 2 at haphazard, knocks their heads together, and then looks about. First thing he sees is the eye lying out upon the aisle, and looking for all the world like a big shiny glass alley. I told you, sir, the deacon was short of sight. He hadn't a doubt by this time the boys had been fooling about with marbles. So he reaches out, grabs the eye, and slips it into his drowsy pocket. And then he takes a glance round, so much as to say, "I reckon the owner of this here glass alley'll have to wait before he can see it again." In course, the rest of the brethren knowed what had happened, and one or two fell to tittering a bit. But altogether there was a kind of breathlessness for a moment or two, and then the old Mynheer sings out from the pulpit, "Brother Hoskins, I'll trouble you to kindly pass up that eye." Deacon Hoskins stared a bit, but was too short of sight to see what the matter was. "Eh?" says he. "Hand up that eye, if you please." "What eye?" says the deacon. The old Mynheer stamped and seemed fit to swear. "Why, my eye, you nation bufflehead." The lawyer didn't mind much what he said when his back was up, and after all 'twere in a kind of way excusable. "Look here," answers back the deacon, "if you've dropped your eye, and be that fond of the cheap-jack thing that you can't get on without it, Sent round Deacon Spettigue to hunt, and not a man as can see 6 inches afore your nose. It's out of reason, he said, and you ought to know better. In course, though, when he found out his mistake and lugged the thing out of his pocket, there was bedlam let loose for up 5 minutes, every mother's son chittering and laughing, and the deacon looking like a pig in a fit. He deserted the seceders that very week, and never darkened the meeting-house door again till the day of his death. Well, the fuss got calmed over, but somehow the lawyer couldn't never trust his eye as he used to. He said 'tweren't fully dependable. Sure enough, within a month it slipped out again, and the old man was forced to go to Plymouth and buy another a bit smaller. So he lost by his mean ways after all. He tried to trade back the old eye, but the shopman wouldn't. So he brought it home in his pocket, laid it by the china cupboard, longed with the clome, and there it bided. And now, sir, I'm a-coming to the most curiousest part of my yarn, and you can't believe it or no as you think's fit, but I'll tell you just what I knows and no more. Some 2 years arter, Lawyer Mynheer took a corner out the 20-acre field, a little patch to the right of the gate as you went in, and planted it with green peas. 6 rows he planted, and beautiful peas too, only the birds wouldn't let 'em have a chance. Well, at last the old man got mad and stuck me upon the top of the hedge with a clapper to scare the birds away, besides which, to make sure, he rigged up a scarecrow. 'Twas a lovely scarecrow, 2 cross-sticks and the farmer's own coat. 'Twas the coat he'd got married in 40 year before. He gid to me when the scarecrow had done with it, and the tails were so long as an Act of Parliament. Top of this was a whacking big termit by way of face, with a red scarf round the neck, for Aunt Deborah's petticoat, and one of the old man's left-off wigs upon the crown, and a high-puffed hat, a bit rusted with Sunday observance, to finish. Did I say to finish? Well, then I said wrong, 'cause just when I'd rigged un up, down comes Aunt Deborah and cries out, "Oh, Caleb, here be something more. Do ye fix it in, that's a dear. And if I don't scare away any bird as ever flied, then," says she, "I'm wuss nor any bird." And with that she opens her hand and gives me the lawyer's cast-off eye. So I outs with my pocket-knife and digs a hole in the termit face, and inside of 10 minutes there was the scarecrow finished off. Oh, sir, 'twas a beautiful scarecrow, and when I stuck it up, I tell you that from the kitchen windows, 300 yards away, it seemed like life itself. Well, sir, first day 'twas stuck there, I sot beside the hedge, round the corner, watching, and when I sot, 2 queerish things happened, though the first wasn't so queer neither, but just human nature, when you comes to consider it. 'Twas this. I hadn't been in an hour before 2 score and 3 women, I knows, 'cause I kept count, came, one after another, down to the gate, to make sheep's eyes at that scarecrow, having heard as there was a well-dressed lad down among the peas. And that's true, if I swears it upon the book. Ah, was Mr. Fairgo's only comment. Yes, sir, and well you may say so, for the next thing I noticed was a sight queerer. In fact, I don't know, but it's the queerest go I ever heard tell about. But you may judge for yourself. I've been sitting there for the best part of 2 hours, and keeping count of how one bird after another coming up for their peas and turned tail at sight of the scarecrow. For it didn't seem like no ordinary scarecrow, sir, with that eye a glinting in the sunshine. I couldn't see it from where I sot, and so the birds thought. Well, one after another, steps up and flies off as if out for time, when byman long comes an old rook. He just sauntered up quite leisurable, did this rook, and lit upon a pea-stick to take a blinch round. Naturally he catches sight of the scarecrow, and naturally I looked for him to turn tail like the rest. But no, sir. Where he was, the scarecrow's back was towards him, and that old bird just looks at him up and down, and this way and that, and cocks his head upon one side, and looks again, and chuckles for all the world, as if to say, "It looked like a man, and 'tis fixed like a man, but dash my wig, if 'tain't a scarecrow, and no more, I ain't fit to go living in an aid of imitations." Well, he just sot, and after a while he began for to taste the flavour of the joke, and then he lay back and laughed to that bird till he was fit to sweat. I reckon I'd heard a bird's laugh before this, but I made an error. My heavens, sir, but he just clinched on to that pea-stick and shook the enjoyment out of himself like a conjurer shelling cannon-balls from a hat. And then he'd stop a bit, and then fall to hooting again, till I was forced to laugh too, way back behind the hedge, for company. And every time he noted a fresh bit of likelihood in the scarecrow, he'd go off in a fresh fit. I thought he'd never have done. But in a while he hushed, and waited a bit to calm his nerves, and stepped down off the pea-stick. Thinks I, what's he up to now? And I stood up to see, but quiet like, so I shouldn't scare him. I hadn't long to wait. He just steps up behind the scarecrow, makes a leg, so grave as you please, and commences for to dance round un, first upon one leg, then upon t'other, like as 'twas a heathen dancing round a graven image. But the flaunting insolence, sir, the brazen, fleering abusefulness, not a feather, if you'll believe me, but fairly leaked with ribaldry, just leaked. The old bird had gone halfway round, a-mincing and japing and throwing out his legs this way and that, and getting more boldacious and undecent with every step, when he cocks his head askew for a second, just to see how the poor image was a-taking it, and that moment he catches the scarecrow's eye. Oh, sir, to see the change as coming over that bird! The fourthiness went out of him like the world like a wind out of a pricked bladder, and I reckon next minute there wasn't no meaner sickly-looking critter between this and Johnny Groats than that old brook. There was a kind of shiver ran through un, and his feathers went roughly like, and his legs bowed in, and he just lay flat to ground and goggled and gazed up at that eye like a dying duck in a thunderstorm. 'Twas a rich sight, sir, and how I contrived not to bust myself with laughing is more than I can tell 'ee to this day. So he lay for up to 10 minutes, and then he staggered up upon his feet and sneaked out of them peas like a chuck sheep dog, and the repentance a trickling out of every paw. He passed by me that close I could have knocked him over with a stick, but he didn't see him more than if I'd been a pisky man. All his notice, I reckon, were for that ghastly eye, and he looked back every now and again, as if he'd say, I be but worms, and was not that I've been a scoffing, lying, Sabbath-breaking old worms? But do he's let me off this once, and I'll strive and wrestle, he seemed to say, and do purty work all like a rook can do to be gathered to the fold. And with that he slinks over the edge and out of sight. Well, sir, I didn't see un again next day, nor for many days arter. But on Sunday week, as he mount be, in the morning I'd a took French leave and absented myself from meeting house, and were quietly smoking my pipe up in the town place, when I hears a chittering and a chattering like as 'twere a little way off, and looking down towards the 20-acred field, I'd see 'twere black with rooks, fairly black, sir, black as the top of your hat. Thinks I reckon there's some new caper, and I loafs down to see the fun. I steals down the lane and looks over the gate, and when I takes in at last what's they all about, my, you'd have knocked me down with a feather. 'Twas a prayer meeting them rooks was holding, sir, as I'm a sinner. The peas was fairly in with the crowd, and 'twas that thick I counted 6 upon one pea-stick. And in the middle, just under the scarecrow, stood up the old rook that I'd seen afore, and told his experiences. He ramped and raved and mopped and mowed and kept a nodding his head towards the scarecrow to show how his salvation was worked, and all the time the rest of the rooks sat still as mice. Only when he pulls up to breathe a bit, they lets out in squalls as if to say, Amen, 'twas working, pray strong, brother, and as he'd go again, same as he must. And at last, when 'twas old breath or bust wi' un, he ups and starts a hymn, and they all joins in, till you mustn't hear the caprouse 2 miles off. That were the finish too, for after the row died away, there was a minute or so of silent prayer, and then the whole gang gets off them pea-sticks and sails away for Squire Tressawhen's rookery t'other side of the hill. Well, in course I tells the tale, and was called a liar for my pains. But the same thing happened next Sunday, and the Sunday arter, and not a pea stolen all the time, and a good few people come down behind the edge to see, and owned up as I were right. It got to be the talk of the country, and how 'twould have ended, goodness only knows, if I hadn't spoiled the sport myself. And how I did so, you shall hear. One day I took a consent as 'twould be a game to take away the scarecrow's eye, and see what happened. So, late upon a Saturday night, down I goes and digs out the eye with my jackknife, and lays it careful down upon the ground beside it, and so off to bed. Next morning I were down waiting some time afore the rooks was due, and by, about 11 in the forenoon, along they comes by the score, and takes the sittings upon the pea-sticks. They was barely settled when out steps me old rook and walks up to the scarecrow to lead off, same as usual. He gives a shake of the head to see his jawing tacks loose, casts a glance upwards towards the eye, just to feel inspiration, and starts back like as if been shot. You could see the astonishment clinching, and the other looks of righteousness melted off his face like snow in an oven. For that bird I give, sir, and one of these was a power of fashful expression. Well, back he starts, and with the same catches sight of the eye lying upon the ground, and
staring up all heavenly blue and smiling. There was a pause out of this, just about so long as you could count 20, and the rest of the congregation began to fidget and whisper round that something was up, when all upon a sudden my old rook straightens itself up and begins to cuss and to swear. What's that you say, sir? Rooks don't swear? Oh, don't tell me. Blaspheming? Why, in 2 minutes the air was stiff with blasphemy. He might have cut it with a knife. And oaths? Why, you could feel the oaths. And there he sot and cuss it and sot, and lets the hatefulness run out like water from a pump. In course, 'twa'n't long before the rest gathered round to learn what the mess was, and then there was Chevy Chase. They handed round the eye and looked at it this way and that, and explained what had happened one to t'other, and then they hushed and stood quiet while their day-siffered brother cussed himself out. Not a smile among the lot, sir, not a wink, as I be a truthful man. At last he'd a done, and not too soon for his lungs, and then the lot sat down and considered it out, and still not a word for minutes together. But all to one starts a youngish-looking rook and makes a speech. 'Twa'n't a long speech, sir, and naturally I didn't understand a word, but I catched his drift in a minute. For they rooks started up, walked back to their seats, and what do you think they did? I couldn't pretend to guess, said Mr. Fogo. They just started that service again, sir, and paralysed it from start to finish. They mixed up old jests with the prayers, and flung in fancy yarns with their experiences, and made a mock of this exhortation. And what they sung in place of the hymn I don't know, but I do know this much, it weren't fit for a woman to listen to. Well, I laughed. I was forced to laugh. But after a while it grew a bit too strong, and I runned up to the house to fetch down a few folks to look. I went away above 10 minutes, but when I comed back there was no rook to be seen, nor no eye neither. They'd have carried it off to Squire Tresawne's rookagry, and it's never been seen from that day to this. There was silence for a few moments as Caleb finished his story and lit another pipe. Finally Mr. Fogo roused him to ask, "What became of your master, Caleb?" "Dead, sir, dead," answered Caleb, staring into the embers of the fire. "He lived to a powerful age, though albeit a bit tottering in her latter days. But for all that, he might have been like Tantrabobus, lived till he died, or at least been a centurion." A what?" "Centurion, sir, otherwise 100 years old. But he went round land at last, and was found dead in his bed. A heartbreak, they did say, long after his granddaughter Joanna run away with an army captain." "Ah," said Mr. Fogo pensively. "She was a woman, was she not?" "To be sure, sir. What else? A female woman, and so baptized." There was a moment's silence. Then Caleb resumed. "But contrariwise, sir, the army captain was a man." "Ah, yes, of course. Let us be just. The army captain was a man." "Caleb," said Mr. Fogo, with a sudden change from his pensive manner, "has it ever occurred to you to guess why I, not yet an old man, Caleb, am living in this solitude?" "Begging your pardon, sir, and making so free as to guess, but were you a woman by any chance?" "Yes," said his master, rising hurriedly and lighting his candle. "It was a woman, Caleb. It was a woman. You won't forget that notice tomorrow morning, will you? The first thing, if you please, Caleb." End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Astonishing History of Troy Town, of Deterioration, and a Wheelbarrow that Contained Unexpected Things. Great events, meanwhile, were happening in Troy. On the 8th morning of his eclipse, Admiral Buzzer was startled by a brisk step upon the stairs. The devil's tattoo was neatly struck upon his bedroom door, and the head of Mr. Goodwin Sandys looked in. "Ah, Admiral, there you are, like what's-his-names in the ruins of Thingamy. You'll pardon me coming up, but my wife is downstairs with Mrs. Buzzer, and I was told I should find you here. Don't rise, no dress, as they say. May I smoke? Thanks. And how are you by this time? I heard something of your mishap, but not the rights of it. I'll sit down and you can tell me all about it." Here was affability indeed. The Admiral conquered his first impulse of diving beneath the bedclothes, and, lying back, recounted his misadventure at some length. The Honourable Frederick listened and smoked with perfect gravity. At the close he said, "Very dirty treatment, upon my word, though I'm not sure I don't sympathise with the fellow in warning off the women. But why stay in bed?" "There are feelings," began the Admiral. "Ah, to be sure, injured feelings, ungrateful country, blow, blow, thou winter ruined, etc. So you take to bed, like the Roman gentleman who went to, forget the place.
Gets rid of the women, too. Nuisance women, when you're upset. Nonsense that about pain and anguish playing the deuce. And a ministering angel, thou. Tommy rot, I call it. Can't be bothered now, in bed. Turn round and snore. Wife has hysterics. Snore louder. Capital. I've a mind to try the same plan when Geraldine is fussing and fuming. These infernal women. I'm sorry to say that the Admiral, instead of defending Mrs. Buzzer, began to exculpate Mrs. Goodwin Sandys. But your wife is so charming, so... Of course, my dear sir, so is Mrs. Buzzer. She was termed the Belle of Portsmouth at the ball where I proposed to her, remarked the Admiral with some complacency. To be sure, trust a sailor to catch the pretty girls, eh? The Admiral chuckled feebly. But these women... Ah, yes, these women. Bachelor life was pleasant, eh, Admiral? Ah. The two men looked at each other. A smile spread over either countenance. I regret to say the Admiral winked, and then chuckled again. Admiral, you must get up. The Admiral stared interrogatively. His visitor pursued with some inconsequence. By the way, is there a club here? There's the Jolly Trojans down at the Man of War. They meet on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and low lot, I suppose. Well, yes, admitted the Admiral. A certain amount of good fellowship prevails, I understand. But low, of course, distinctly low. The Honourable Frederick tapped his boot reflectively with his malacca. Admiral, he said at last, you ought to found a club here. Rest my heart, I never thought of it. It is your duty. You think so? Sure of it. I will get up, said the Admiral decisively. He started out of bed and looked around for his clothes. Nice place, the country, pursued the Honourable Frederick thoughtfully. Fresh eggs and grass to clean your pipe with, but apt to be dull. Now, a pleasant little society, cards, billiards, and social reunions, select, of course. Of course. Do you happen to be sitting on my trousers? Huh? No, I believe no. Let me see. Limited loo and a modest pool of an evening. Hello, what's the matter? The Admiral had rushed to the door. Emily! He bawled down the stairs. Well, I'll be going. Can't find your trousers? Admiral, it's the last straw. But we'll be revenged, Admiral. We'll found a club, and by George, sir, we'll call it the Inexpressibles. Ta-ta for the present, said Mr. Goodwin Sandys, retired. Well, what was being discussed below when the Admiral's voice disturbed his wife? Alas, you shall hear. These men, Mrs. Goodwin Sandys was saying, are all alike. But, my dear, why not disregard his absurd humours? I have revolted from Frederick long ago. You don't say so. It is a fact. Take my advice and do the same. It needs courage at first, but they are all cowards. Oh, such cowards, my dear. Revolt, cry havoc, and let slip. My dear, I should faint. Oh, poor soul, reflect. How pretty the domestic virtues are, but how impossible. Besides, how unfashionable. Mrs. Buzzer reflected. I will, she exclaimed at last. Just then her husband's voice detonated in the room above. She arose, trembling like a leaf. Be firm, said her adviser. I will. Sit down again. It will do him no harm to wait. Mrs. Buzzer obeyed, still trembling. It was at this moment that the Honourable Frederick re-entered the room and looked around with a slow smile. Nelly, he observed when they were outside the house, you're a vastly clever woman, my love. How's the Admiral? Was the reply. He nibbles, my angel. He bites. I heard him barking. And how long will Brady be given us? 2 months, my treasure. Mrs. Goodwin Sandys reflected for a moment, and then made the following extraordinary reply. Be easy, me dear. In 6 weeks I'll be ready to elope from yous. What passed between the Admiral and Mrs. Buzzer when they were left together was never fully known, but it was quickly whispered that in number 2 Alma Villas the worm had turned. Oddly enough, the spread of conjugal estrangement did not end here. It began to be rumoured that Lawyer Pellow and his wife had differences, that Mr. and Mrs. Simpson dined at different hours, and that the elder Miss Strip had broken off a very suitable match with a young ship's chandler, on the grounds that ship's candles were not genteel. It was about this time, too, that Mrs. Wapshot, at the confectionery shop, refused to walk with Mr. Wapshot on the rope walk after Sunday evening service, because domestic bliss was horrid vulgar.
and Mrs. Goodwin Sandy's dictum that one admirer at least was no more than a married woman's due only failed of acceptance because the supply of admirers in Troy fell short of the demand. She had herself annexed Samuel Buzzer and Mr. Moggridge. Meanwhile, the Admiral was not idle, and had anything been needed to whet his desire for a club, it would have been found in a dreadful event that happened shortly afterwards. It was May morning, and the Admiral was planted in the sunshine outside No. 2 Elmer Villas, loudly discussing the question of the hour with Mr. Goodwin Sandys, Lawyer Pellow, and the little doctor.
"No, we can't have him," he was roundly declaring. "The club must be select, or it is useless to discuss it further."
"Must draw the line somewhere," murmured the Honourable Frederick.
"Quite so. At this rate we shall be admitting all the jolly Trojans."
Just then an enormous wheelbarrow was observed approaching, seemingly by supernatural means, for no driver could be seen. The barrow was piled to a great height and staggered drunkenly from side to side of the road, but the load, whatever it was, lay hidden beneath a large white cloth. Said the little doctor dubiously. "Well, of course you know best, but I should have thought that as an old inhabitant of Troy—"
"Pooh, my dear fellow," snapped the Admiral. "It is natural that the feelings of a few will be hurt, but if once we begin to elect the jolly Trojans—"
The barrow had drawn near meanwhile, and now halted at the Admiral's feet. From behind it stepped into view an exceeding small boy, attired mainly in a gigantic pair of corduroys that reached to the armpits and were secured with string around the shoulders. His face was a mask of woe, and he staunched his tears on a very grimy shirt-sleeve as he stood and gazed mutely into the Admiral's face.
"Go away, boy,"
said Admiral Buzzer severely. The boy sobbed loudly, but made no sign of moving.
"Go away, I tell you."
"'Tis for you, sir."
"For me? What does the boy mean?"
"Yes, sir. Mrs. orders that I was to bring it to Admiral Buzzer's, and if I don't pay out Billy Higgs for this next time I meets with un—"
"The child's daft," roared the Admiral. "Damn the boy! What has Billy Higgs to do with me?"
"Poured a teacupful of water down the nape of my breeches when I got halfway up the hill and couldn't set the barrel down to fight un, the coward!" And tears flowed again at the recollection.
"What is it?"
"Cake, sir."
"Cake?"
"Yes, sir, cake." The youth stifled a sob and removed the white cover from the wheelbarrow.
"Bless my soul!" gasped the Admiral. "There must be some mistake."
"Certainly seems to be cake," observed the Honourable Frederick, examining the load through his eyeglass. "A very good cake, too, by the smell." He was right. High on the barrow and symmetrically piled rested 25 huge cakes, yellow cakes such as all Trojans love, each large as a millstone, tinctured with saffron, plentifully stowed with currants, and crisped with brown crust, steaming to heaven and wooing the nostrils of the gods.
"Bless my soul!" repeated the Admiral. "But I never ordered this."
Each member of the group in turn advanced, inspected the cake, sniffed the savour, pronounced it excellent, and looked from the Admiral to the boy for explanation. "Mrs. Timmon down to the Man of War sent it, sir, with her compliments to Master Sam, and hoping as you'll find it plumb in the bacon as it leaves her at present, and the currency you'll pick careful, knowing as he's a sweet tooth."
"Sam? Do you mean to tell me that Sam, that my son, ordered this? Upon my word of all—"
"Didn't exactly order it, sir. Won it fair and square. Bill Odgers come next with 97 gallon, but Master Sam topped the lot by a dozen gallon easy."
"Gallons? What the devil is the boy talking about?"
"Beer, sir, beer. First prize for top score of beer drunk down to the Man of War since 1st of November last. He's a wonder for beer, is Master Sam," pursued the relentless urchin, who by this time had forgotten his tears. 109 gallons, sir, and Bill Odgers so jealous as far, says he'd have won it same as he did last time, only Master Sam's got the longer purse. Offered to fight him, and the wise man to pay for both next time." Mr. Goodwin Sandys turned aside to conceal a smile. Lawyer Pellow rubbed his chin. The Admiral stamped.
"Take it away."
"Where are we to take it to, please, sir?"
"Take it away anywhere. Take it to the devil."
But worse remained for the little man. During this conversation there had come unperceived up the road a gentleman of mild appearance, dressed in black, and carrying under his arm a large parcel wrapped about with whitey brown paper. The newcomer, who was indeed our friend Mr. Fogo, now advanced towards the Admiral with a bow. "Admiral Buzzer, I believe?" The Admiral turned and faced the speaker. His joy fell like a signal flag, but he drew himself up with fine self-repression.
"Sir, I am Admiral Buzzer."
"I have come," said Mr. Fogo, quietly pulling the pins out of his parcel, "to restore what I believe is your property. Will someone oblige me by holding this pin? Thank you. And at the same time to apologize for the circumstances under which it came into my hands. Dear me, what a number of pins, to be sure. I have done what lay in my power with the clothes brush and emery powder to restore it to its pristine brilliance. The treatment, that's the last, I think, has not, I am bound to admit, answered my expectations. Its result, however, is as you see." Here Mr. Fogo withdrew the wrapper, and with a pleasant smile held out a cocked hat. The Admiral, purple with fury, bounced back like a shot on a red-hot shovel, stared, tried to speak, but could not, gulped, tried again, and finally, shaking his fist at Mr. Fogo's face, flung into the house and slammed the front door. The cause of this transport turned a pair of bewildered spectacles on the others, and found them convulsed with unseemly mirth. He singled out the Honourable Frederick, and addressed himself to that gentleman. I have not had the pleasure to be acquainted with you, sir, but if you can supply me with any reason for this display of temper, believe me. My name is Goodwin Sandys, sir, at your— What?" Mr. Fogo dropped the cocked hat and sat down suddenly among the cakes. Are you," he gasped, "are you Mr. Goodwin Sandys, the Honourable Frederick Augustus Hythe? Good heavens!"
"No, sir," said the Honourable Frederick, who had grown a thought pale. "Goodwin, sir. Goodwin Sandys. What then?"
"I never saw your face before," murmured Mr. Fogo faintly.
"That, sir, if a misfortune, is one which you share with a number of your fellow men. And permit me to tell you, sir," continued Mr. Goodwin Sandys, with unaccountable change of mood, "that I consider your treatment of my friend Admiral Buzzer unworthy of a gentleman, sir, unworthy of a gentleman. Come, Doctor, come, Pere, I want a word or two more with you about this club." And Mr. Goodwin Sandys ruffled away, followed by his two slightly puzzled companions. For the space of 2 minutes Mr. Fogo gazed up the road after them. Then he sighed, took off his spectacles, and wiped them carefully. "So that," he said slowly, "is the man she married?" "Yes, sir." Mr. Fogo started, turned round on the barrow, and beheld the urchin from the man-of-war. "Little boy," he said sternly, "your conduct is unworthy of a— I mean, what are you doing here?" "Have you been and squashed a cake?" said the boy. Mr. Fogo gave him a shilling, and hurried away down the road, but stopped once or twice on his homeward way to repeat to himself, "So that is the man she married." It took Admiral Buzzer several days to recover his composure, but when he did, the project of the new club grew with the conjugal disintegration of Troy, and at a rate of progress scarcely inferior. Within a week or two a house was hired in Nelson Row, a brass plate bearing the words Trojan Club affixed to the door, and Admiral Buzzer installed in the presidential chair. The presidential chair occupied the right-hand side of the reading-room window which overlooked the harbour, and the presidential duties consisted mainly in conning the morning papers and discussing their contents with Mr. Goodwin Sandys, who usually sat, with a glass of whisky and the club telescope, on the left-hand side of the window. Indeed, it would be hard to say to which of the two, the whisky or the telescope, the Honourable Frederick more sedulously devoted himself. It is certain, at least, that under the Admiral's instruction he soon developed a most amazing familiarity with nautical terms, was a mine of information, almost as soon as the club invested in a yacht register, on the subject of Lord Cinqueport's yacht, the auxiliary screw Niobe, and swept the horizon with a persistence that made his fellow members stare. But the most noticeable feature in this nautical craze was the disproportionate attention which the Honourable Frederick lavished on barks. It was the first rig that he learnt to distinguish, and his early interest to develop before long into something like a passion. One morning, for instance, Sam Buzzer lounged into the reading-room and observed, "I say, have you seen that American bark that came in last night, the Maritana?" "What name?" asked Mr. Goodwin Sandys, looking up suddenly. "The Maritana, or the Mariana, or Marianne, or something of the— Hello, what's wrong?"
but the Honourable Frederick had caught up his hat and fled. Half an hour afterwards, when he returned, his usual calm self, the little doctor took occasion to remark, "Upon my word, you might be a detective, you keep such a look-out on the harbour." A remark which caused Mr. Goodwin Sandys to laugh so consumedly that the doctor, without exactly seeing the point, began to think he had perpetrated quite a considerable joke. But let no one imagine that the disruption of Trojan morals avoided heart-burning or escaped criticism. For the line which Mr. Goodwin Sandys declared must be drawn somewhere was found not only to bisect the domestic hearth, but to lead to a surprising number of social problems. It fell across the parallels of our small society, and demonstrated that Mrs. A and Mrs. B could never meet, that one room could not contain the two unequal families X and Y, and that while one rested on the basis of trade and the other on professional skill, it was unreasonable to expect the apex Mrs. Y to coincide with the apex Mrs. X. Finally, the new geometry culminated in a triumphant process which proved that while Mrs. Simpson was allowed to imbibe tea and scandal in the company of the great, her husband must sip his gin and water in solitude at home. We had always been select in Troy, but then, in the old days, all Troy had been included in the term. When Mr. Simpson had spoken of the Jack of Oaks, meaning the knave of clubs, or had said finiguing, where others said revoking, we had pretended not to notice it, until at length we actually did not. So that a human as well as a philological interest attaches to the date when fashion narrowed the meaning of come il faut to exclude the Jack of Oaks and sent Mr. Simpson home to his gin and water. The change was discussed with some asperity in the bar parlour of the man-of-war. "The upper classes in Troy is blooming fine nowadays," remarked Rechab Geddy, lately known as Recob, over his beer on the night when the resignations of Mr. Buzzard Junior and Mr. Moggridge had been received by the Jolly Trojans. "If they get the leastest bit finer, I shall be able to see 'em on," answered Bill Odgers, who was reckoned a wit. "I've heard tell as Trojans as cousins and ale fellow well met all the world over, but the ale out of this place is getting a bit above itself." "That's a true word, Bill," interposed Mrs. Dimon from the bar. "And to say, give this day our daily bread, and then turn up a nose at good saffron cake, is flying in the face of Providence, and no less." "You don't say that," exclaimed Recob, who was an admirer of Bill's radical views. "I do, though. Look at King Richard, him the play acting. I reckon he's one of the upper ten of anybody. And what does he do? Why, throttles a pair of babbies, puts a gentleman he'd a gridge again into a cask of wine, which was the spoliation of both, murders most every one he claps eyes on, and then when he's got the jumps and sees the spirits and blue flower, goes off and offers to swap his whole blooming kingdom for an oss, mind you, he hadn't seen, let alone not being in a state of mind to judge horseflesh. What's true of kings, I reckon is true of honourables. They're all reared up to the same high notions, and I reckon I shall find out afore long. I never said no good in making Troy fashionable myself." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Astonishing History of Troy Town, the significance of Pomeroy's cat, and how the men and women of Troy ensued after pleasure in boats. The historian of Troy here feels at liberty to pass over 6 weeks with but scanty record. During that time the Bankshire rose bloomed over Kit's house, peered in at the windows, and found Mr. Fogo for the most part busied in peaceful carpentry, though with a mysterious trouble in his breast that at times drove him afield on venturous perambulations, or to his boat to work off by rowing his too meditative fit. From these excursions he would return tired in body but in heart eased, and resume his humdrum life tranquilly enough, though Caleb was growing uneasy and felt it necessary more than once to retire apart and have it out, as he put it, with his conscience. "The question is," he would repeat, "whether I be justified in meddling with the course of nature, especially when the course of nature is such as I approves. And supposing I bain't, further question is whether I be right in receiving £1 a week and a new set of small clothes." This nice point in casuistry was settled for the time by his waiving claim to the small clothes, and inserting in his old pair a patch of blue sea-cloth that contrasted extravagantly with the veteran stuff, so extravagantly as to compel Mr. Fogo's attention. "Does it never strike you," he asked one day, as Caleb was stooping over the woodpile, "that the repair in your trousers, Caleb, are a trifle emphatic? Purpureus late qui splendiat, ad suita padus. I mean in the seat of your—"
"Conscience, sir," said Caleb abruptly. "Some ties a bit of string round the finger to help the memory. I does it this way."
Well, I should have thought it more apt to assist the memory of others. Still, of course, you know best." And Mr. Fogo resumed his work, and thought no more about it. But Caleb alternated between moods of pensiveness and fussy energy for some days after. In Troy, summer was leading on a train of events not to be classed among periodic phenomena. It stands on record, for instance, that Loo began to be played at the club, and the Admiral's weekly accounts to grow less satisfactory than in the days when he and Mrs. Buzzer were steadfast opponents at whist. That Mrs. Simpson discovered her great-uncle to have been a baronet on this earth. That Mrs. Payne had prefixed Ellicombe to her surname, and spoke of the Ellicombe Paynes, you know. That Mr. Moggridge had been heard to speak of Sam Buzzer as a low fellow. That Sam had retorted by terming the poet a conceited ass, and that Admiral Buzzer intended a picnic. To measure the importance of this last item, you must know that a Trojan picnic is no ordinary function. To begin with, it is essentially patriotic, devoted in fact to the cult of the Troy River, in honour of which it forms a kind of solemn procession. Undeviating tradition has fixed its goal at a sacred rock, haunted of heron and kingfisher, and wrapped around with woodland, beside a creek so tortuous as to simulate a series of enchanted lakes. Here the self-respecting Trojan, as his boat cleaves the solitude, will ask his fellows earnestly, and at regular intervals, whether they ever beheld anything more lovely, and they, in duty bound and absolute truthfulness, will answer that they never did. It follows that a Trojan picnic demands for its success to quite a peculiar degree upon the weather. But on the day of the Admiral's merrymaking this was, beyond cavil, kind. 4 boats started from the town quay. 4 boats, alas, could by this time contain the comme-il-faut of Troy, for everybody who was anybody had been invited, and nobody, with the exception of the Honourable Frederick, who could not leave his telescope, had refused. Sam Buzzer did not start with the rest, but was to follow later, and in his absence Mr. Moggridge paid impressive court to Mrs. Goodwin Sandys, though uneasily, for Sophia's saddened eyes were upon him. Yet everybody seemed in the best of spirits and tempers. The Admiral, after bestowing his wife in another boat, and glaring vindictively at Kit's house, where the figure of Mr. Fogo was visible on the beach, grew exceedingly jocose, and cracked his most admired jokes, including his famous dialogue with the echo just beyond Kit's house, a performance which Miss Limpany declared she had seldom heard him give with such spirit. She herself, spurred to emulation, told her favourite story, which began, "In the great exhibition of 1851, when Her Majesty, long may she reign, partook of a public luncheon," and contained a most diverting incident about a cherry pie. And always at decent intervals she would exclaim, "Did you ever see anything more lovely?" To which the Admiral, as religiously, would reply, "Really, I never did." Indeed, the scene was, as Mrs. Goodwin Sandys in another boat observed, like a poet's dream, a remark at which Mr. Moggridge blushed very much. I wish I could linger and describe with amorous precision the bright talk, the glories of the day, each bend and vista of the river which I have loved from childhood. But amid the stress of events now crowding with epic vehemence on Troy, the muse must hasten. Fain would she dally over the disembarkation, the feast, the manner in which Admiral Buzzer carved the chicken pie, and his humorous allusion to the merry thought, or dwell upon the salad compounded by Mr. Moggridge, the spider that was found in it, and the conundrum composed upon that singular occurrence. Or loiter to tell how Miss Lavinia upset the claret cup over the vicar's coat-tails, and in her confusion said it did not signify, which was very amusing. On this and more would she blithely discourse, did not sterner themes invite her. It happened that on this particular morning Mr. Fogo had been restless beyond his wont. For a full hour he had wandered on the beach, as Caleb expressed it, "backwards and forwards like Boscastle Fair." He had taken up mallet and chisel, had set them down at the end of half an hour for his paint-box, and ruined a well-meaning sketch of the previous day. had deserted this in turn for another ramble on the beach, and finally returned with a helpless look to Caleb, who sat whistling and splicing a rope upon the little quay. "I didn't mind, sir, like Pomeroy's cat," suggested he sympathetically. "I have no acquaintance with the animal you mention," said his master. "I reckon 'twas she as got killed by care, sir. I never know myself but one animal has got downright put going in that way, and that were a hen." A hen?" "Yes, sir. It happened up at Pennylick, the last year I stayed long with my lawyer Mynheer. 'Twas a regular full body, this hen. A black Minorcy she were, but no egg ever laid were fuller of meat than she her good feeling. And principle. It had enough principle to stock a prayer meeting. But high principle in a bufflehead's like a fishbone i' the throat. Useful, but out of place. Well, sir, the old Mynheer one day bought a baker's dozen of porcelain eggs over to Summercourt Fair. Beautiful eggs they were, and you couldn't tell mum from real, except by the weight. The very next day, finding as his Minorcy were laying for a brood i' the loft above the cowshed, he takes up the true egg while the old fowl were away, and sets a porcelain egg in place of it. In course, back comes the hen, and being a daft body, as I told ye, and not used to these here refinements of civilization, never doubts but 'twas the same as she laid. 'Twarn't long afore he'd laid a 6 more, and then I sets to work to hatch from nowt. Naturally, after a while, the brood was all hitched out, excepting, of course, the porcelain egg. The mother didn't take no suspicion. 'Twere all right, only a bit stubborn. So I sot down for 2 days more, and did all a hen could to hatch that chick. No good, 'twouldn't budge. He never seed a fowl that hurted in mind, and never a thought of giving in. No, sir, it wasn't her way. I just cocked her head aslant, took a long stare at the cussed thing, and said, so plain as looks could say, "Well, I've laid this egg, and I reckon I've got to hatch it, and if it takes me to the aluminium, I'll see it out." The millennium," corrected Mr. Fogo, who was much interested. "Not being over-educated, sir," said Caleb, with unconscious severity. "That old hen, I reckon, said aluminium. But never mind. Her sot and sat and kept on setting, and neglected the rest of their chicks for what seemingly to her was the call of duty, till one by one they all died. 'Twas pitiful, sir, and the worst was to see her lay so much store by that egg. The old Mynheer was for taking it away, but 'twould have broke her heart. As 'twas, what with anxiety and too little food, her wore to her shadow. I seed her was bound to die anyway, and one afternoon as I was in the cowshed, I heard a weakly sort of clucking overhead, and went up to look. 'Twas too late, sir. The old hen was lying beside the egg, glazing at it in a filmy sort of way, and breathing terrible hard. When I comes, she gives a look same as to say, "I reckon I've got to go. I've been a mother to that there egg, and I'd have liked to see it through afore I went. But seemingly 'tweren't ordained." And with that there was a kind of flutter, and when I turned her over, I seed her troubles were down. That fowl, sir, had passed. "You tell the story with such sympathy, Caleb, that I appeal to you the more readily for advice. I find it hard to concentrate my attention this morning. If I might make free to shaky again, I should prefer any other cure." "Oh, very well, sir. I have heard from trippers as come to Troy to spend the day and get drunk in another parish for variety's sake. There's a pennyworth of sea as uncommon refreshing." A pennyworth of sea?" "That's so, sir. 12 in a boat, and a copper and head to the boatman to rouse so far as there and back, which is cheap and emptying at the price, as a chap told me." "You advise me to take a row?" "Yes, sir. And I reckon you'd best go up the river if you're going alone. Though whether you prefers the risk of meeting Admiral Busser to being turned topsy-versy outside the harbour mouth is a question I leaves to you. 'Twas a matter of taste, as Monsieur said by the Yellow Frog." Mr. Fogo decided to risk an encounter with the Admiral. In a few minutes he was afloat and briskly rowing in the wake of the picnic party. But Black Care, that clambers aboard the sea-going galley, did not disdain a seat in the stern of Mr. Fogo's boat. She sat her down there, and would not budge for all his pulling. Neither could the smile of the clear sky woo her thence, nor the voices of the day. But as on shipboard she must still be talking to the man at the wheel, and on horseback importunately whispering to the rider from her pillion, so now she besieged the ear of Mr. Fogo, to whom her very sex was hateful. Further and further he rowed, in vain attempt to shake off this incubus. Passed at some distance the rock where the picnickers had spread their meal. Luckily the Admiral's back was turned to the river. Doubled at the next bend, ran to his boat ashore on a little patch of shingle overarched with trees, and stepping out, sat down to smoke a pipe. Secure from observation, he could hear the laughter of the picnickers borne melodiously through the trees, and either this or the tobacco chased his companion from his side. For his brow cleared, the puffs of smoke came more calmly, and before the pipe was smoked out, Mr. Fogo had sunk into a most agreeable fit of abstraction. He was rudely aroused by the sound of voices close at hand. Indeed, the speakers were but a few yards off, on the bank above him. Now Mr. Fogo was the last man to desire to overhear a conversation, but the first words echoed so aptly his late musings, and struck his memory too with so deep a pang, that before he recovered it was too late. "Geraldine? Oh, why is it?" It was a woman's voice that asked the question, though not the voice that Mr. Fogo had half expected to hear, and his very relief brought a shudder with it. "Oh, why is it that a man and a woman cannot talk together except in lies? You ask if I am unhappy. Say what you mean. Do I hate my husband? Well then, yes. My dear Mrs., is that frank enough? Oh yes, I have lied so consistently throughout my married life that I tell the truth now out of pure weariness. I detest him. Sometimes I feel that I must kill either Fred or myself, and end it all." "Bless my soul," murmured Mr. Fogo, cowering more closely. "This country teems with extraordinary people." He held his breath as the deeper voice answered, "Had I thought— Stop, I know what you would say, and it is untrue. Be frank, as I am. You had half guessed my secret, and were bound to convince yourself, and why? Shall I tell you, or will you copy my candour and speak for yourself?" Dead silence followed this question. After some seconds the woman's voice resumed. "Ah, all men are cowards. Well, I will tell you. Your question implied yet another, and it was, do I, hating my husband, love you? Geraldine, do you still wish that question answered? I will do you that favour also. Listen. For the life of me, I don't know." And the speaker laughed, a laugh full of amused tolerance, as though her confession had left her as careless spectator of its results. Mr. Fogo shuddered. "In heaven's name, Geraldine, don't mock me." "But it is true. How should I know? You have talked to me, read me your verses, and indeed I think them very beautiful. You have, with comparative propriety, because in verse, invited me to fly with thee to a desolate island in the southern sea, wherever that is, and forgetting my shame and likewise blame, while you do the same with name and fame and its laurel leaf, go to mortal grief on a coral reef. Geraldine, you are torturing me. Do I not quote correctly? My point is this. A woman will listen to talk, but she admires action. Prove that you are ready, not to fly to a coral reef, but to do me one small service, and you may have another answer. Name it." Mr. Fogo, peering through the bushes as one fascinated, saw an extremely beautiful woman confronting an extremely pale youth, and fancied also that he saw a curious flash of contempt pass over the woman's features as she answered, "Really, unless you kill the Admiral next time he makes a pun, I do not know that just now I need such a service. By tomorrow, though, or the next day, I may think of one. Until then," she held out her hand, "wait patiently, and be kind to Sophia." Mr. Moggridge started as though stung by a snake, but, recollecting himself, imprinted a kiss upon the proffered fingers. Again Mrs. Goodwin Sandys laughed with unaffected mirth, and again the hidden witness saw that curious gleam of scorn, only now, as the young man bent his head, it was not dissembled. They were gone. Mr. Fogo sank back against the bushes, drew a long breath, and passed his hand nervously over his eyes. But though the scene had passed as a dream, the laugh still rang in his ears. "It is a judgment on me," muttered the poor man. "A judgment! They are all alike." Curiously enough, his next reflection appeared to contradict this view of the sex. "An extraordinary woman, but every fresh person I meet in this place is more eccentric than the last. Let me see," he continued, checking off the list on his fingers. "There's Caleb, and that astounding Admiral, and the twins, and Tamsin." Mr. Fogo stared very hard at the water for some seconds. "And Tamsin," he repeated slowly. Hello, my feet seem to be in the water. And bless my soul, what has become of the boat? He might well ask. The tide had been steadily rising as he crouched under the banks, and was now lapping his boots. Worse than this, it had floated off the boat, which he had carelessly forgotten to secure, and drifted it up the river, at first under cover of the trees, afterwards more ostentatiously into mid-channel. Mr. Fogo rushed up the patch of shingle until brought to a standstill by its sudden declension into deep water. There was no help for it. Not a soul was in sight. He divested himself rapidly of his clothes, piled them in a neat little heap beyond reach of the tide, and then, with considerable spirit, plunged into the flood and struck out in pursuit of the truant. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Astonishing History of Troy Town, of a lady of sensibility that, being awkwardly placed, might easily have set matters right, but did not, with much beside. It is hardly necessary by this time to inform my readers that Miss Priscilla Limpany was a lady of sensibility. We have already seen her obey the impulse of the heart rather than the cool dictates of judgment. Her admiration of natural beauty she had herself confessed more than once during the voyage up the river. But lest more than a due share of this admiration should be set down to patriotism, I wish to put it on record that she possessed to an uncommon degree an appreciative sense of the poetic side of nature. She was familiar with the works of Mrs. Hemans and L.E.L., and had got by heart most of the effusions in Affection's Keepsake and Friendship's Offering. Nay, she had been in her early youth suspected, more than vaguely, of contributing fugitive verse to a periodical known as the Household Packet. She had even many years ago met the poet Wordsworth at the dinner-table, as she expressed it, of a common friend, and was never tired of relating how the great man had spoken of the prunes as pruins, and said, "Would you oblige me with the salt?" With such qualifications for communion with nature, it is not wonderful that on this particular afternoon Miss Limpany should have wandered pensively along the river's bank and surrendered herself to its romantic charm. Possessed by the spirit of the place and hour, she even caught herself straying by the extreme brink, and repeating those touching lines from Affection's Keepsake. The eye roams widely over glad nature's face, to mark each varied and delightful scene. The simple and magnificent we trace, while loveliness and brightness intervene. Oh, everywhere is something found to— At this point, Miss Limpany's gaze lost its dreamy expansiveness and grew rigid with horror. Immediately before her feet, and indelicately confronting her, lay a suit of man's clothing. It is a curious fact, though one we need not linger to discuss, that while clothes are the very symbol and first demand of decency, few things become so flagrantly immodest when viewed in themselves and apart from use. The crimson rushed to Miss Limpany's cheek. She uttered a cry and looked around. Inexorable fate, whose compulsion directed that gaze. If raiment apart from its wearer be unseemly, how much more— About 30 yards from her, wading down the stream and tugging the painter of his recovered boat, advanced Mr. Fogo. To add a final touch of horror, that gentleman, finding that the damp on his spectacles completely dimmed his vision, had deposited them in the boat, and was therefore blind to the approaching catastrophe. Unconscious even of observation, he advanced nearer and nearer. Miss Limpany's emotion found vent in a squeal. Mr. Fogo heard, halted, and gazed blankly around. "How singular!" he murmured. "I could have sworn I heard a cry." He made another step. The sound was repeated more shrilly. Again! Dear me, it sounds human, as of some fellow creature in distress. Go away at once! Bless my soul, what can it be?" Mr. Fogo stared in the direction whence the voice proceeded, but of course without seeing anything. I beg your pardon," he observed mildly. "Go away." "If you will allow me," he began courteously, addressing vacancy. "Monster!" The awful truth began to dawn upon him, and was followed by a hasty impulse to dive. "If," he stammered, "I am right in supposing myself to address a lady—" "Don't talk to me, but go away." I was about to ask permission to resume my spectacles, which I have unfortunately laid aside. No, no, that would be worse. Oh, go away at once. Pardon me, madam. I am aware that spectacles are insufficient as a... I mean, I did not propose to consider them in the light of a costume, but as an assistance to my sight, without which... Oh, I shall faint! Without which it will be impossible for me to extricate myself from this extremely unfortunate situation. I am notoriously short-sighted, madam, and at this distance could not tell you from Adam. I should say from Eve, continued Mr. Fogo, desperately reaching out for his spectacles and adjusting them. By the imperfect glimpse which he obtained through the glasses, which was still damp, he was almost moved to adopt his first impulse of deserting the boat and diving. But even if he swam away, the case would be no better, for this unreasonable female stood sentry beside his clothes. "If I might make a suggestion, madam—" But by this time Miss Limpany had broken forth into a series of sobs and plaintive cries for protection. Alas, the rest of the picnic party were deep within the woods and out of hearing. "Believe me, my dear madam—" "I am not your dear madam." "I have no other intention than to get out of this." "He confesses it." "I assure you—" "Will no one protect me?" wailed the lady, wringing her hand and sobbing anew. But help was near, and from an unexpected quarter. "Lor!" cried a voice on the bank above. "What be all this?" And Peter Dearlove pushed aside the bushes and descended to the shingle, closely followed by Paul. He was just in time, for Miss Limpany, with a thankful little cry, staggered and fell fainting into his arms. "Mercy upon us!" exclaimed Peter, seeing only the lady, and not at first the cause of her distress. "'Tis Miss Limpany!" "Well, I'm jiggered!" ejaculated Paul. "So 'tis!" The twins bent over the lady and looked at each other in dismay. To Mr. Fogo the tableau might have borne a ridiculous likeness to that scene in Cymbeline, where Guiderius and Arviragus stoop over the unconscious Imogen. But Mr. Fogo, as he stood neck-high in water, was far beyond drawing any such comparison, and Peter, instead of adjuring Miss Limpany to fear no more the heat of the sun, cringed himself to the practical difficulty. "Did he ever tell Eve what's best to be done when a lady's took like this?" he asked his brother. "No," answered Paul. "Damns if it was never took this way. But that there little book us used to study when her had a whooping cough and measles would like to tell all about it. I wish 'twas here. Wait a bit. I remembers the instructions for discovering the apparently drownded. Do you reckon Miss Limpany here is apparently drownded?" "Why, no." "I think so neither. If she was," added Paul regretfully, "you'd have to be extra particular not to roll her body upon casks. That was a great point." "'Tis a long step round to fetch that book," sighed Peter. "And terrible long words in the index when you've got 'em. Stop now. Is he fainting, do you think?" "Well," answered Paul thoughtfully, "it won't be fainting. Because if so, the best way is to hold the sufferer upside down and dash cold water over the face." "That would be taking too much of a liberty, wouldn't it, Paul?" But at this point the blood came trickling back into Miss Limpany's cheeks. The eyelids fluttered, opened. She gasped a little, looked up, and... "Is he gone?" she asked in a weak whisper. "Gone? Who, ma'am?" The monster." "Oh, light-headed yet," muttered Peter. But following Miss Limpany's stare, the brothers caught sight of Mr. Fogo simultaneously, and for the first time. Their mahogany faces grew sensibly paler. "Well, this beats cock-fighting." "Would you mind taking that lady away?" pleaded Mr. Fogo through his chattering teeth. "I am very cold indeed, and I wish to dress." "Oh, that voice again!" sobbed Miss Limpany. "Please tell him to go away." Being nonplussed by these two appeals, Peter addressed his reply to his brother. "I don't know, Paul, as we got her to the bottom of this, but I reckon Mr. Fogo's been a-letting his principles take 'em too far. As for disliking womankind, 'tis in a way excusable, perhaps, but notice is one thing, and teasing's another." "Oh, that's so, Peter. If 'tis a matter of fashion, though, I dunno as we've any call to interfere, not knowing what's what." "If you please, sir," shouted Peter, "Paul and me wants to know whether you be a-doing it by way of being fashionable." I don't know what you mean. I only wish to be allowed to get at my clothes. I really am suffering considerably, being quite unused to these long immersions.
Peter looked round and caught sight of the neat pile of Mr. Fogar's attire lying underneath the bank. Light began to dawn on him. He turned to Miss Limpany. You'll excuse me, ma'am, but was you present by any chance when—"
"Heaven forbid!" she cried,
and put her hands before her face.
"Then, begging your pardon, but how did you come here?" "I was wandering on the bank and lost in thought, and came upon these articles, and then, I cannot."
"For the question is," pursued Peter, with an interrogative glance at his brother, who nodded, "why not have gone away?"
"Dear me!" exclaimed Miss Limpany. "I never thought of it."
She gathered up her skirts, and disdaining the assistance of the gallant Paul, clambered up the bank, and with a formal bow left the twins staring. As she remarked tearfully to Lavinia that evening,
"What one requires in these cases is presence of mind, my dear,"
and she heaved a piteous little sigh.
"But consider," urged the sympathetic Lavinia, "your feelings at the moment. I am sure that under similar circumstances," she shuddered, "I should have behaved in precisely the same way."
Mr. Fogar emerged in so benumbed a condition, his teeth chattered so loudly, and his nose had grown so appallingly blue, that the twins, who had in delicacy at first retired to a little distance, were forced to return and help him into his clothes. Even then, however, he continued to shiver to such an extent that the pair, after consulting in whispers for some moments, took off their coats, wrapped him carefully about, set him in the stern of his boat, and jumping in themselves, pushed off and rowed rapidly homewards. Their patient endeavoured to express his thanks, but was gravely desired not to mention it. For 10 minutes or so the twins rowed in silence. At the end of this time Paul suddenly dropped the bow oar, then, leaning forward, touched his brother on the shoulder, and whispered one word. "Shenacrum." "Or Samson," said Peter. "I think Paulie or Samson." "With his hair on?" "With a way out, I don't lay no store by Samson." "Very well, then, Shenacrum." The rowing was resumed, and Mr. Fogar left to speculate on these dark sayings. But as the boat drew near the column of blue smoke that, rising from the hazels on the left bank, marked the whereabouts of the Dearloves' cottage, he grew aware of a picture that, perhaps by mere charm of composition, set his pulse extravagantly beating. At the gate above the low cliff, her frock of pink print distinct against the hazels, stood Tamsin Dearlove, and looked up the river. She was bareheaded, and the level rays of evening powdered her dark tresses with gold, and touched the trees behind into bronze. One hand shielded to her eyes, the other rested on the half-open gate, and swayed it softly to and fro upon its hinge. As she stood thus, some happy touch of opportunity, some trick of circumstance or grouping, must, I think, have helped Mr. Fogar to a conclusion he had been seeking for weeks. Abundant opportunities of studying Tamsin, and noting that untaught grace of body in which many still find the secret of her charm. To his last day she will always be for him the woman who stood, this summer evening, beside the gate and looked up the river. And yet, as the boat drew near, the pleasantest feature in the picture was the smile with which she welcomed her brothers, though it contained some wonder to see them in Mr. Fogar's boat, and gave place to quick alarm as she remarked the extreme blueness of that gentleman's nose and the extreme pallor of his other features. "Tamsin, my dear, is the cloth laid?"
"Yes, Peter, and the kettle ready to boil."
"We was thinking a Shenacrum would be suiting Mr. Fogar better. He's met with an accident."
"Again?"
There was something of disdain in her eyes as she curtsied to him, but it softened immediately.
"You're kindly welcome, sir," she added, "and the Shenacrum shall be ready in 10 minutes."
Within 5 minutes Mr. Fogar was seated by the corner of the hearth and watching her as she heated the beer, which, together with rum, sugar, and lemon, forms the drink known and loved by Trojans as Shenacrum. The twins had retired to wash in the little outhouse at the back, and their splashing was audible every now and again above the crackling of the wood fire, which now, as before, filled the kitchen with fragrance. Its warmth struck kindly into Mr. Fogar's knees, and coloured Tamsin's cheeks with a hot red as she bent over the flame. He watched her profile in thoughtful silence for some moments, and then fell to staring at the glowing sticks and the shadows of the pothooks and hangers on the chimney-back.
So that is Shinakrum, he said at last, to break the silence.
Yes.
And what or who is Samson?
Samson is brandy and cider and sugar.
With his hair on?
She laughed. Oh, that means more brandy. Samson was double as strong, you know, with his hair on.
I see.
The silence was resumed. Only the tick-tack of the tall clock and the splashing of the twins disturbed it. She turned to glance at him once, and then, seeing his gaze fixed upon the fire that twinkled on the rim of his spectacles and emphasized the hollows of his face, had looked for a moment more boldly before she bent over her task again.
She is quite beautiful, but—
He spoke in a dreamy, abstracted tone, as if addressing the pothooks. Tamsin started, set down the pan with a clatter, and turned sharply round.
"Eh?" said Mr. Fogo, aroused by the clatter. "You were saying—"
And then it struck him that he had spoken aloud. He broke off and looked up with appealing helplessness. There was a second's pause. "You were saying—" The words came as if dragged from her by an effort. Her eyes were full of wrath as she stood above him and waited for his reply.
I'm very sorry," he stammered. I never meant you to hear. You were talking of you,"
he answered simply. He was horribly frightened, but it was not in the man's nature to lie or even evade the question. The straightforwardness of the reply seemed to buffet her in the face. She put up her hand against the chimney-piece and caught her breath.
"What is but?" she asked with a kind of breathless vehemence. "Finish your sentence. What right have you to talk of me?" she went on, as he did not reply. "If I'm not a lady, what is that to you?"
"Oh," she persisted in answer to the swift remonstrance on his face.
"I can end your sentence. She's quite beautiful, but quite low, of course. What right have you to call me either, to speak of me at all? We were content enough before you came, Peter and Paul and I. Why can't you let us alone? I hate you. Yes, I hope there is no doubt now that I am low. I hate you."
She stamped her foot in passion as two angry tears sparkled in her eyes.
"Why, Tamsin," cried Paul's voice at the door. "The Shinakrum not ready yet? I never knowed he so long afore."
She turned sharply, caught up the pan, and stooped over the fire again. But the glow on her cheeks now was hotter than any fire could bring.
"'Tis rare stuff, sir," said the twin encouragingly, as Tamsin filled the steaming glass and handed it, without a look, to Mr. Fogo. "Leastways, 'tis thought a deal of these parts by them as, without being polite, as yet reckoned judges."
Mr. Fogo took the glass and sipped bravely. The stuff was so hot that tears sprang to his eyes, but he gulped it down nevertheless.
"And now, sir," began Peter, who had joined the group and was looking on approvingly, "Paul and me was considering in the back kitchen, and agreed that, making so bold as to ask ye, and hoping 'twon't be thought over free, ye must stay the night, seeing you've took this cold, and the night air being, as well known, terrible apt to give thee inflammation." "We planned," put in Paul, "to go down with the boat to Kit's house and fetch up your things and tell Caleb about it, so he shouldn't be decomposed. And Tamsin would tell thee there's a room at your service, and reckon purty, looking on to the bee skeps of the orchard at the back," he explained, with a meaning glance at Tamsin, who was silent. "Why, Tamsin, girl, what's amiss that you don't speak?" asked Peter, and then his amazement got the better of his tact, as he added in a stage whisper, "'Tis only to change rooms. Paul and me can easy sleep down here afore the fire, and us only offer you a room as being more genteel."
"I assure you," broke in Mr. Fogo, "that I am quite recovered from my chill, thanks to your kindness, and would rather return, much rather, though I thank you all the same." He spoke to the twins, but kept his eyes on Tamsin.
"No kindness at all," muttered Peter.
His face fell, and he too looked at the girl. Finding their eyes upon her, she was compelled to speak.
"Mr. Fogo wouldn't care for the likes of what we could offer him," she said.
Then, seeing the pain on the men's faces, she added with an effort to be gracious,
"But if he can put up with us, he knows he should be made welcome."
She did not look up, and her voice, in which the peculiar sing-song of Trojan intonation was intentionally emphasized, sounded so strangely that still greater amazement fell upon the twins.
"Why, Tamsin, I never knowed 'ee in this mood afore," stammered Paul.
I assure you," interposed Mr. Fogo, "that I value your hospitality more than I can say, and shall not forget it. But it would be absurd to accept it when I am so near home. If one of you would consent to row me down to Kit's house, it would be the exact kindness I should prefer."
The twins assented, though not without regret at his refusal to accept more. Paul agreed to row him down, and the two started in the early twilight. As he shook Peter's hand, Mr. Fogo looked at Tamsin. "Good night," he said. "Good night, sir." She did not offer to shake hands. She scarcely even looked up, but stood there before the chimney-place, with the firelight outlining her form and throwing into deep shadow the side of her face that was towards him. One arm was thrown up to grasp the mantel-shelf, and against this her head rested. The other hung listlessly at her side. And this was the picture Mr. Fogo carried out into the grey evening. As the door closed upon him, Peter sank into the stiff-backed chair beside the hearth with a puzzled sigh. "Why, Tamsin," he said, as he slowly drew out his pipe and filled it, "what ailed thee, girl, to behave like that?" Looking up, he saw a tear, and then a second, drop brightly on the hearthstone. "Little maid!" Before he could say more, she had stepped to him, and sitting on the chair-arm, had flung her arms around his neck and drawn his head towards her, that he might not look into her face. "I hate him," she sobbed. "I hate him. I wish I'd never seen him. He despises us, and I was so happy before he came." The twin set down his pipe upon his knee and stared into the fire. "As for hating, Tamsin," he said gravely, "'tain't right. I should love our neighbours, Scripture says, and I reckon that includes tenants. In the matter of his despising us, I don't know as you be right, rather. He's fashionable, of course, but very conformable, considering. Very conformable. You mayn't sorry us let Kit's house, Tamsin? Not anchoring. No, no. I doubt, my dear, we'm poor hands to take care of ye, Paul and me. Us talks it over together at times, and agrees 'twas wrong not to have sent ye away to school. Us got a whack of handbills down, one time, from different places. You wouldn't believe it, my dear," he went on with something like a laugh, "but Paul and me almost came to words over them handbills. 'Twas a curious fact, but at the places where they allowed most holidays, they was most particular about taking your own spoon and fork, and Paul was a stickler again that. It grew to be a matter of principle with Paul that wherever you went you shouldn't take your own spoon and fork. So us never came to no understanding. I doubt 'twas selfish, and us can't understand maidens and their ways. But say, my dear, if there's anything can be set right, and us'll try. No, no, let me sit here beside you, and I shall be better presently." She drew a low stool to his side, and sat with her head against his knee, and her dark eyes watching the fire. Peter laid one hand gently on her hair, and wound the brown locks around his fingers. "All right now?" he asked, after several minutes had passed, with no sound but the ticking of the clock. "All right beside you, brother. It is always all right beside you." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Astonishing History of Troy Town, How a Lady and a Youth, being separated from their company, visited a ship that held nothing but water. Mr. Fogo and Paul performed the journey back to Kit's house in silence, for Paul was yet wondering at his sister's behaviour, and Mr. Fogo busy with thoughts he could hardly have interpreted. As they drew near the little quay, they discerned through the darkness, now fast creeping over the river, a boat pushed off by a solitary figure that jumped aboard and began to pull towards them. "Hi there!" It was Caleb's voice. "Hi, Caleb!" shouted Paul in answer. "Anything wrong?" "Have you seen master?" "Yes, and got him safe and sound." Caleb peered through the gloom and described Mr. Fogo. Whatever relief this may have been to his feelings, it called forth no expression beyond a grunt. He turned his boat and pulled back in time to help his master ashore. Paul was dismissed with some words of thanks, which he declared unnecessary. He would row back in Mr. Fogo's boat, he said, if he might be allowed, and would bring her down in the early morning. With this, and a hearty "good night," he left the pair to walk up to the house together. Caleb was unusually silent during supper, and when his master grew cheery and related the adventures of the day, offered no comment beyond a series of mysterious sounds expressing mental discontent rather than sympathy. Finally, when Mr. Fogo had finished, he looked up and began abruptly, "If you please, sir, I want to give warning." "Give warning?" "Yes, sir. Notice to go." Caleb stared fiercely at his master. "But, my dear Caleb, you surely don't mean—" "I do, though." "Are you dissatisfied with the place or the wages?"
That's it, sir, the wages.
If they're too low.
They bain't, they be a darn sight too high.
Mr. Fogo leant back in his chair. Too high? He gasped.
Look here, sir. Here be I so lazy as Lawrence, and eating my head off upon £1 a week and my small clothes, on conditions I look arter thee. Very well, what happened? 'Tis dear love, dear love, dear love all the time. First Tamsin brings thee back, and then Paul, and next term I reckon 'twill be Peter's turn. Wherefore, sir, seeing I can't offer to share wages with the twins, much less with Tamsin, I wants to go.
Caleb knocked the ashes out of his pipe, and rising, stared at his master for some seconds, and with much determination. Mr. Fogo argued the case for some time, without effect. But so sincerely did he paint his helplessness and nervous aversion to new faces, that at length, after many pros and cons, Caleb consented to give him one more chance.
But mind, sir, he added, the next time you're brought home by a dear love, go is the word.
On this understanding they retired to rest, but it was long before Mr. Fogo could shut his memory upon the panorama of the day's experiences. Let us return to the picnickers. After what had passed between Mrs. Goodwin Sandys and Mr. Moggridge on the river's bank, it may seem strange that the lady should have chosen Sam Buzzer to row her home, for the two youths were now declared rivals for her goodwill. But I think we may credit her with a purpose. At any rate, when the lengthening shadows and retreating tide hinted return, Sam, who had arrived late in a designedly small dinghy, asked Mrs. Goodwin Sandys to accompany him, and she, with little demur, complied. It did not matter greatly, as propriety would be saved by their nearness to the larger boats, and so the party started together. But this arrangement, though excellent, did not last long, for curiously enough the dinghy soon began to take a formidable lead of the next boat, in which the traitorous Moggridge was pulling stroke, and gazing with what courage he could summon into Sophia's eyes. Indeed, so quickly was the lead increased that at the end of 2 miles the larger boats had shrunk to mere spots in the distance. The declining sun shone in Sam's eyes as he rowed, and his companion, with her sunshade so disposed as to throw her face into shadow, observed him in calm silence. The sunshade was of scarlet silk, and in the softened light stealing through it, her cheek gained all the freshness of maidenhood. Her white gown, gathered about the waist with a band of scarlet, not only fitted her figure to perfection, but threw up the colour of her skin into glowing relief. To Sam she appeared a miracle of coolness and warmth, and as yet no word was spoken. At length, and not until they had passed the dear love's cottage, she asked, "Why were you late?"
Was I missed?
"Of course. You younger men of Troy seem strangely blind to your duties and your chances." The last 3 words came as if by afterthought. Sam looked up quickly. "Chances? You said chances, I believe." "I did. Was there not Miss Saunders, for instance?" Sam's lip curled.
Miss Saunders is not a chance. She is a certainty. Did she, for instance, announce that the beauty of the day made her sad? That even amid the wealth of summer something inside her whispered autumn?
"She did."
She always does.
"I've never picnicked with Miss Saunders, but something inside her whispered autumn." "A small bore," suggested Mrs. Goodwin Sandys, "that never misses fire." Sam tittered and resumed, "If it comes to duties, your husband sets the example. He hasn't moved from the club window today." "Oh," she exclaimed shortly, "I never asked you to imitate my husband." Sam ceased rowing and looked up. He was familiar with the tone, but had never heard it so emphasized before. "Look here," he said, "something's wrong, that's plain. It's a rude question, but does he neglect you?" She laughed with some bitterness, and perhaps with a touch of self-contempt. "You are right. It is a rude question. But he does not." There was a moment's silence, and then she added, "So it's useless, is it not, to wish that he would?" The blood about Sam's heart stood still. Were the words a confession or a sneer? Did they refer to her or to him? He would have given worlds to know, but her tone disclosed nothing. "You mean—" She gave him no answer, but turned her head to look back. In the distant boats they had fallen to singing glees. In this they obeyed tradition, for there is one accomplishment which all Trojans possess, of fitting impromptu harmonies to the most difficult air. And still, in the pauses of the music, Miss Limpany would exclaim, "Did you ever see anything more lovely?" And the album would reply, "Really, I never did." Mrs. Goodwin Sandys could not, of course, hear this, but the voices of the singers stole down the river and touched her, it may be, with some sense of remorse for the part she was playing in this Arcadia. "We are leaving the others a long way behind," she said irresolutely. "Do you wish to wait for them?" For a moment she seemed about to answer, but did not. Sam pulled a dozen vigorous strokes, and the boat shot into the reach opposite Kit's house. "That," she said, resting her eyes on the weather-stained front of Mr. Fogar's dwelling, "is where the hermit lives, is it not? I should like to meet this man that hates all women." Sam essayed a gallant speech, but she paid no heed to it. "What a charming creek that is beyond the house! Let us row up there and wait for the others." The creek was wrapped in the first quiet of evening. There was still enough tide to mirror the tall trees that bent towards it and reflect with a grey gleam one gable of the house behind. 2 or 3 boats lay quietly here by their moorings. Beside them rested a huge red buoy, and an anchor protruding one rusty tooth above the water. Where the sad-looking shingle ended, a few long timbers rotted in the ooze. Nothing in this haunted corner spoke of life, unless it were the midges that danced and wheeled over the waveless tide. "Yonder lies the lepers' burial ground," said Sam, and pointed. "I have heard of them," she shivered. "And that?" She nodded towards the saddest ruin in this sad spot, the hull of what was once a queenly schooner, now slowly rotting to annihilation beside the further shore. She lay, helplessly canted to starboard, her head pointing up the creek. Her timbers had started, her sides were coated with green weed, her rudder, wrenched from its pintle, lay hopelessly askew. On her stern could be still read, in blistered paint, her name, the 7 Sisters of Troy. There she lay, dismantled, with a tangle of useless rigging, not fit for saving, left to dangle from her bulwarks, and a quick fancy might liken her, as the tide left her, and the water in her hold gushed through a dozen gaping seams, to some noble animal that had crept to this corner to bleed to death. Mrs. Goodwin Sandys looked towards the wreck with curious interest. "I should like to examine it more closely," she said. For answer, Sam pulled round the schooner and let the boat drift under her overhanging side. "You can climb aboard if you like," he said, as he shipped the sculls and, standing up, grasped the schooner's bulwarks. "Stop, let me make the painter fast." He took up the rope, swung himself aboard, and looped it round the stump of a broken davit, then bent down and gave a hand to his companion. She was agile, and the step was of no great height, but Sam had to take both her hands before she stood beside him. And but his heart beat cruelly quick. Once on board, Mrs. Goodwin Sandys displayed the most eager inquisitiveness, almost endangering her beautiful neck as she peered down into the hole where the water lay, black and gloomy. She turned and walked aft with her feet in the scuppers and her right hand pressed against the deck, so great was the cant of the vessel. It was uphill walking too, for the schooner was sagged in the waist, and the stern tilted up to a considerable height. Nevertheless, she reached the poop at last. Sam followed. "I want to see the captain's cabin," she explained. Sam wondered, but led the way. It was no easy matter to descend the crazy ladder, and in the cabin itself the light was so dim that he struck a match. Its flare revealed a broken table, a horsehair couch, and a row of cupboards along the walls. On the port side these had mostly fallen open, and the doors in some cases hung by a single hinge. There was a terrible smell in the place. Mrs. Goodwin Sandys looked round. "Does the water ever come up here?" she asked. Sam lit another match. "No," he said, stooping and examining the floor. "You're quite sure?" Her tone was so eager that he looked up. "Yes, I'm quite sure. But why do you ask?" She did not answer, nor in the faint light could he see her face. After a moment's silence she said, as if to herself, "This is just the place." "For what?" For an Irish jig." She laughed with sudden merriment. "Come, try a step upon these old timbers." "For heaven's sake, take care!" cried Sam. "There may be a trap hatch where you stand, and these boards are rotten through and through. 10 minutes ago you were mournful," he added, in wonder at her change of mood. "Was I?" She broke out suddenly into elfish song. "Och, Patrick o' here, but I'm sad, bedad. Och, darling, 'tis bad to be sad. How's this, says he. Why, a kiss, says she. 'Tis a cure, says he, and that's sure, says he. Och, Pat, you're a sensible lad, bedad. Troth, Pat, you're a jewel of a lad." She broke off suddenly and shivered. "Come, let us go. This place suffocates me." She turned and ran up the crazy ladder. At the top she turned and peered down upon the dumbfounded Sam. "Nobody comes here, I suppose?" "I should think not." "I mean, the owner never comes to visit his cargo?" laughed Sam. "No, the owner is dead. He was a wicked old miser, and I guess in the place where he is now he'd give a deal for the water in this ship. But I never heard he was allowed to come back for it." She leant her hands on the taffrail and looked over the stern. "Hark, there are the other boats. Don't you hear the voices? They've passed us by, and we must make haste after them." She turned upon him with a smile. Without well knowing what he did, he laid his hand softly on her arm. "Stop. I want a word before you go." "Well?" Her large eyes gleaming on him through the dusk, compelled and yet frightened him. He trembled and stammered vaguely. "You said just now, you hinted, I mean, that you were unhappy with with your husband. Is that so?" It was the second time she had been asked the question today. A faint smile crossed her face. "Well?" she said again. "I mean," he answered with a nervous laugh, "I don't like to see it, and I meant, if I could help you—" "To run away? Will you help me to run away?" Her eyes suddenly blazed upon him, and as she bent forward and almost hissed the words, he involuntarily drew back a step. "Well," he stammered, "he's a good fellow, really, is your husband. He's been very good to me and all that." "Ah!" she exclaimed, turning away. "I thought so. Come, we're wasting time." "Stop!" cried Sam. But she had passed swiftly down the sloping deck and dropped into the boat without his assistance. He followed unsteadily, untied the painter, and jumped down after her. They rowed for some time in silence after the retreating picnickers. Before they came abreast of the hindmost boat, however, Sam spoke. "Look here, I can't help myself, and that's the truth. If you want to run away, I'll help you." He groaned inwardly as he said it. She made no reply, but kept her eyes fixed on his face as if weighing his words. Nor beyond a cool "Good night" at parting on the quay did another word pass between them. "What luck?" asked the Honourable Frederick as his wife entered the drawing-room of the Bower. He was stretched in an armchair before the fire, and turned with a glance of some anxiety at her entrance. She looked about her wearily, took off her hat, tossed it across to a table, and sinking into the armchair opposite, began to draw off her gloves. "I'm sick to death of all this, my dear, of the cause, of Brady, of these people, of myself." His face wore a grey look that made her seem a full 10 years older. "Won't you include me in the list, my love?" asked her husband amiably. "I would," she replied, "only I've already said as much twice this very afternoon." She laughed a fatigued little laugh, and looked around her again. The drawing-room had greatly changed since first we visited it with Anbrel Buzzer, and the little tradesmen regarded Mr. Goodwin Sandy's account with some complacency as they thought of payment after midsummer. For the strangers were not of the class that goes to the metropolis or to the cooperative stores. From the outset they had announced a warm desire to benefit the town of Troy. This pretty drawing-room was one of the results, and it only wanted a certain number of cheques from the Honourable Frederick to make the excellence of the arrangements complete. Mrs. Goodwin Sandys took a leisurely survey of the room while her husband awaited information. "The poet is hooked," she said at last, "and so is Master Sam." "The poet is our first card," replied her husband, searching his pocket and producing a letter. "The Maryland should be here tomorrow or next day. Upon my word, Nelly, I don't want to ask questions, but you've done exceedingly well." "Better than well, me dear. I found a place, an elegant hiding in an old schooner up the river." "Safe?" "As a church. I'll take yous to do it tomorrow. Master Town tells me sorrow a soul goes nigh it. He took me to see it. I say, me darling, I'll be letting that young fool down easier than the poet. He's a poor little snob, but he's more like a man than Moggridge."
"He's a bad ass, is Moggridge," assented the Honourable Frederick. "Come, Nenny, we've a day's work before us, remember." A friend of mine, the son of steady-going nihilist parents, and therefore an authority, assures me that the Honourable Frederick cannot have been a conspirator for the simple reason that he shaved his chin regularly. Be that as it may, tonight he smiled mysteriously as he rose, and winked at his wife in a most plebeian way. I regret to say that both smile and wink were returned. End of Chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Astonishing History of Troy Town, of Stratagems and Spoils, and that the nominalists err who hold a thing to be what it is called. At 2 o'clock next morning, Mr. Moggridge closed the door of his lodgings behind him, and, stepping out into the street, stood for some moments to ponder. A smile sat upon his lips, witness to pleasure that underlies poetic pains. The collector of customs was in humour this morning, and had written 30 lines of Act 4 of Love's Dilemma, a Comedy, before breakfast, for it was his custom to rise early and drink regularly of the waters of Helicon before seeking his office. It is curious that the civil service should so often divide its claims with the service of the Muse. I remember that the Honourable Frederick once drew my attention to this, and supplied me with several instances. There was what's-his-name, and t'other Johnny up in the lakes, and a heap I can't remember at the moment. Fancy must have come from the stamps, licked off with the gum, perhaps. Be that as it may, Mr. Moggridge had written 30 lines this morning, and was even now, as he stood in the street and stared at the opposite house, repeating to himself a song he had just composed for his hero. It is worth quoting, for with slight alteration I know no better clue to the poet's mood at the time. The play has since been destroyed, for reasons of which some hint may be found in the next few chapters, but the unfinished song is still preserved among the author's notes, where it is headed, A Hymn of Love. Toiling lover, lose your pack, all your sighs and tears unbind. Cares aware may break a back, may not bend a maiden's mind. Loose, and follow to a land where the tyrant's only fee is the kissing of a hand and the bending of a knee. In that state a man shall need neither priest nor lawgiver. Those same slips that are his creed shall confess their worshipper. All the laws he must obey, now in force and now repealed. Shift in eyes that shift as they... Shift as they, mused Mr. Moggridge. Let me see. Till alike with kisses sealed. That was it. With another verse and a little polishing, I will take it to Geraldine and ask her... At this point the poet glanced down the street and, to his surprise, beheld Mrs. Goodwin Sandys advancing towards him. "Good morning," she nodded with a charming smile. "I was coming to look for you. I have a favour to ask." "A favour? Is it the—" "Well, it's rather prosaic for the," she laughed. "In fact, it's tea." "Tea?" "Yes, it's rather a long story, but it comes to this. You see, Fred is very particular about the tea he drinks." "Indeed?" "It's a fact, I assure you. Well, when we were travelling in the States, Fred happened to come across some tea he liked particularly at Chicago. And the funny thing about this tea is that it is compressed. It is called Wapshot's Patent Compressed Tea. Now, I dare say," added Mrs. Goodwin Sandys demurely, "that you wouldn't think it possible for compressed tea to be good." "To tell you the truth," said Mr. Moggridge, "I have never given the subject a thought." "No, of course, being a poet you wouldn't. But it's very good all the same. You buy it in cakes, and have to be very particular that Wapshot and Sons is written on each cake. Of course it isn't really written. Of course not. But you'll excuse me if I don't yet see... To be sure you don't until I have explained. Well, you see, men are so particular about what they eat and drink, and are always thinking about it. I don't mean poets, of course. I suppose you, for instance, only think about gossamer and things." "I don't know that I think much about gossamer," said Mr. Moggridge. "Well, moonbeams, then. But Fred is different. Ever since he left Chicago he's been talking about that tea. I wonder you never heard him." I have not, to my knowledge." "No? Well, at last, finding it couldn't be bought in England, he sent across for a chest. We had the invoice a few days ago, and here it is." Mrs. Goodwin Sandys produced a scrap of paper and went on. "You see, it's coming in a ship called the Maryland, and ought to be here about this time. Well, Fred was looking through his telescope before breakfast this morning. He's always looking through a telescope now, and knows, I believe, every rig of every vessel in the world. When he calls out,
"Hello, American bark," in his short way. Of course, I didn't know at first what he meant, and mixed it up with that stuff, Peruvian bark, isn't it, that you give to your child if you have one, and do not let it untimely die, or something of the sort. But afterwards he shouted, "I shouldn't wonder if she's the Maryland." And then I understood, and it struck me that it would be so nice to come to you and pay the duty, or whatever you call it, on the tea, and at the same time, if you were very good, you would take me over to the ship with you and show me how you did your work. It's very complicated, I dare say, but I'll be as quiet as a mouse and won't interrupt you at all." She paused for breath. The collector smiled and handed back the invoice. "It seems all right," he said. "Let us hurry to the custom-house. An hour in your company, Geraldine, will transfigure even the dull round of duty." Mrs. Goodwin Sandys smiled back divinely. She thought it extremely probable. A few minutes later the poet sat by Geraldine's side, sweet proximity, in the stern of one of Her Majesty's boats, while two minions, as is wont in verse to term his subordinates, rowed them towards a shapely bark that had just dropped anchor not far from the bower slip. She flew a yellow flag in sign that she hailed from a foreign port, and as the customs boat dropped under her quarter, Mr. Moggridge shouted, "Maryland, ahoy!"
"Ahoy!"
answered a gruff voice, and a red face looked over the side. "Captain?" inquired Mr. Moggridge.
"That's me, your Tea Potter, Captain. Customs, I guess," said the red-faced man, with a slow look at Mrs. Goodwin Sandys.
"Clean bill of health?"
"Well, 2 forecastle hands down with whooping cough. Take it you won't keep us in quarantine for that."
The collector helped Mrs. Goodwin Sandys up the ship's side. As she alighted on deck, a swift glance passed between her and the red-faced man. Quite casually she laid 2 fingers on her chin. Uriah T. Potter did the same, but Mr. Moggridge was giving some instructions to his minions at the moment, and did not notice it. "Anything to declare?" he asked.
"Mainly corn aboard and tin fruits for Port of London. Reasonable deal of tea and baccy, though, for you to seal. Ship for same place. By the way, Chester tea for party living hereabouts. Goodwin Sandys, friend of owner. Guess that's the reason for putting it in this one-horse place," wound up Uriah T. Potter, with a deprecatory glance at the beauties of Troy. "This is Mrs. Goodwin Sandys," said the collector. "Proud to make your acquaintance, ma'am."
The captain held out his hand to the lady, who shook it affably. "Let's see the cargo," said Mr. Moggridge. The captain led the way, and they descended, Mrs. Goodwin Sandys full of pretty wonder at the arrangements of the ship, and slipping her fingers timidly into the collector's hand on the dark companion stairs. He seized and raised them to his lips. "Oh, you poets!" expostulated she. "Where the tyrant's only fee," murmured Mr. Moggridge, "is the kissing of a hand. What, more verses? You shall repeat them to me." I am afraid that, in the obscurity below, Mr. Moggridge inspected the weighing of ship's stores and sealing of excisable goods in a very perfunctory manner. There were so many dim corners and passages where Mrs. Goodwin Sandys needed guidance, and after all the minions were sufficient for the work. They rummaged here and there among the casks and chests, weighing, counting, and sealing, while the red-faced Uriah stood over them and occasionally looked from the collector to the lady with a slow grin of growing intelligence. They were seated together on a cask, and Mr. Moggridge had possessed himself for the 20th time of his companion's hand. "You think the verse is obscure?" he was whispering. "Ah, Geraldine, if I could only speak out from the heart! As it is, Euphelia serves to grace my measure." "Who's she?" asked Mrs. Goodwin Sandys, whose slight acquaintance with other poets was perhaps the reason why she rated her companion's verse so highly. "The merchant, to conceal his treasure, conveys it in a borrowed name," Mr. Moggridge began to quote. "Why, Geraldine, what is the matter? Are you faint?" "No, it is nothing." "I thought you seemed pale. As I was saying, the merchant, to conceal his treasure—" "Yes, yes, I know," said she, rising abruptly. "It is very hot and close down here."
"Here's your chest, ma'am," called the voice of Uriah T. Potter. She turned and walked towards it. It was a large, square packing case, and bore the legends, "Wapshot & Sons, Chicago, patent compressed tea, 10 prize medals," stamped here and there about it.
"I suppose," she said, turning to Mr. Moggridge, "I can have it weighed here and pay you the duty, and then Captain Potter can send it straight to the Bower?" "Certainly," said Mr. Moggridge.
We won't be long opening it, and then—" "Opening it? Why, yes, as a matter of form, you know. It won't take a minute." "But how foolish," said Mrs. Goodwin Sandys, "when you know very well by the invoice that it's tea." "Of course it's foolish, only it's the rule, you understand, before allowing goods to be landed." "But I don't understand. It is tea, and I'm ready to pay the duty. I never thought you would be so unreasonable." "Geraldine!" At the utterance of Mrs. Goodwin Sandys' Christian name, the two minions turned aside to conceal their smiles. The red-faced man's appreciation even led him to dive behind the packing-case. The collector pulled himself up and looked confused. "It was so small a thing I asked," said she, almost to herself, and with a heart-rending break in her voice. "So small a test." And with a sigh she half turned to go. The collector's hand arrested her. "Do you mean—" She looked at him with reproach in her eyes. "Let me pass," said she, and seeing the conflict between love and duty on his face. "So small a test?" "Damn the tea," said Mr. Moggridge. "I'm feeling so faint," said Mrs. Goodwin Sandys. "Let me lead you up to the fresh air." "No, go and open the tea." "I'm not going to open it." "Do." "I won't. Here, Sam," he called to one of the minions, "put down that chisel and weigh the chest at once. You needn't open it. Come, don't stand staring, but look alive. I know what's inside. Are you satisfied?" he added, bending over her. "It frightened me so," she answered, looking up with swimming eyes, "and I thought I was planning it so nicely. Take me up on deck, please." "Come, be careful of that chest," said Captain Uriah T. Potter to the minions, as they moved it up to be weighed. "Heaviest tea that ever I handled," groaned the first minion. "Ah, the more duty for you sharks. Of course it's heavy, being compressed, and strong, too. Guess you don't often get tea of this strength in your country, anyway. Give a man 2 pinches of Wapshot's best, properly cooked, I reckon it'll last him. You won't find him coming to complain." "No? No, but I ain't saying nothing," added Captain Potter, "about his widder." And his smile, as he regarded his hearers, was both engaging and expansive. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Astonishing History of Troy Town, how one that was dissatisfied with his past saw a vision, but doubted. Caleb Trotter watched his master's behaviour during the next few days with a growing impatience. "I reckon," he says, "'twas with love, as Sally Bennet said when her old man got cotched in the dressing-machine. You're in, my dear, and you may so well go through." Nevertheless, he would look up from his work at times with anxiety. 40 sacks. That's the 40 sacks time he's got to trot it up that blessed beach and back, and 5 times he's a pulled up to stare at the water. I've a kept count with these bits of chip, and at night 'tis all round the house like Aaron's dresser, with a face, too, as if he'd lost a shilling and found a threepenny bit. This here pussy vanting may be relieving to his mind, but I'm darned if it can be good for shoe leather. 'Twas the wear and tear, that's what 'tis, as Aunt Laffy said, after killing her boy with whacking. The fact is that Mr. Fogo was solving his problem, though the process was painful enough. He was concerned, too, for Caleb, whose rest was often broken by his master's restlessness. In consequence, he determined to fit up a room for his own use. Caleb opposed the scheme at first, but finding that the business of changing diverted Mr. Fogo's melancholy, gave way at last, on a promise that no May games should be indulged in, a festival term which was found to include somnambulism, suicide, and smoking in bed. The room chosen lay on the upper story at the extreme east of the house, and looked out between 2 tall elms upon the creek and the lepers' burial ground. It was chosen as being directly over the room occupied by Caleb, so that by stamping his foot Mr. Fogo could summon his servant at any time. The floor was bare of carpet and the chamber of decoration. But Mr. Fogo hated decoration, and after slinging his hammock and pushing the window open for air, gazed around on the blistered ceiling and tattered wallpaper, rubbed his hands, and announced that he should be very comfortable. "Well, sir," said Caleb, as he turned to leave him for the night, "after all, comfort's a matter of comparison, as St. Lawrence said when he turned round upon the gridiron. But the room's clean as water, and scouring it'll make me— Reminds me," he continued, with a glance round, "of what the contented clerk said by his office stool. Chairs is good, said he, and sofas is better, but it's a great thing to harbour no dust. Any orders, sir?" "No, I fancy—
Stop, is my writing case here? Caleb's anxiety took alarm.
"You ain't going to do it in writing, sir, surely?"
Mr. Fogo stared.
"Don't he, sir, don't he?"
Really, Caleb, your behaviour is most extraordinary. What is it that I am not to do?
"Why, put it in writing, sir. They don't like it. Go up and ask her like a man. Will he have me, yes or no? That was old Dick Jago's way, and I reckon he knowed, having married 6 wives, one time and another. But as for pen and ink—"
You mistake me, interrupted Mr. Fogo, with a painful flush. He paused irresolutely, and then added in a softer tone, "Would you mind taking a seat in the window here, Caleb? I have something to say to you." Caleb obeyed. For a moment or two there was silence as Mr. Fogo stood up before his servant. The light of the candle on his chest beside him but half revealed his face. When at last he spoke, it was in a heavy, mechanical tone. "You guessed once," he said, "and rightly, that a woman was the cause of my seclusion in this place. In such companionship as ours, it would have been difficult, even had I wished it, to keep up the ordinary relations of master and man, and more than once you have had opportunities of satisfying whatever curiosity you may have felt about my past. Believe me, Caleb, I have noted your forbearance, and thank you for it." Caleb moved uneasily, but was silent. "But my life has been too lonely for me," pursued his master wearily. "On general grounds, one would not imagine the life of a successful hermit to demand any rare qualifications. It is humiliating, but even as a hermit I am a failure. For instance, you see, I want to talk." His hearer, though puzzled by the words, vaguely understood the smile of self-contempt with which they were closed. "As a woman-hater, too, my performances are beneath contempt. I did think," said Mr. Fogo, with something of testiness in his voice, "I should prove an adequate woman-hater, whereas it happens—" He broke off suddenly, and took a turn or two up and down the room. Caleb could have finished the sentence for him, but refrained. "Surely," said Mr. Fogo, pausing suddenly in his walk, "surely the conditions were favourable enough. Listen, it is not so very long ago since I possessed ambitions, hopes that I hugged to myself as only a silent man may. With them I meant to move the world, so far as a writer can move the world, which I dare say may be quite an inch. These hopes I put in the keeping of the woman I loved. Can you foresee the rest?" Caleb fumbled in his pocket for his pipe, found it, held it up between finger and thumb, and looking along the stem, nodded. "We were engaged to be married. 2 days before the day fixed for our wedding, she came to me, knowing me, I suppose, to be a mild man, and told me she was married. Had been married for a week or more to a man I had never seen, a Mr. Goodwin Sandys. Hello, is it broken?" For the pipe had dropped from Caleb's fingers and lay in pieces upon the floor. "Quite so," he went on in answer to the white face confronting him. "I know it. She is at this moment living in Troy with her husband. I had understood they were in America, but the finger of fate is in every pie." Caleb drew out a large handkerchief, and mopping his brow, gasped, "Well, of all—" and then broke off to add feebly, "Here's a coincidence, as Bill said when he was hanged upon his birthday." "I have not met her yet, and until now have avoided the chance. But now I am curious to see her."
"Don't he, sir?"
"And tonight intended writing."
"Don't he, sir? Don't he?"
"To ask for an interview, Caleb," pursued Mr. Fogo, drawing himself up suddenly, while his eyes fairly gleamed behind his spectacles. "Here I am, my past wrecked, and all its cargo of ambition scattered on the sands, and yet I feel tonight that I could thank that woman. Do you understand?"
"I reckon I do," said Caleb, rising heavily and making for the door.
He stopped with his hand on the door, and, turning, observed his master for a minute or so without remark. At last he said abruptly,
"Pleasant dreams to 'ee, sir, and 2 knacks upon the floor if I be wanted. Good night, sir."
And with this he was gone. Mr. Fogo stood for some moments listening to his footsteps as they shuffled down the stairs. Then, with a sigh, he turned to his writing-case, pulled a straw-bottomed chair before the rickety table, and sat for a while, pen in hand, pondering. Before he had finished, his candle was low in its socket, and the floor around him littered with scraps of torn paper. He sealed the envelope, blew out the candle, and stepped to the window. "I wonder if she has changed," he said to himself. Outside, the summer moon had risen above the hill facing him, and the near half of the creek was ablaze with silver. The old schooner still lay in shadow, but the water rushing from her hold kept a perpetual music. Other sounds there were none but the soft rustling of the swallows in the eaves overhead, the sucking of the tide upon the beach below, and the whisper of night among the elms. The air was heavy with the fragrance of climbing roses and all the scents of the garden. In such an hour, nature is half sad and wholly tender. Mr. Fogo lit a pipe, and watching its fumes as they curled out upon the laden night, fell into a kingly melancholy. He dwelt on his past, but without resentment, on Tamsin, but with less trouble of heart. After all, what did it matter? Mr. Fogo, leaning forward on the window-seat, came to a conclusion to which others have been led before him, that life is a small thing. Oddly enough, this discovery, though it belittled his fellow-men considerably, did not belittle the thinker at all, or rather affected him with a very sublime humility. "When one thinks," said he, "that the moon will probably rise 10,000,000 times over the hill yonder on such a night as this, it strikes one that woman-hating is petty, not to say a trifle fatuous." He puffed a while in silence, and then went on, "The strange part of it is that the argument does not seem to affect Tamsin as much as I should have fancied." He paused for a moment and added, "Or to prove as conclusively as I should expect that I am a fool. Possibly, if I see Geraldine tomorrow, she will prove it more He broke off to clutch the lattice and stare with rigid eyes across the creek. For the moon was by this time high enough to fling a ray upon the deserted hull, and there, upon the deck, stood a figure, the figure of a woman. She was motionless and leant against the bulwarks with her face towards him, but in black shadow. A dark hood covered her head, but the cloak was flung back and revealed just a gleam of white where her bosom and shoulders bent forward over the schooner's side. Mr. Fogo's heart gave a leap, stood still, and then fell to beating with frantic speed. He craned out at the window, straining his eyes. At the same moment the pipe dropped from his lips and tumbled, scattering a shower of sparks, into the rose-bush below. When he looked up again, the woman had disappeared. Suddenly he remembered Caleb's story of the girl who, ages back, had left her home to live among the lepers in this very house, perhaps in the very room he occupied, and of the ghost that haunted the burial-ground below. Mr. Fogo was not without courage, but the recollection brought a feeling of so many spiders creeping up his spine. And yet the whole tale was so unlikely, that by degrees, as he gazed at the wreck, now completely bathed in moonlight, he began to persuade himself that his eyes had played him a trick. "I will go to bed," he muttered. "I've been upset lately, and these fits of mine may well pass into hallucination. Once think of these women and—" He stopped, as if shot. From behind the wreck a small boat shot out into the moon's brilliance. 2 figures sat in it, a woman and a man, and as the boat dropped swiftly down on the ebb, he had time to notice that both were heavily muffled about the face. This was all he could see, for in a moment they had passed into the gloom, and the next the angle of the house hid them from view. But he could still hear the plash of their oars above the sounds of the night. "The leper and his sweetheart," was Mr. Fogo's first thought. But then followed the reflection. Would ghostly oars sound? On the whole he decided against the supernatural, but the mystery remained. More curious than agitated, but nevertheless with little inclination to resume his communing with the night, Mr. Fogo sought his hammock and fell asleep. The sun was high when he awoke, and as he descended to breakfast, he heard Caleb's mallet already at work on the quay below. Still, anxious to set his doubts at rest, he made a hasty meal and walked down to take a second opinion on the vision. Caleb, with his back towards the house, was busily fitting a new thwart into Mr. Fogo's boat, and singing with extreme gaiety, "Oh, where be the French dogs? Oh, where be they all? They be down in their long boats, all on the salt say oh." What with the song and the hammering, he did not hear his master's approach.
Up flies the kite and down flies the lark-o. With hail and tow, rumble-o.
Good morning, Caleb.
Oh, morning to ye, sir. You took me unawares. All for to fetch home the summer and the May-o, for summer's a come and winter's a go.
Caleb, I have seen a ghost. The man had stopped in mid-descent. Caleb looked up again, open-mouthed.
Tom Twist and Harry Dingle.
I beg your pardon?
Figure of speech, sir, meaning, who'd have thought it? Whose ghost, sir, if it ain't a rude question?
Mr. Fogo told his story. At its conclusion, Caleb laid down his mallet and whistled.
"'Tis the leopards, sure enough, and haunting of the old place. Scripture says they will not change their spots, and I'm blessed if it don't say truth. But dear me, sir, and asking your pardon for saying so, you're a gamecock and no mistake."
"I?"
"Yes, sir. 2 knacks upon the floor, and I'd have been up in a jiffy. Never mind, sir, I shall wait up for one to-night, and I'll get the loan of the dear love's blunderbuss in case they gets poltruptious."
Mr. Fogo deprecated the blunderbuss, but agreed to sit up for the ghost, and so for the time the matter dropped. But Caleb's eyes followed his master admiringly for the rest of the day, and more than once he had to express his feelings in vigorous soliloquy.
"Never tell me, looks as if he'd no more pluck than a field mouse, and I'm darned if he takes more kind of a ghost than he would of a circuit preacher. Bless him, I don't think if a spirit was to knock at the front door, he'd tell him to wipe his feet upon the mat and make himself at home. Well, well, seeing's believing, as Tommy said when he spied Noah's Ark in the peep show."
End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of The Astonishing History of Troy Town, of a young man that would start upon a dark adventure, but had 2 minds upon it. At 10 o'clock on this same morning, Mr. Samuel Buzzer sat by the club window, alternately skimming his morning paper and sipping his morning draught. He was alone, for the habit of early rising was fast following the other virtues of antique Troy, and the members rarely mustered in force before 11. He had read all the murders and sporting intelligence, and was about to glance at the affairs of Europe, when Mrs. Cripps, the caretaker, entered in a hurry and a clean white apron.
"If you please, sir, there's Sotherly's little boy below with a note for you. I'd have brought it up, but he says you must give it yourself."
Sam, descending with some wonder, encountered Mr. Moggridge in the passage. The rivals drew aside to let each other pass. On the doorstep stood a ragged urchin, and waved a letter.
"For you, sir, and please you to say yes or no as quick as possible."
Sam took the letter, glanced at the neat feminine handwriting of the address, and tore open the envelope. "Dear Mr. Buzzer, if you care to remember what was spoken the other evening, you will to-night help a most unhappy woman. You will go to the captain's cabin of the wreck which we visited together, and find there a small portmanteau. It may be carried in the hand, and holds the few necessaries I've hidden for my flight, but please carry it carefully. If you will be waiting with this by the signpost at the 5 Lanes corner at 11:30 to-night, no words of mine will repay you. Should you refuse, I am a wretched woman, but in any case I know I may trust you to say no word of this. Look out for the closed carriage and pair. A word to the bearer will tell me that I may hope, or that you care nothing for me. G.G.S. P.S. Be very careful not to shake the portmanteau."
"What be I to say, please, sir?"
Sam, who had read the letter for a 3rd time, syllable by syllable, looked around helplessly.
"If you please, what be I to say?"
Sam very heartily wished both boy and letter to the devil. He groaned aloud, and was about to answer, when he paused suddenly. In the room above, Mr. Moggridge was singing a jaunty stave. The sound goaded Sam to madness. He ground his teeth and made up his mind. "Say yes," he answered shortly. The word was no sooner spoken than he wished it recalled, but the urchin had taken to his heels. With an angry sigh, Sam let circumstance decide for him, and returned to the reading-room. No doubt the consciousness that pique had just betrayed his judgment made him the more inclined to quarrel with the poet. But assuredly the sight that met his eyes caused his blood to boil, for Mr. Moggridge was calmly in possession of the chair and newspaper which Sam had but a moment since resigned.
"Excuse me, but that is my chair and my paper."
"Huh?" The poet looked up sweetly. "Surely the club chair and the club paper. I have but this moment left them. By a singular coincidence, I have but this moment taken possession of them.
Give them up, sir."
"I should do nothing of the kind, sir." At this point Sam was seized with the unlucky inspiration of quoting from Mr. Moggridge's published works.
"Forbid the flood to wet thy feet, or bind its wrath in chains, but never seek to quench the heat that fires a poet's veins."
This stanza, delivered with nice attention to its author's drawing-room manner, was too much. "Sir, you are no gentleman."
"You seem," reported Sam, "to be an authority on manners as well as on customs. I won't repeat your charge, but I'll be dashed if you're a poet."
My muse is in a very pretty pass. Gentlest of her sisterhood, she has wandered from the hum of Miss Limpany's whist table into the turmoil of Mars. Even as one who, strolling through a smiling champagne, finds suddenly a lion in his path, and to him straightway the topmost bough of the platanus is dearer than the mother that bare him. In short, I really cannot say how this history would have ended, had not fortune at this juncture descended to the club-room, in form and speech like to Admiral Buzzer. The Admiral did not convey his son away in a hollow cloud, or even break the club telescope in Mr. Moggridge's hand. He made a speech instead to this effect.
"My sons, attend and cease from strife implacable. Neither be as two ravening whelps that, having chanced on a kid in the dells of the mountain, dispute thereover, dragging this way and that with gnashing jaws. For to youth belong anger and biting words, but to soothe is the gift of old age."
What the Admiral actually said was,
"Hello, what the devil are you two young cubs quarrelling about?"
And now, satisfied that no blood is to be spilt, the muse hies gladly to a very different scene. In the drawing-room of the Bower, Mrs. Goodwin Sandys was sitting with a puzzled face and a letter on her lap. She had gone to the front door to learn Sam Buzzard's answer, and having dismissed her messenger, was returning when the garden gate creaked, and a blue-jerseyed man with a gravely humorous face stood before her. The newcomer had regarded her long and earnestly before asking,
"Be you Mrs. Goodwin Sandys?"
"I am."
"Answering to name of Geraldine, and lawful wife or party answering to name of Honourable Frederick?"
"Certainly." She smiled.
Then this here's for you."
And the blue-jerseyed man handed a letter and looked at her again searchingly.
"Is there an answer?"
"No, I reckon." She was turning when the man suddenly laid a finger on her arm.
"Asking pardon, but you'll let it down aisy, won't ye? He don't bear no malice, though he's have suffered a brave bit. Cure him, that's what I say, cure him, this being a course between you and me. And look'ee here," he continued with a slow nod, "supposing the party lets on as he's falled in love with another party, I reckon you won't be the party to hinder it. Mind, I bain't saying you could, but you won't try, will ye? That's atween you and me, of course."
The man winked solemnly and turned down the path. She recovered of her astonishment. He had paused again at the gate and was looking back.
"That's understood," he nodded, "atween you and me and the gate-post, of course."
With that he had disappeared. Mrs. Goodwin Sandys, if bewildered at this, was yet more astonished at the contents of the letter. "Fogo?" she repeated with a glance at the signature. "Fogo? Won't that be the name of the woman-hater up at Kit's house, me dear?"
"Certainly," answered the Honourable Frederick.
"Then I'll trouble you to listen to this." She read as follows. "My dear Mrs. Goodwin Sandys, when last you left me, I prayed that we might never meet again. But time is stronger than I fancied, and here I am, writing to you. Fate must have been in her most ironical mood to bring us so near in this corner of the world. I thought you were in another continent. But if you will let me accept the chance which brings us together, and call upon you as an old friend, I shall really be grateful. For there will be much to talk about, even if we avoid, as I promised to do, all that is painful. And I am very lonely. I have seen your husband, and hope you are very happy. Believe me, very sincerely yours, Philip Fogo." "What does it mean?" asked Mrs. Goodwin Sandys helplessly. "It means, Nelly, that we've had just time enough and none to spare. In other words, that Goodwin Sandys has come near to being a confoundedly fatal—" "Then he must have known." "Known, my treasure? Where are your wits? Beautiful namesake, jilted lover, hence perjured woman, bleeding heart, years pass, marry another, finger of fate. Good Lord!" wound up the Honourable Frederick. "I met the fellow one day, and couldn't understand why he stared so.
Gave me the creeps. See it all now." He lay back in his chair and whistled. There was a tap at the drawing-room door, and the buttoned youth announced that Mrs. Buzzer was without, and earnestly begged an interview with Mrs. Goodwin Sandys. The Honourable Frederick obligingly retired to smoke, and the visitor was shown in. Her appearance was extraordinary. Her portly figure shook, her eyes were red, her bonnet, rakishly poised over the left eye, had dragged askew the front under it, as though its wearer had parted her hair on one side in a distracted moment. A sob rent her bosom as she entered. "My poor soul," murmured Mrs. Goodwin Sandys, "you are in trouble." Mrs. Buzzer tried to speak, but dropped into a chair and nodded instead. "What is the matter?" It's him. The Admiral." Mrs. Buzzer mopped her eyes and nodded again. "What has he done now?" "Said his breakfast was cold this morning, and pitched the breakfast set over the quay door," she moaned. "Oh, what shall I do?" "Leave him." Mrs. Buzzer clasped her hands and stared. "You could see the marks quite plain," she wailed. "What, did he strike you?" I mean on the bottom of the cups. They were real Worcester." "Leave him. Oh, I have no patience," and Mrs. Goodwin Sandys stamped her little foot, "with you women of Troy. Will you always be dolls, dolls with a painted smile for all men's insane caprices? Will you never—" "I don't paint," put in Mrs. Buzzer feebly. "Revolt, I say. Leave him this very night. Oh, if I could—" "If you please'm," interrupted the page, throwing open the door, "here's Mrs. Simpson, and says she must see you particular." Mrs. Buzzer had barely time to dry her eyes and set her bonnet straight before Mrs. Simpson rushed into the room. The newcomer's face was crimson, and her eyes sparkled. "Oh, Mrs. Goodwin Sandys, I must—" At this point she became aware of Mrs. Buzzer, stopped abruptly, sank into a chair, and began aimlessly to discuss the weather. This was awkward, but the situation became still further strained when Mrs. Penno was announced, and, bursting in with the same eagerness, came to a dead halt with the same inconsequence. Mrs. Saunders followed with white face and set teeth, and Mrs. Elcombe Payne in haste and tears. "Pray come in," said their hostess blandly. "This is quite like a mothers' meeting." The reader has no doubt guessed right. Though nobody present ever afterwards breathed a word as to their reasons for calling thus at the Bower, and though the weather, which was serene and settled, alone supplied conversation during their visit, the truth is that the domestic relations of all these ladies had coincidentally reached a climax. It seems incredible, but by no other hypothesis can I explain the facts. If the reader can supply a better, he is entreated to do so. At length, finding the constraint past all bearing, Mrs. Buzzer rose to go. "You will do it?" whispered her hostess as they shook hands. She could not trust herself to answer, but nodded and hastily left the room. At the front door she almost ran against a thin, mild-faced gentleman. He drew aside with a bow and avoided the collision, but she did not notice him. "I will do it," she kept repeating to herself, "in spite of the poor girls." A mist swept before her eyes as she passed down the road. She staggered a little, with a vague feeling that the world was ending somehow. But she repeated, "I will do it. I've been a good wife to him, but it's all over now. It's all over tonight." The mild-faced gentleman into whom Mrs. Buzzer had so nearly run in her agitation was Mr. Fogo. A certain air of juvenility sat upon him, due to a new pair of gloves and the careful polish which Caleb had coaxed upon his hat and boots. His clothes were brushed, his carriage was more erect, and the page who opened the door must, after a scrutiny, have pronounced him presentable, for he was permitted at once. Undoubtedly the page blundered, but the events of the past hour had completely muddled the poor boy's wits, and perhaps the sight of one of his own sex was grateful, coming as it did after so many agitated females. At any rate, Mr. Fogo and his card entered the Goodwin Sandys' drawing-room together. I leave you to imagine his feelings. In one wild instant the scene exploded on his senses. He staggered back against the door, securely pinning the retreating page between it and the doorpost, and denuding the Goodwin Sandys' livery of half a dozen buttons. The four distracted visitors started up as if to escape by the window.
Mrs. Goodwin Sandys advanced. She was white to the lips. A close observer might have read the hunted look that for one brief moment swept over her face. But when she spoke her words were cold and calm. "You wish to see my husband, Mr. She hesitated over the name. "Not in the least," stammered Mr. Fogo. There was an awful silence, during which he stared blankly around on the ladies. "Then may I ask? I desire to see Gerald. I mean Mrs. Goodwin Sandys, but—" "I am Mrs. Goodwin Sandys. Would you mind stating your business?" Mr. Fogo started, dropped his hat, and leant back against the door again. "You?" "Certainly." Her mouth worked slightly, but her eyes were steady. "You are she that was once Geraldine O'Halloran?" "Certainly." "Excuse me, madam," said Mr. Fogo, picking up his hat and addressing Mrs. Simpson politely, "but the mole on your chin annoys me." "Sir!" "Annoys me excessively. May I ask, was it a birthmark?" "He's mad!" screamed the ladies, starting up and wringing their hands. "Oh, help! Help!" Mr. Fogo looked from one to another and passed his hand wearily over his eyes. "You're right," he murmured. "I fancy, do you know, that I must be slightly mad. Pray excuse me. Would one of you mind seeing me home?" he asked with a plaintive smile. His eyes wandered to Mrs. Goodwin Sandys, who stood with one hand resting on the table, while the other pointed to the door. "Help! Help!" screamed the ladies. Without another word he opened the door and tottered out into the passage. At the foot of the stairs he met the Honourable Frederick, who had been attracted by the screams. It's all right," said Mr. Fogo. "Don't trouble. I shall be better out in the open air. There are women in there," he pointed towards the drawing-room, "and one with a mole. I dare say it's all right, but it seems to me a very big mole." And leaving the Honourable Frederick to gasp, he staggered from the house. What happened in the drawing-room of the Bower after he left, it will never be known, for the ladies of Troy are silent on the point. It was 10 o'clock at night, the hour when men may cull the bloom of sleep. Already the moon rode in a serene heaven, and looking in at the club window, saw the Admiral and Lawyer Pellow, male feriatos Troyas, busy with a mild game of écarté. There were not enough to make up a loo tonight, for Sam and Mr. Moggridge were absent, and so, more unaccountably, was the Honourable Frederick. The moon was silent, and only she, peering through the blinds of the bar, could see Mr. and Mrs. Goodwin Sandys hastily packing their boxes, or, beneath the ladder by the Admiral's quay door, a figure stealthily unmooring the Admiral's boat. To say that Sam Buzzer did not relish his task was but feebly to paint his feelings, as, with the paddles under one arm and the thole-pins in his pocket, he crept down the ladder and pushed off. Never before had the plash of oars seemed so searching a sound. Never had the harbour been so crowded with vessels, and as for buoys, small craft, and floating logs, they bumped against his boat at every stroke. The moon, too, dogged him with persistent malice, or why was it that he rode always in a pool of light? The ship's lamps tracked him as so many eyes. He carried a bull's-eye lantern in the bottom of his boat, and the smell of its oil and heated varnish seemed to smell aloud to heaven. With heart in mouth he crossed the line of the ferry and picked his way among the vessels lying off the jetties. On one of these vessels somebody was playing a concertina, and as he crept under its counter, a voice hailed him in German. He gave no answer, but pulled quickly on. And now he was clear again, and nearing Kit's house under the left bank. There was no light in any window, he noticed, with a glance over his shoulder. Still in the shadow, and only pulling out here and there to avoid a jutting rock, he gained the creek's mouth, and rowed softly up until the bulwarks of the old wreck overhung him. The very silence daunted him now, but it must be gone through. Thinking to deaden fear by hurry, he caught up the lantern, leapt on board with the painter, fastened it, and crept swiftly towards the poop. He gained the hatch and paused to turn the slide of his lantern. The shaft of light fell down the companion as into a pitch-dark well. He could feel his heart thumping against his ribs as he began the descent, and, jumping with every creak of the rotten boards, while always behind his fright lurked a sickening sense of the guilty foolishness of his errand. At the ladder's foot he put his hand to his damp brow and peered into the cabin. In a moment his blood froze. A hoarse cry broke from him, for there, straight ahead, a white face with straining eyes stared into his own. And then he saw it was but of his own reflection in a patch of mirror stuck into the panel opposite. But the shock of that padded mask confronting him had already unnerved him utterly. He drew his eyes away, glanced around, and spied a black portmanteau propped beside a packing-case in the angle made by the wall and the flooring. In mad haste to reach the open air, but dimly remembering Geraldine's caution, he grasped the handles, flung a look behind him, and clambered up the ladder again and out upon the deck. The worst was over, but he could not rest until again in his boat. As he untied the painter, he noticed the ray of his lantern dancing wildly up and down the opposite bank with the shaking of his hand. Cursing his forgetfulness, he turned the slide, slipped the lantern into his pocket, and lowering himself gently with the portmanteau, dropped, seized the paddles, and rowed away as for dear life. He had put 3 boats' lengths between him and the hull, and was drawing a sigh of relief, when a voice hailed him, and then a tongue of flame leapt out, and a loud report rang forth upon the night. He heard something whistle by his ear. Catching up the paddles again, he pulled madly out of the creek and away for the opposite bank of the river, ran his boat in, and, seizing the portmanteau without attempting to ship the oars or fasten the painter, leapt out, climbed, slipped, and staggered over the slippery stones, and fled up the hill, though 1,000 fiends were at his heels. End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Astonishing History of Troy Town, that a silver bullet has virtue, with a warning to commodores. "Well, sir," remarked Caleb at 10 o'clock that evening, after an hour's watching had passed and brought no sign of a ghost, "I wish this here spirit, if spirit it be, would put itself out to be punctual. They do say as the Queen must wait while our beers are drawing, but it strikes me ghost-seeing is apt to be like Boscastle Fair, which begins 12 and ends at noon." Caleb caressed a huge blunderbuss which lay across his knee, and caused Mr. Fogo no slight apprehension. "It puts me in mind," he went on, as his master was silent, "of the old Ludden as us used to sing when us was tiny mites. Riddle me, right, where was I last Saturday night? I sent a chimp champing at his bridle. I seed an old fox working hisself idle. The trees did shiver and I did shake, to see what a hole this fox did make. Now I comes to think upon it, 'tis Saturday night too, and that's odd, as Martha said by her glove." Still Mr. Fogo was silent. "As for the blunderbuss, sir, there's no call to be afeared. 'Tis only loaded with shot and a silver shilling. I heard tell that over to Tresorson, one time, they had pretty trouble with a leper in big hair, sir. Now the man no hound could catch her, and as for bullets, her took him bullets like so much ballast. Well, sir, the old squire were out with his gun one day, and way to track Thicky Hair, round and round, for up 10 mile, and the more lady fired, the better placed her seemed. 'Darn it,' says the old squire at last, ''tis witchcraft. I'll try a silver bullet.' So he pulls out a crown piece and hammers on into a slug to fit his gun. He no sooner loaded than out pops the air again, not 20 yards off, and right across the path. The old man blazed away, and this time hit her sure enough. Howsoever, I weren't too badly wounded to nip round the nap of the hill and out of sight. 'I'll have 'ee,' cried the squire, and with that pulls at foot round the hill. And there, sir, clucked in under a bit of rock, and panting for dear life, were old Mally Skugg. I tell 'ee, sir, the squire made no more to do but way to run, and never stopped till he was safe home to Tresorson. That's so. Mally were a witch, like her mother afore her, and the best proof is, her wore a limp out of this to the day of her death." Mr. Fogo roused himself from his abstraction to ask, "Do you seriously believe that it was a ghost that I saw last night?" "All that as may be. If 'tain't, 'tis folks as has no business hereabouts. I've heard tell as you win in the law if you hails mum 3 times afore firing. That's what I means to do, anyway. As for ghosts, I do believe, and I don't believe." "What, that a man's spirit comes back after death to trouble folks?" "I don't know about spirit,
but I heard a tale once about a man's remains as gived a peck of trouble after death. 'Twas old Commodore Trounce as the remains belonged to, and 'tis a queer yarn if you never heard it before."
Caleb looked at his master. Mr. Fogo had not yet told the story of his call at the Bower, but Caleb saw that he was suffering, and had planned this story as a diversion. The bait took. Mr. Fogo looked up expectant, and lit a fresh pipe. So Caleb settled himself in his corner of the window-seat, and still keeping an eye on the old schooner, began, "The Commodore's Progress. You've heard me speak, sir, old Joe Bonnaday. Him as made poetry along with me one time when lying becalmed off Ilfracombe." "Certainly."
"Well, this Joe were a Barnstable man, bred and born. But he had a brother, Sam were his name, as came and settled out Carn way. Old These and Thicky, he's used to call un. Sam was a crowder, you must know, and used to play the fiddle over to Tregarrick Fair, but he couldn't never play more than 2 tunes. 'Which'll he have?' he used to say. 'Which'll he have, These or Thicky?' That's why, though he was christened Sam, I used to call him These and Thicky for short."
I see."
"This here Sam Bonnaday, though he came and settled down in these parts, was a bettermost body in some ways, and had seen a heap of life long with old Commander Trounce. Sam was teetotum to the Commodore, and acted courier when the old man travelled, which he did a brave bit, brushing his clothes and shining his boots and taking the tickets, and the rest. The Commodore were mighty fond of Sam, and as for Sam, he used to say he wouldn't have been the Commodore's brother, and you see he weren't."
I think I understand," said Mr. Fogo.
"Yes, sir. Well, toward the end of his days, the Commodore was stationed out at Gibraltar, and of course takes Sam. He's been an ailing for a tidy spell at the Commodore, when I reckoned that place finished him, for he hadn't been there a month before he took a chill. Pretty soon Sam saw 'twas only a matter of time before the old man would go dead. Sam kept his master going upon brandy and milk for a while, but one day he comes in and finds him setting up in bed and staring. The Commodore was a little burgy, bustious sort of man, sir, with a squinny eye and mottles upon her face pretty near so thick as the Milky Way, and he scared Sam a bit, setting up there and glazing. The old man had no more spoil nor a babby, and had pretty nigh lost her mouth-speech, but he beckons Sam to the bed, and whispers, "Sam, you've a been a guide servant to me." "Good masters make good servants," says Sam, and falls to crying bitterly. "You'm down in my will," says the Commodore, "so you've no call to take on so. But look'ee here, Sam, there's one thing more I wants you to do for your old master. I've been a wandering Jew all my life," says he, "wandering upon the face of the earth like Cain," says Sam. "Well, not exactly. Howsoever, you and me, Sam, have been like Jam Tries-Eyes' geese, never happy unless they be where they bain't, and that's the truth. And now," says he, "I've took a consent I'd like my old bones to be carried home to Carn, and laid to rest along with me havage. All the Trounces have been buried in Carn churchyard, Sam, and I'm thinking I'd like to go back to mine, like the prodigious son. So what I wants you to do is this. When I be dead and gone, you must get a handy box made, so I shall carry easy, and take me back to England. You'll find plenty of money for the way of the skivet in my chest there in the corner." "'Tis a brave long way from here to England," says Sam. "I knows what you be thinking about," says the Commodore. "You be reckoning I'll spile on the way. But I don't mean you to go by say. You must take me across the bay, and then ship aboard a train as'll take 'ee through Seville and Madrid and Paris to Dover. 'Tis the fast train," says he, "as trains go in these parts. But I'm doubting if it starts every day or only 3 times a week. I reckon, though, if he finds out, I can manage so's me dying shan't interfere with that." Well, Sam was forced to promise, and the Commodore seemed mighty relieved, and lay still while Sam read to and out of the books that the old man had by him. There was the Bible, and the Pelican's Progress, and Philip Quarles, and Anna Snell, the female sodger. Sam read a bit from each, and when he comes to that part about Christian crossing the river, the old man sits up sudden and calls, "Land, Sam, land! Fetch a glass, lad!" Just like that, sir. And with that, falls back, dead. Well, sir, Sam was most out of his wits, first along, for grief to lose his master. But he weren't the man to go back upon his word. So he loses no time, but, being an handy man, rigs up a wooden chest with the help of a ship's carpenter, and a tin case to ship into this, and dresses up the Commodore inside,
and nails him down proper, and with 24 hours in, puts across in a boat, along with his charge, for to catch the train. He hadn't barely set foot on shore, and was giving orders about carrying the chest up to the station, and thinking upon the holiness of earthly ways, as was natural, when up steps a chap in highly coloured breeches, and axes him if he'd anything to declare. Sam had disremembered all about the customs, you see, sir. Howsoever, it might have been all right, only Sam, though he could tackle the lingo a bit, just enough to get along with on a journey, that is, suddenly found that he'd disacknowledged the Spanish for corpse. He found out, sir, afore the day was out, but just now he looked at the chap with the coloured breeches and said, "No, I ain't." "What's in that box?" says the chap. Now this was exactly what Sam couldn't tell him. So for lack of anything better, he says, "What's that to you?" "I reckon I must have that chest open," says the chap. "I reckon you'll be sorry if you do," says Sam. "Tell me what's inside, then." "Well, darn your Spanish eyes," cried Sam. "Can't you see I've been trying to think upon the word for corpse?" But the chap couldn't, of course. So he called another in breeches just as gay as his own, only stripier. And then for up 10 minutes 'twas Dover to pay, all talkers and no listeners. I reckon 'twas as Sal said to the Frenchman, "The less you talks, the better I understands thee." But Sam's blubber up by this time. However, naturally he was forced to give way, and they took the box into the custom-house and sent for hammer and screwdriver. "Seems to me," says the chap, prizing the lid open a bit and sniffing, "it smells uncommon like spirits." "I'm thinking," says Sam, "if you'd be keep going on brandy and milk for a week or more, you'd smell like spirits." "I guess 'tis spirits," says one. "Or baccy," says another. "Or furrin fruits," says the third. "Well, you're wrong," says Sam, "'cause 'tis a plain British Commodore, and I reckon if you taxes that sort of import, you don't know what's good for 'ee." At last, sir, they prizes open the chest and the tin case, and there of course lay the old man, sleeping and smiling so peaceful-like he looked half a Commodore and half a cherry bun. "I suppose you mean cherubim, Caleb?" corrected Mr. Fogo. "I do, sir, for I reckon the old man seemed happier than he were, having been a nation's scamp in his young days, and able to swear to the lass so's 'twould pretty nigh fetch the mortar out of brick wall. Howsoever, that's not to the point here. Or, sir, you may fancy how them poor ignorant foreigners left that custom-house. Sam told me afterwards we're like shelling peas, speaking in pinafores." "Metaphors," said Mr. Fogo.
"That's it, metaphors. Anyway, they just fetched a yell, and they went, sir. I guess Sam knowed the Spanish for corpse afore they was gone. In less than a minute, not a pair of coloured breeches could you find, nor if you wanted them fancy articles ever so." Sam chuckles a bit to himself, fastens down the lid so well as he could, hits the Commodore aboard a wheelbarrow, and trundles him off to the train. He catches the train just as we're starting, sir, and sails away in a first-class carriage all to himself, with the Commodore laid along the seat opposite. "Or," said Sam, "drat expense when a funeral's going." And all the way he chuckles and grins to himself, to think of the start he'd give the custom-house rascals, and at last he gets that tickled he bound to lie back and fairly hurt himself with laughing. I reckon, though, he laughed a bit too early, for just then the train slowed down and pulled up at a station. Sam looked out and saw a dapper little man a-bustling up and down the platform like a bee in a bottle, and prying into the carriage windows same as if the train were a peep-show. Presently he opens the door of Sam's compartment and axes, holding up a telegram, "Be you the party as is travelling with the dead man?" He spoke in Spanish, of course, sir, but not knowing the tongue, I tells it to you in English.
I had guessed that to be the reason," replied Mr. Fogo.
Well, Sam were a bit took aback, but he answers, "Yes, I be. Why?" "Want 'em buried?" "Why, no, not particular. Sooner or later, of course, but thank you all the same, I'm thinking to do it a bit further on." "Then," says the dapper man, "I'll trouble you to hand over the burying fees for this parish." "But I ain't going to be buried deceased in this parish." "That don't matter. If a corpse has use of this parish, he's got to pay fees." "How's that?" "Why, a corpse is dead," says the chap. "You'll allow that, I suppose?" "Yes," says Sam, "I reckon I'll allow that." "And if a corpse is in this parish, he's dead in this parish." "Likely he is," admits Sam. "Well, according to law, anybody dead in this parish is bound to be buried in this parish, and therefore to pay fees," says the man. And now I hopes you'll hand over the money, because the train's waiting." Well, Sam was for raising a rumpus and gathered a crowd round the door, but they all sided with the dapper man and said 'twas Spaniard's law, and if he wouldn't pay, he must get out and bury the Commodore there and then. So he gived in and pulled out the money, and off they starts, the dapper man standing and bowing upon the platform. Well, Sam leant back and ciphered it out, and couldn't see the sense of it. "But," says he, "when you're in Turkey, you do as the turkeys do, according to the proverb, so I guess 'tis all right. And if it appears wrong, 'tis only that I bain't used to travelling with corpses." And with that he settles down and goes to sleep. He hadn't been long sleeping when the train pulls up again, and after a minute in comes another chap with a telegram. "Deceased?" asks the chap, pointing to the chest. "Moderately," says Sam. "Wants burying, perhaps?" says the chap. "I reckon he'll hold on a bit longer." "Next parish, likely?" "Why, yes," says Sam, "or next after that." "And what it is to be rich," says the man, kind of envious-like. "What do you mean by that?" Sam asks. "Never mind," answers the man. "'Twa'n't no business of mine. Would you kindly hand me the fees for this parish?" Well, Sam argues the matter again, but in the end he pays up. "Though," says he, "I'd a notion travelling were costly afore this, but darn me, you've got to be dead afore you sizes up. I've heard as a man can't take nothing out of this world, but blest if I ever got the grip of that text till I travelled in Spain." Well, sir, pretty soon the same thing happened again, and to shorten the yarn, every time they got into a new parish and pulled up, in walked a chap with a telegram and asked for burying fees. Luckily there was money to pay 'em, for the Commodore had left a bravish sum for travelling expenses, and by and by Sam begins to take a sort of pride in pulling out his purse. "Talk about funerals," says he. "I reckon this is something like. Admiral Nelson? Why, Admiral Nelson didn't cost half so much. And you ain't but a Commodore," says he. "Devil fly away with thee, master, but so long as the coin lasts, Sam won't cry woa." The words weren't fairly out of his mouth, sir, when the train draws up, and in steps another man. He comed in so quiet that Sam didn't see him at first, but when he turned round, there was the man standing and staring at him. 'Twas a strange-looking party, dressed in black, a bettermost body like. "Oh, good evening," says Sam. "Good evening," says the man in black, and nods towards the chest. "How's deceased?" "Getting a bit costly," answers Sam, "but doing pretty well considering. You're wanting more fees, I reckon." And with that he dives his hand into his trouser pocket. "I don't want no fees," says the man. Sam was knocked upon a heap with this. "Well, then you're the first man I ever met in Spain as doesn't," he says. "That ain't unlikely," says the man, and Sam noticed for the first time that he'd been speaking English all along. "I be a-travelling same as you," he adds. "You'll excuse me, sir, but this compartment is reserved." "That's a pity," says the stranger, "'cause the trains are started." So 'twas. Sam hadn't noticed it, but they was moving on. Howsoever, he determined to make the best of it, so he ups and says, polite-like, "Terrible hot weather this, ain't it, sir?" Somehow it seemed to Sam as if it had got hotter since the stranger got in. "I don't feel so mighty hot," says the man, "but there, I've been a good deal in hot countries." "How's deceased taking this journey?" says he. "He ain't complaining. With any life he weren't a complaining sort. Oh, sir, but a man must be over nice if a funeral like this don't satisfy un. Phew, but 'tis awful." "What's awful?" "The heat," answers Sam, mopping his forehead. "But I suppose you're a traveller and accustomed to eat." "Why, yes," says the other. "I do travel a purty passel to and fro upon the earth. Few folks travel more than me." Well, it kept getting hotter and hotter, and Sam cussed and mopped and cussed, and all the time the stranger were cool and easy. He kept asking, too, about the old Commodore and his past life, and appeared to take interest in Sam, and altogether seemed a proper gentleman. And all the time it kept getting hotter and hotter, till Sam was fairly running to waste with sweating. At last he pops his head out the window for fresh air and cries out, "Halloa, there's the station." Well, the train pulls up, and Sam says to the stranger, "Looky here, would you mind keeping your eye upon the old man while I runs out to get a drink? I reckon I knowed thirst afore this," he says, "but I was mistook." The stranger was very willing, and away Sam goes. He weren't away more than a minute, but when he comes back and takes a look at the platform,
My, sir, there weren't no trace of the train to be seen, not a vestment. You see, they don't blow no whistle in Spain when the train goes. And there was poor Sam, left stranded. Well, he telegraphs, of course, to the next station, and in less than an hour back comes an answer to say as they searched the train when he stopped, and there weren't no corpse there, nor chest, nor nothing. And if you believe me, sir, concluded Caleb, bending forward and touching his master's knee, the old Commodore ain't never been found from that day to this. It almost broke Sam's heart, and as he said to me one time, for all I knows 'twas the devil, and for all I knows the old master be travelling round Spain to this day. But if so, says he, I reckon by this time he's like Paddy Ward's pig, no lavender. That's a very curious tale, said Mr. Fogo, as Caleb leant back in the window-seat and awaited its effect. Ah, 'tis so true, sir, as I'm here, or so Sam used to say. And the moral goes again talking lightly of what a man don't understand, he added reflectively. But foreboding is so bad as witchcraft, and 'tis more than likely they won't come tonight. But if they does, 'tis only fair to ask men who they be 3 times before a firing. What's fair for man is fair— He broke off and clutched his master by the arm. Look, sir, look! About the deck of the old schooner a shaft of light was dancing fitfully, now here, now there, up and down, and all without visible source of guidance. The 2 watchers leapt to their feet and peered out of the window. The strange brilliance flickered to and fro, falling even on the further bank, and threading with a line of yellow the silver grey of the moonlight. Then it ceased suddenly. Caleb and his master waited breathlessly. Half a minute passed without further sign. Then they heard a light splash or two, and Mr. Fogo pointed frantically at the line of the moon's reflection on the creek. There! Look! The boat! Caleb whipped the blunderbuss up to his shoulder and shouted, Who be ye? Darnay, here goes! 1, 2, 3, all to once! He pulled the trigger. A tongue of flame leapt forth and burst upon the night with a terrific explosion, and as Caleb fell backwards with the shock, the clumsy engine slipped from his fingers and fell with a clatter upon Mr. Fogo's instep. When the pair recovered and looked forth again, the echoes had died away, and once more the night was tranquil. End of Chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Astonishing History of Troy Town, how certain characters found themselves at dead of night upon the 5 Lanes road. Panting, slipping, with aching sides but terror at his heels, Sam Buzzer tore up the hill. Lights danced before him, imaginary voices shouted after, but he never glanced behind. The portmanteau was monstrously heavy, and more than once he almost dropped it, but it was tightly packed apparently, for nothing shook inside it. Only the handles creaked in his grasp. He gained the top, shifted the load to his left hand, and raced down the other side of the hill. How he reached the bottom he cannot clearly call to mind, but he dug his heels well into the turf and arrived without a fall. At the foot of the slope a wire fence had to be crossed, next the railway line, then across the embankment another fence, which kept a shred of his clothing. A meadow followed, and then he dropped over the hedge into the high road. Here he stopped, set down the portmanteau, and looked about him. All was quiet. So vivid was the moonlight that looking down the road he could mark every bush, every tuft of grass almost, on the illumined side. Not a soul was in sight. The night was warm, and his flight had heated him intolerably. He felt for his handkerchief to mop his brow, but snatched his hand away. His coat was burning. It was the lantern. Like a fool he had forgotten to blow it out, and an abominable smell of oil and burning cloth now arose from his pocket. He stifled the smouldering fire, pulled out the lantern, and looked at his watch. It wanted 20 minutes to 11. He had plenty of time, so having extinguished the lantern and bestowed it in another pocket, he caught up his burden and began to walk up the road at a leisurely pace. His terrors had cooled, but nevertheless he wished himself well out of the scrape. The report of the gun still rang in his ears, and in fancy he could hear again the buzz of that bullet by his ear. More than once a shadow lying across the white road gave him a twinge of fear, and when a placid cow poked its nose over the hedge above him and lowed confidentially, he leapt almost out of his skin. The task before him, too, gave him no small anxiety. The directions in the letter were plain enough, not so the intention of Mrs. Goodwin Sandys. Did she mean him to elope with her? He did not care to face the question. The Admiral, though an indulgent father, was not extravagant, and Sam had but 7 and sixpence in his pocket. This was an excellent sum for long whist at threepenny points, but would hardly defray the cost of an elopement. Besides, he did not want to elope. No words of mine will repay you. Now he came to consider, those words wore an awkward look. Good heavens, he had a mind to drop the portmanteau and run home. What had he done to be so tempted? And why had these people ever come to Troy? Ah, Sam, that was the question we should have asked ourselves months ago. Some time before, at a concert in the town hall, I remember that Mr. Moggridge sang the line, "Too late's the balm when the heart is broke," and a Trojan voice at the back assented, "A dern sight." Why had we been denied that perspicacity now? So, with a heavy burden and heavier conscience, both of Mrs. Goodwin Sandy's packing, he trudged forward, kicking up clouds of dust that sparkled in the moonlight. Presently the ascent grew more gradual, the hedges lower, and over their tops he could feel the upland air breathing coolly from the sea. And now the signpost hove in sight, and the crossroads stretching whitely into distance. If we take the town of Troy as a base, lying north and south, this signpost forms the apex of a triangle which has 2 high roads for its remaining sides, the one road entering Troy from the north by the hill which Sam had just ascended, the other running southwards and ending with a steep declivity at no great distance from the Bower. It was by this southern road, of course, that Mrs. Goodwin Sandys would come. Sam looked along it, but all as yet was silent. He pulled out his watch again, and finding that he had still 20 minutes to spare, set down his load at the foot of the signpost, and began to walk to and fro. So gloomy were his reflections, that to soothe his nerves he pulled out a cigar, lit it, and then, for lack of anything better to do, rekindled his lantern and resumed his walk. The cigar was barely half smoked when he heard a noise in the distance. Yes, there was no doubt, it was the sound of horses. Sam caught up the portmanteau and stared down the highway. For a full minute he listened to the advancing clatter, and presently, around an angle of the road, a chaise and pair broke into view, and came up at a gallop. Sam advanced a step or two. A white handkerchief was thrust out at the window, and the driver pulled up suddenly. Then the face of Mrs. Goodwin Sandys looked anxiously out. "Ah, you are there!" she exclaimed with a little cry of relief. "I have been so afraid. Have you got it?" In the moonlight, and that pretty air of timidity on her face, she was more ravishing than ever. Her voice called as a siren's, her eyes drew Sam irresistibly. In a second all his fears, doubts, scruples were flung to the winds. He held up the portmanteau and advanced to the carriage door. "Here it is, Geraldine." "Oh, thanks, thanks. How can I show my thanks?" The perfume of her hair floated out upon the night with the music of her tone until they both fairly intoxicated him. He opened the door of the chaise. "Where shall I stow it?" he asked. "Here, opposite me. Be very careful of it." In the darkness he saw a huge bundle of rugs piled by Geraldine's side. "Where am I to sit?" he asked, as he bestowed the portmanteau carefully. He looked up into her face. The loveliest smile rested on him for one instant from those incomparable eyes. She did not answer, but held out her hand with the grace of a maiden confessing her first passion. He seized the unloved fingers and kissed them. "Geraldine!" At this moment a low chuckle issued from the bundle of rugs. Sam dropped the hand and started back as if stung. A hateful thought flashed upon him. "Moggridge! But no!" He seized his lantern and turned the slide. A stream of light shot into the corner of the chaise and revealed the bland face of Mr. Goodwin Sandys. There was an instant of blank dismay. Then, with a peal of laughter, Geraldine sank back among the cushions. "Good night," said the Honourable Frederick, with grim affability. Then, popping his head out of the further window, "Drive on, John." The postboy cracked his whip, the horses sprang forward, and Sam, with that pitiless laugh still pealing in his ears, was left standing on the high road. In the tumult of the moment, beyond a wild sense of injustice, it is my belief that his brain accomplished little. He stared dully after the retreating chaise until it disappeared in the direction of 5 Lanes, and then he groaned out loud. There was a patch of turf, now heavy with dew, beside the signpost. Upon this he sat down, and with his elbows on his knees and head between his hands, strove to still the giddy whirl in his brain. And as his folly and its bitterness found him out, the poor fool rocked himself and cursed the day when he was born. If anyone yet doubt that Mr. Moggridge was an inspired singer, let him turn to that sublime aspiration, Sophronia, a tragedy. Let me be criminal, but never weak, for weaklings wear the stunted form of sin without its brave apparel. And considered Sam Buzzer as he writhed beneath the signpost. Pat, pat, pat. It was the muffled sound of footsteps on the dusty road. He looked up. A dark figure, the figure of a woman, was approaching. Its air of timorous alertness and its tendencies to seek the shadow of the hedgerow gave him some confidence. He rose and stepped forward into the broad moonlight. The woman gave a short gasp and came to a halt, shrinking back against the hedge. Something in her outline struck sharply on Sam's sense, though with a flash of doubt and wonder. She carried a small handbag and wore a thick veil over her face. "Who are you?" he asked gently. "Don't be afraid." The woman made no answer, only cowered more closely against the hedge, and he heard her breath coming hard and fast. Once more, and for the third time that night, Sam pulled at the slide of his lantern. "Mother!" "Oh, Sam, Sam, don't betray me. I'll go back. Indeed, I'll go back." "In heaven's name, Mother, what are you doing here?" The retort was obvious, but Mrs. Buzzer merely cried, "Dear Sam, have pity on me and take me back. I'll go quietly, quite quietly." The idea of his mother, who weighed 18 stone, if an ounce, resisting with kicks and struggles, might have caused Sam some amusement, but his brain was overcrowded already. "It's a judgment," she went on incoherently, wringing her hands, "and I thought I had planned it so cleverly. I dressed up his double bass, Sam, and put it in the bed. Oh, I am a wicked woman, and pinned a note to the pincushion to say he had driven me to it, throwing the breakfast things over the key door, real Worcester Sam, and marked at the bottom of each piece, and a carriage from the 5 Lanes Hotel to meet me at 12 o'clock. But I'd rather go home, Sam. I've been longing all the way to go back. It's been haunting me, that double bass, all the time, with my nightcap, too, the one with the real lace on the head of it. Take me home, Sam. I'm a wicked woman." Sam, after all, was a Trojan, and I therefore like to record his graces. He drew his mother's arm within his with much tenderness, kissed her, and began to lead her homewards quietly and without question. But the poor soul could not be silent, and so very soon the whole story came out. At the mention of Mrs. Goodwin Sandys, Sam shut his teeth sharply. "I shall never be able to face her, Sam." "I don't think you need trouble about that, Mother," he answered grimly. "But I do. It was she." But at this moment, from the hedge, a few yards in front, there issued a hollow groan. They halted and questioned each other with frightened eyes. "Geraldine!" wailed the voice. "Cruel, perjured Geraldine!" "It was going on just like this," whispered Mrs. Buzzer, "when I came along. I shut my eyes and ran past as hard as I could, but my head was so full of voices and cries that I didn't know if it was real or only my fancy. Geraldine," continued the voice, "oh, dig my grave, my shroud prepare, for she was false as she was fair. Geraldine, my Geraldine." "Moggridge, by all that's holy!" cried Sam. It was even so. They advanced a few yards, and to the right of the road, beside a gate, they saw him. The poet reclined limply against the hedge, and with his head propped upon a carpet-bag, gazed dolefully into the moon's face. "Thou bidst me," he began again, "thou bidst me think no more about thee. But tell me, what is life without thee? A scentless flower, a blighted—" At the sound of their footsteps he looked round, stared blankly into Sam's face, and then, snatching up the carpet-bag, leapt to his feet and tore down the road as fast as he could go. Sam paused. They had reached the brow of the steepest descent, where the road takes a sudden determination and plunges abruptly into the valley. Below, the roofs of the little town lay white and sparkling, and straight from a wreath of vapour the graceful tower of St. Symphorian leapt into the clearer heaven. Beyond, a network of lights glimmered like fireflies from the vessels at anchor in the harbour. The Penpoodle Hill on the farther shore wore a tranquil halo, and to the right, outside the harbour's mouth, the grey sea was laced with silver. "Did you ever see anything more lovely?" Mrs. Buzzer murmured the words with no desire to be answered. It was the old Trojan formula, and there was peace in the sound of it. "Do you know," she cried, turning to Sam, "we were very happy before these people came. We shall never be the same again, never. Sam, I feel as if our innocence had ended. Oh, I am a wicked woman. Look below, Sam dear. I've never thought of it before, but how sweet it would have been to have enclosed the old town in a ring fence and lived our days in quiet. It is too late now. More will come, and they will build and alter, and no one will be able to stop it. Even if these people should go, it will never be the same again. Oh, I am a sinful woman." Sam looked at his mother. Something familiar, but hitherto half comprehended, spoke to him in her words. He drew her arm once more within his own, and they descended the hill together. Stealing like ghosts into the front hall of number 2 Alma Villas, they were startled to perceive the dining-room door ajar and a light shining out into the passage. Creeping forward on tiptoe, they peeped in. Beside the table, and with his back towards them, sat the Admiral in his dressing-gown. His right hand grasped the throat of the double bass, on the top of which nodded Mrs. Buzzer's nightcap. His left fumbled with a large miniature that lay on the table before him, a portrait of Mrs. Buzzer, taken in the days when she was still Emily Rogers and the Belle of Portsmouth. And from this to the instrument and back again the Admiral's gaze wandered, as if painfully comparing the likeness. "Hornaby?" This was the Admiral's Christian name.
"Emily!"
He turned and stared at her stupidly. The look was pitiful. She flung herself before him. "Forgive me, Hornaby. I never thought. I mean, it was all a
Practical joke," suggested Sam.
No, I meant to go, but I have come back. Hornaby, can you forgive me?" He raised her up and drew her towards him very tenderly.
I thought it had killed me," he muttered hoarsely. "Emily, I have treated you badly."
Sam discreetly withdrew. End of Chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Astonishing History of Troy Town, that a very little tea may suffice to elevate a man. Next morning Mr. Fogo was aroused from sleep by the rattle of breakfast cups and the voice of Caleb singing below. "Oramble is a fine town with ships in the bay, and I wish me heart I was only there today. I wish me heart I was far away from here, a-sitting in my parlour and a-talking to my dear." This was Caleb's signal for his master to rise, and he would pipe out his old sea staves as long as Mr. Fogo cared to listen. Often of an evening the two would sit by the hour, Caleb trolling lustily with red cheeks, while his master beat time with his pipe-stem and joined feebly in the chorus. "Then 'tis home, dearie, home, oh, 'tis home I wants to be. Now topsails are hoisted, and I must out to sea. Then 'tis home, dearie, home." Mr. Fogo arose and looked forth at the window. The morning was perfect, the air fresh with dew and the scent of awakening roses. Across the creek the old hull lay as peacefully as ever. "I will explore it this very morning," thought Mr. Fogo to himself. The resolve was still strong as he descended to breakfast. Caleb was still singing. "Oh, if it be a lass, she shall wear a golden ring, and if it be a lad, he shall live to save her king. With his buckles and his boots and his little jacket blue, he shall walk the quarter-deck as his daddy used to do. Then 'tis home. Morning, sir, and asking your pardon for seeing you Sunday. I'll be feeling arter it," as Grace said to her child when I rubbed her in the cough mixture and made her swallow the lineament. "Do you mean after the ghost?" "Yes, sir. There's no dead body about, so ghost it were. I were thinking, with your leave, sir, I'd go down to Troy to church this morning. I wants to be exercised a bit after all this witchcraft." Mr. Fogo wondered at this proposal to go to church for exercise, but readily granted leave. Nor was it until Caleb had departed that exercised occurred to him as a varia lectio. Left to himself, Mr. Fogo spent a tranquil hour among his roses, and then, remembering his determination, unmoored his boat and prepared to satisfy his doubts. The tide was low, so low that on the further side of the old wreck his paddles plunged once or twice into mud. Nor was it easy to swing himself on board, but a rusty chain helped him, and after one or two failures he stood upon deck. All was desolation. He peered down into the hold where the water lay deep and still, and peeped through a shattered deadlight into the forecastle. The water was here too, though it had drained somewhat, owing to the depression amidships, but nothing to explain the mystery. Mr. Fogo crept aft with better hopes of success, gained the poop, and peered down the companion. The light was too dim to reveal anything. Nothing daunted, he crawled down the ladder and into the captain's cabin. The first thing to catch his eye was an empty packing-case with a heap of shavings and cotton wool beside it. On the side of the case was printed in blue letters, "Wapshot and Sons, Chicago, patent compressed tea, with care." Mr. Fogo poked his nose inside it. A faint smell of tea still lingered about the wood. Next he inspected the cupboards. Some were open and all unlocked. He went over them all. At the end he found himself the richer by a watch-glass, 3 brass buttons, one bearing the initials P.J., and all coated with verdigris, a pair of nutcrackers, several leaves of a devotional work entitled "Where Shall I Be Tomorrow?" or "Thoughts for Mariners," a key, an oidy-rag, the cap of a telescope, an empty bottle labelled and bearing in faded ink, "Poison, for Dick Collins when his leg is bad." On the whole this was not encouraging. Mr. Fogo was turning to abandon the search when something upon the cabin floor caught his eye. He stooped and picked it up. It was a lady's glove. Mr. Fogo turned it over in his hand. It was a dainty 6-buttoned glove of a light tan colour, and showed scarcely a trace of wear. "This is very odd," muttered he. "I can hardly fancy a smuggler wearing this, still less a ghost." His thoughts still running on the woman he had seen upon the deck, he advanced to the packing-case again, and was beginning absently to kick aside the heap of shavings and cotton wool, when his foot encountered some hard object. He bent down and drew it forth. It was a small tin case or canister of oblong shape and measured some 4 inches by 2. It was perhaps 2 inches in depth. On the cover was a label, and on the label the legend, "Wapshop's Patent Compressed Tea. Beware of imitations." The lid was lightly soldered, and the canister remarkably heavy. Mr. Fogo pulled out his pocket-knife, sat down on the edge of the packing-case, and began to open his prize. He had broken one blade in trying to unfasten the solder, and was beginning with the second, when it occurred to him to cut through the soft metal of the canister. In a few minutes he had worked a considerable hole in the lid. "Very curious tea, this," remarked Mr. Fogo. "It's a deal more like putty or Californian honey." The light in the cabin was faint. He determined to carry the canister on deck and examine it in the sunlight. He picked his way up the ladder, and was just emerging from the hatch when the sudden glare of the sun caused him to blink and then sneeze. He caught his toe on the last step, stumbled, dropped his prize, and fell forward onto the deck. The canister struck the step, jolted twice, plunged to the bottom with a smart thud. There was a flash of jagged flame, a loud roar, a heave and crash of river timbers, and the old hull had passed from decay to annihilation. This would seem a convenient moment for regulating our watches, which have gained considerably, and putting back the hands to 10:30, at which hour the bells of St. Symphorian's, Troy, began to summon the town to worship. A few minutes later the town sallied forth in pairs and decorous excitement. It was dying to see Mrs. Goodwin Sandy's costume, and marched churchwards in haste. But to-day it halted for the most part at the church porch, and went no further. Who first whispered the news is disputed. It is conjectured that Mrs. Tripp, whose cow supplied the bower with milk, learnt the facts from the buttoned youth when she paid her professional call at 7:30 a.m., but none knew for certain. I might here paint Mrs. Tripp full of tongues, and dress her up as Rumour after the best epic models, but in saying that she had the usual number of lips and hands, that her parents were respectable, and that she never shrieked from a lofty tower in her life, I only do her the barest justice. This much is sure, that among the knot of loungers at the church gate such sentences as the following passed from mouth to mouth. "Is it true, do ye think? Certain, carriage and pair from 5 lanes last night, not a word said. My! If so, this town's been purtly robbed. That's a true word. Then this happened. The Trojan in broadcloth heard, as he passed, the words of the Trojan in corduroy, inquired, shook his head, and walked on, doubted, turned back to see more, consulted his wife, and decided to go and see. The consequence was that at 10 minutes to 11 the stream of churchgoers descending along the parade was met by another stream rolling towards the Bower, and every moment gathering volume. As there was no place of worship in this direction, a conference followed the confluence. The churchgoers turned, joined the larger stream, and the whole flood poured uphill. Outside the Bower they halted for a moment. One tradesman, a furniture dealer, bolder than the rest, advanced to the front door and knocked. The boy in buttons answered with a white face. In a moment the truth was out. The whisper among the crowd grew to a murmur, the murmur to a roar. In vain the church bell tolled out the single note that summons the parson. The dismay of the cheated town waxed to hot indignation. Even Miss Limpany, issuing from her front door, heard the news, and returned in a stupor to watch matters from her bedroom window. She had not missed a morning service for 14 years. Then, as if by one impulse, passion gave way to action. Like an invading army, the townspeople poured in at the gate, trampling the turf and crushing the flower-beds. They forced the front door. The page fled to hide in the cellar, pushed into the hall, swarmed into the drawing-room, upstairs, all over the house. Only in the bedrooms were there signs of a hasty flight, but they were enough. The strangers had decamped. There was a pause of indecision, but for no long time. "Sunday or no Sunday," screamed the choleric upholsterer, "every stick of mine will I take off this morning." And flinging open the French window of the drawing-room, caught up an armchair and began to drag it towards the lawn. A cheer followed. The Trojan blood was up. It was the signal for a general sack. Flinging off his Sunday coat, each deluded tradesman seized upon his property or ransacked the house until he found it. The ironmonger caught up his firearms, the carpenter pulled down his shelves, the grocer dived into the pantry and emerged with tea and candles. It is said that the coal merchant, who was a dandy, procured a sack, and with his own hand emptied the coal cellar within half an hour. As each fresh article was confiscated, the crowd cheered anew. Never was such a scene in Troy. Even the local aristocracy, the come ill foe, mingled with the throng and watched the havoc as curiously as their neighbours. No member of the Buzzer family was there, nor Mr. Moggridge, but few others did Miss Limpany fail to perceive as she sat with hands hanging limply, and mourned to Lavinia, "What disgrace! What a lasting blemish upon our society! There goes Hancock with the music-stool, to run away just before quarter-day, and they so refined to all appearance. My dear, they will have the house down. Papa told me once that during the Bristol riots, I declare there's the doctor looking on. I wonder how he can." And the poor lady hid her face in her hands. By 12:30 all was over, and the bar stripped of every article of furniture or consumption for which the money was owing. And yet, to the honour of Troy, no single theft or act of wanton destruction was perpetrated. Save for the trampled flowers and marks of dusty boots upon the carpets, the house was left as it stood on the day when Mr. and Mrs. Goodwin Sandys arrived. It should be mentioned, perhaps, that Seth Udy's little boy was detected with his fist in a jar of moist sugar, but Mrs. Udy, it was remarked, was a pen-poodle woman. The sack was accomplished, and the crowd, heated but conscious of a duty done, was returning with the spoil, when towards the north a white glare leapt into the heaven, and as suddenly vanished. In a moment or so a dull roar followed, and the earth shuddered underfoot. Troy trembled. It remembered its neglected Sabbath, and trembled again. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Astonishing History of Troy Town, in which several attempts are made to put a period to this history. The congregation at St. Symphorian's on this memorable Sunday morning numbered 9 persons. Possibly this was the reason why, against all precedent, the vicar's sermon terminated at "Thirdly." Woman has been stated so often, and by such capable observers, to be more inquisitive than man, that I will content myself with establishing an exception. Of these 9 persons, 5 were women, and the remainder held the salaried posts of organist, organ-blower, pew-opener and parish clerk. Of the women, one was Tamsin Dearlove. It is noteworthy that Caleb spent his morning at the Bower. Service was over, and Tamsin was rowing homewards. She was alone, for Troy was not the Dearloves' parish, and the twins attended their own church, being indeed churchwardens. As she pulled quietly upwards, a shade of thought rested on her pretty face. I do not know of what she was thinking, and may add that if I did, I should not tell you. I would as lief rob a church. She had passed the jetties and was putting her left paddle to turn the corner off Kit's house, when a flash crossed the heaven from behind her, and in an instant followed that rending explosion which, at different distances, has been twice presented to the reader, and with pardonable pride. For the story of Troy has now a catastrophe as well as episodes, and is vindicated as a theme. As soon as the throbbing of the atmosphere and the buzzing in her ears began to die away, two swift thoughts crossed her brain. Oddly enough, the first was for the safety of Kit's house. She glanced over her shoulder. A mere film of smoke hung over the creek, and to the right of this she saw the house standing seemingly unharmed. Then came the second thought. If the explosion came from the creek, the light smoke hung, there would be a wave. She half turned on the thought and looked intently. Yes, it was curling towards her, widening from the creek's mouth and arching with a hateful crest. On it came, a dark and glossy wall, and she knew that if it broke or caught her boat in the least aslant, she must be either swamped or overset. With a sound that was half a sob and half a prayer, she grasped her paddles, and still looking over her shoulder, gently moved the boat's nose to face it. A moment, and it rose above her, hissing death. Another, and the boat was caught high in the air, tottered on the summit, and then with a shiver shot swiftly down into the trough beyond, safe. A second wave followed, and a third, but with less peril. She was still tossed, but as she saw that mass of water hurled upon the shore and sweeping angrily with broken force towards the harbour, she knew that she could thank heaven for her escape. She pulled towards the creek. Already the air was clear, but as she glanced again, her eye missed something familiar. And then it struck her that the old schooner had gone. At that instant, as if in confirmation, a shattered board bumped against the boat's side, and noticed that far and near the water was strewn with such fragments. She was pausing for a second to consider, when she caught sight of a black object lying on the mud beside the shore, and with a short cry fell to rowing with all her strength. She guided the boat as nearly up to it as the mud allowed, and then, catching up her skirts, jumped into the ooze and waded. It was Mr. Fogo, but whether dead or alive she could not say. Down on the mud she knelt, and turning him gently over, looked into his face. It was streaked with slime and powdered with a yellowish flake, as of sand. His locks were singed most pitifully. She started up, took him by the shoulders, and tried to drag him up to the firmer shingle. Mr. Fogo opened his eyes and shut them again feebly. "Not dead? Oh, thank heaven you are not dead!" With a sob she dropped again beside him and brushed the flaked powder from his eyelashes. He opened his eyes again. "Would you mind speaking up? I think I am a little deaf." "I thought you were dead," she cried in a louder tone. No, I'm not dead. Oh, no, decidedly I'm not dead. It was the tea, I fancy." He added this apologetically, much as some gentlemen are wont to plead, "the salmon." Apparently believing the explanation sufficient, he shut his eyes again and seemed inclined to go to sleep. "The tea?" questioned Tamsin, chafing his hands. "Or the honey, perhaps, or the putty," he answered drowsily. Then opening his eyes and sitting up with a start, "Upon my soul, I don't know which. It called itself tea, but I'm bound to admit—" He was nodding again. Utterly perplexed, Tamsin leant back and regarded him. "Can you walk if you lean on my arm?" "Walk? Oh, yes, I can walk. Why not?" But it seemed that he was mistaken, for in attempting to start, he groped about for a bit and then sat down suddenly. Tamsin helped him to his feet. The reader has long ago guessed the cause of the catastrophe. It was dynamite, conspirators' dynamite, and therefore ill-prepared. Now, dynamite, when it explodes, acts, we are told, with local partiality, and of this term we may remark that it is given as an explanation by men of science, without being a scientific explanation, But it is in fact a metaphysical explanation, and therefore no explanation at all of the astonishing fact that dynamite hits one thing and does not hit another. In the case of Mr. Fogo, his top hat had vanished, but the brim still clung to his head like a halo. His spectacles and one boot had gone. The other boot was unlaced. His coat was split up the back, and his collar had broken away, but his tie was barely disarranged. He has since declared that he left the schooner with 2 and 6pence in his trouser pocket, and came ashore with 2 and a penny, but this was in an account delivered to a scientific audience, and is thought to have been a joke. From head to foot he was besmeared with black mud, for the rotten stern must have parted and fallen with the first touch of the explosion, so that the wave caught him as he toppled out and flung him at once upon the shallows. But Tamsin's Sunday frock was already ruined. She made him rest his hand on her shoulder, and so, with one arm thrown round him for steadiness, led him down the beach, and with infinite difficulty got him across the mud and into the boat. She managed to push off at last, and pulled rapidly across for Kit's house. Hitherto Mr. Fogo's condition had slightly resembled a drunken stupor, but now he shivered violently and looked about him. "Where am I?" "Safe and sound, I hope." He passed his hand over his eyes and shivered again. "I remember. Something blew up, did it not? The canister, I think." She nodded encouragingly. "Where did you come from?" he asked abruptly. "From church." "Oh, from church. Do you know, I'm very glad to see you. I am indeed. I hope you'll come often now that— Excuse me," he broke off with a weak smile, "but I fancy I'm talking nonsense." She nodded again. "I'm aching all over," he added with a shiver. She pulled the boat up to the little quay. "Now I wonder where Caleb is," she said to herself as she stood up and looked around. "But he's like most men, always in the way or out of the way." She turned suddenly with a white face. "Caleb is not with you?" To her hearty relief, Mr. Fogo understood the question and shook his head. She helped him ashore. Though he walked with pain, he made an obvious effort to lighten his weight on her shoulder, and this returning bashfulness was a good sign, she thought. They passed slowly up the steps. At the top he acknowledged her help with a grateful look, but neither spoke till he was seated in a chair by the kitchen fireplace. Then she withdrew her attention for a moment to glance round upon the clumsy appliances and masculine untidiness of the place. She noticed that fully half the window-panes had been shattered by the explosion, but otherwise the house had barely suffered. "Is there any brandy or whisky in the house?" He shook his head. "If you want to drink—" he began, but stopped hastily and added, "I beg your pardon." "Is there any tea?" He pointed to the cupboard, but dropped his arm with a groan. She was at his side in a moment. "Now listen to me. You're not to stir or speak, but only to nod or shake your head when I ask a question. Do you understand?" He nodded. "That's right." She stepped to the cupboard, produced the tea and a box of matches. Then, stooping down, rekindled the fire with the help of some sticks which she found in the oven, and put the kettle on the flame. This done, she sought and found the tea things. "Milk?" she asked. He nodded towards a blue jug on the mantel-shelf. "Milk on the mantel-shelf? Oh, that's like a man." But at this point the kettle began to boil. She filled the teapot and replaced the kettle on the hob. As she turned, she was aware of a clearer look in Mr. Fogo's eyes. She smiled and nodded. "You're better." "Much. I can remember it all, after a fashion. Did I talk nonsense?" "A little." She smiled again. His eyes followed her as she moved about the kitchen. Presently he said, "You are very good to me." "I think I am." "Tamsin?" She turned suddenly to the table and caught up the teapot. "Do you know," she asked, "that tea is worthless if it stands for more than 5 minutes?" She filled a cup and gave it to him with a hand that trembled slightly. He sipped and scalded his lip. "Tamsin?" "My name is Dearlove," she said shortly, "and you are spilling the tea." There was silence for a minute or so. Mr. Fogo stirred his tea abstractedly. Tamsin, whose shoes were soaked, put one foot upon the fender and bent her gaze upon the fire. "I would give something," observed Mr. Fogo suddenly, in desperate reverie,
to know how other people manage it. It was moonlight when I proposed to Geraldine. I began by squeezing her hand, if I remember—" He looked up and found her regarding him with eyes ablaze. But luckily at this moment the door opened and Caleb appeared. He was evidently much agitated, but at sight of Tamsin and the woeful figure in the armchair, he halted on the threshold and stared dumbly. "I think," said Tamsin, "you'd better put your master to bed." "Mercy upon us, what's been doing?" Briefly she told as much as she knew. With each successive sentence Caleb's mouth and eyes opened wider. "And now," she ended, "as Peter and Paul have been waiting for their dinner this half hour, I'll be going. Don't trouble to come with me, but attend to your master. Good morning, sir." She dropped him a low curtsy and was gone. He started up. "Be going, sir. Sit down. You're not fit to stir." But Mr. Fogar had passed him and was out of the room in a moment. In spite of the pain that racked every limb, he overtook Tamsin in the porch. "What are you doing?" she cried. "Go back to bed." As she faced him, he could see that her eyes were full of angry tears. The sight checked him. It's of no consequence," he stammered. "And I was going to ask you to be my wife." For answer, she turned on her heel and walked resolutely down the steps. Mr. Fogar stood and watched her until she disappeared, and then crawled painfully back into the house. "Now, sir," said Caleb, as he led his master to bed, "warning it is. This day month I goes unless—" "Unless what, Caleb?" "Well, sir, I reckon there'll be only one way out it, as the cat said by the sausage machine, and that is to marry Tamsin Daylove." "My dear Caleb," grinned Mr. Fogar, "I only wish I could. But I will try again tomorrow." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Astonishing History of Troy Town, how one lover took leave of his wits, and two came to their senses. But Mr. Fogar was not to try again on the morrow, for Caleb, stealing up in the grey dawn to assure himself that his master was comfortably asleep, found him tossing in a high fever, and rode down to Troy for dear life and the doctor. Returning, he found that the fever had become delirium. Fogar, indeed, was sitting up in bed and rattling off proposals of marriage at the rate of some 6 a minute, without break or pause. He was very red and earnest, rolled his eyes most strangely, and wandered in his address from Tamsin to Geraldine and back again, with a vehemence that gravelled all logic. "Lord a mercy!" cried Caleb at last. "Do 'ee hush, that's a dear. 'Tis sinful all these gallons of true affection are running to waste. You're too loving by half, as Sand said when his wife got hugged by a bear. What do 'ee think, sir?" The last sentence was addressed to the little doctor, who, after staring at the patient for some minutes without noticeable result, nodded his head, announced that the fever must run its course, and promised to send a capable nurse up to Kit's house without delay. "Begging your pardon, doctor," interposed Caleb with firmness, "but I've got me orders." "Eh? I've got me orders. Please God, I'm with plenty of doctors' trade, us a pulling round, but nobody in the nurse's master except you and me, leastways no womankind." "This is nonsensical." "Nonsensical, do 'ee say? Look here, doctor. Do 'ee think I'd trust a woman up here with master making offers of marriage 16 to the dozen? Why, bless 'ee, sir, he'd be down and have the banns called afore night, and master not fit to shake his head, much less say, as the prayer book orders, 'I renounce man all.' That's a woman, doctor, and if any of the genteel sex set foot on Kit's Beach, I'll stone her." The doctor gave way in the end and withdrew, promising another visit before evening. When he returned, however, at 5 in the afternoon, he found with some wonder a woman quietly installed in the sick-room. It happened thus. Barely an hour after the doctor's departure, Caleb, sitting at his master's bedside, heard footsteps on the gravel walk and looked out of the window. "Hist!" he called softly, and Peter Dearlove, followed by Paul, stepped round the angle of the house into sight. The twins bore a look of the gravest perplexity and a large market basket. "Halloa!" said Caleb. "What's up?" The pair looked at each other. At length Peter began, with a serious face and unwonted formality of tone. "Is Mr. Fogar in?" "Why, yes," said Caleb aloud. "He's inside. We've the wishing to request of the pleasure." Here Peter looked at Paul, who nodded. "An interval of 5 minutes." "Interview," corrected Paul. "I misdoubt," answered his brother, "that you are wrong, Paul.
I remember the expression upon the programme or a slate-o-hand entertainment, and there he'd said an interval of 5 minutes. That's so, broke in Caleb from above with fine irony. Perhaps you wouldn't mind handing up your visiting cards and doing the thing proper. At present, master's busy. Busy? Yes, I'm making proposal of marriage, which is a serious thing and not to be interrupted. The twins set down the basket and stared at each other. Paul was the first to recover. If 'tis fully allowable to put the question, Peter and me would like to know the young lady's name. 'Tis making bold to ask, but there's a reason. Well, said Caleb, disappearing for a moment and then poking his head forth again, at the present moment 'tis a party answering to the name of Geraldine. A minute ago 'twas... But maybe you'd better step up and see for yourself. What? Step up and see. Now, Peter, said the twin, turning from Caleb to contemplate his brother, put in the case, and far be it from me to say it couldn't be, as you was paying your addresses to a young lady answering to the name of Geraldine, which you wouldn't be called that anyway, and put in the case as you was a-making offers of marriage, and a pair of twin brothers, same as you and me might be, walked up to the front door, bumped in, afore you'd well finished talking of the weather prospects, being a slow man, though sure. Now what I wants to know is, would you like it yourself? No, I shouldn't. Well, I reckon not. And that being so, goes the word. Afore Peter talks about getting a wife, broke in Caleb, you better read about Peter's wife's mother. She was sick with a fever, I've heard, and so's master. If you don't believe, walk up and see, 'cause 'tain't good for a sick man to have all this palavering outside his windy. The twins stared, whispered together, took off their boots, and softly entered the house. At the door of the sick room, Caleb met them. Brain fever, he whispered, which is only catching for them as has brains to catch it with. The trio stood together at the foot of the bed on which Mr. Fogo tossed and chattered. Peter and Paul looked from the sick man to their hats and back again in silence. At length the elder twin spoke. In the matter o' behaving rum, some folks does it with cause and others not so. But I reckon if you allows as there's likely a cause, you're upon the safe side, especially with Mr. Fogo. Wherefore, Caleb, what's the meaning of this here? Tamsin! The answer came so pat from the sick man's lips that Peter fairly jumped. Caleb looked up with his finger on lip and a curious smile on his weather-tanned face. Don't leave me. Look, there are devils around me. Cold, white devils. Devils with blank faces. No features, only flesh. Look, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Every day with the devil. Every day in the year. Look, look! Poor soul, whispered Paul. And 'tis leap year, too, which makes one extra. Don't leave me, Tamsin. Don't leave me. The sick man's voice rose to a scream. Caleb bent forward and tried to soothe him. The mahogany faces of the twins were blanched. They whispered apart. You was right, Peter. Aye, more's the pity. I thought the lass misliked un. The bigger fool I. It was only yesterday I guessed more was troubling her than her soiled gown, and taxed her with it. We used to pride ourselves on knowing her once afore I spoke. And now... weakly concluded with a sigh. Bring Tamsin down and help me here, said Caleb from across the room. The pair started. That is, he went on, if she'll come. You heard, master. Well, he said pretty much the same to her yesterday, so I won't be frightened. Leastways, go and say you'll come yourself to help Nuss, 'cause if you won't help, Nuss him alone, and if that's the case, you're a queer pair of questions, as the devil said to the two black pigs. Fact is, hesitated Peter, I'd have learnt so much last evening from Tamsin, though she were main loath to tell, and Paul agreed as we go this morning and tell Mr. Fogo as 'tweren't right for him to set his thoughts upon Tamsin, who isn't a lady, nor to put notions in her head as'll give her pain hereafter. And that's all about it. And us brought a whack of vegetable produce along with us just to show there was no ill feelings. But as it turns out, neither argument nor vegetables being acceptable to a party that's sick with a fever, I'd be clean floored for what to do. Well, now I've told ye, and I don't let the grass grow neath your feet, 'cause 'twill grow fast enough over your head some day. The twins, unable to cope with Caleb's determination, stole noiselessly out. And thus it was that when, later in the afternoon, the little doctor returned, he found Peter and Paul in large blue aprons, busy helping downstairs, and Tamsin, bright-eyed and warm of cheek, seated by the sick man's bedside.
Following morning, which the reader, should he care to calculate, will find to be Tuesday, Admiral Buzzer dropped his newspaper with a start and glared across the breakfast table. "What is it, my love?" inquired his wife. "Nothing wrong, I hope?"
"Wrong? Oh, no," replied the Admiral grimly. "Nothing wrong. Oblige me by listening to this, madam."
He took up the paper and read aloud.
"Another dynamite plot. A whole town deceived. Extraordinary proceedings. Escape of the suspected persons. The dynamite fiends still at large. The existence of another of these atrocious conspiracies aimed at the security of our public buildings and the safety of peaceful citizens has been brought to light by certain recent occurrences of the romantic little seaport town of Troy. We have reason to believe that the suspicions of the police have been for some time aroused, and it is to their unaccountable dilatoriness we owe it that the conspirators have for the time made good their escape, and still continue to menace our lives and property. It appears that some months back a couple, giving the names of the Honourable Mr. and Mrs. Goodwin Sandys— Samuel, if you cannot eat an ordinary egg without clattering the spoon in that unseemly manner, I must ask you to suspend your meal until I have finished— appeared at Troy as tenants of one of the most fashionable villa residences in that town. The elite of the neighbourhood, too easily cajoled, and little suspecting their villainous designs, received the newcomers with open arms and a lamentable lack of inquisitiveness."
"Well, really," put in Mrs. Buzzer, "I don't know what they called inquisitiveness. If a brass telescope— Why, Sam, dear, how pale you are!"
Carelessness, we can hardly bring ourselves to say the connivance of the custom house officials. They were allowed to land with impunity a considerable quantity of dynamite, with which on Saturday night they decamped. Their disappearance remained unsuspected up to a late hour on Sunday morning, when the Bower was visited, and, to borrow the words of the great master of prose, non sunt inventi. The neatness with which the escape was executed points to the disquieting conclusion that they did not want for assistance.
"I'll ask you to excuse me," said Sam, rising abruptly and leaving the room. A sick terror possessed his heart. Visions of the dock and the felon's cell followed him as he picked up his hat and crept into the street. Outside the morning was serene, with the promise of a broiling noon. But as far as Sam was concerned, this would have been better. He shivered. At the corner of the street he met the local policeman, and winced. But far, far worse was it with Mr. Moggridge, to whose lodgings his steps were bent. The poet, as Sam entered, was seated as nearly as possible on the small of his back before the breakfast table. If mental anguish can be expressed by unkempt hair and a disordered cravat, that of Mr. Moggridge was extreme, and the untasted bloater, pushed aside and half concealed by the newspaper, was full of lurid significance. Sam paused at the door. The two friends had barely spoken for more than a month. 3 days ago they had all but fought. All this, however, was forgotten now. "Is that you, Sam? Come in." Then, having displayed the olive branch, the poet waved the newspaper feebly and groaned.
"Moggridge, old man."
"Sam?"
"What a pair of asses we have been."
The poet moaned and pointed to the paper.
"I know," nodded Sam. "Is it true, do you think?"
"Heart forebodes," said Mr. Moggridge, collapsing still further. "My heart forebodes, 'tis true, 'tis true. Then deck my shroud about with rue, and lay me 'neath the dismal—"
"Pooh!" broke in Sam. "Stuff and nonsense, man. It's bad for you, I know, but after all I'm the sufferer."
The collector of customs turned a glassy stare upon him.
"I carried the bag up to 5 Lanes. I put the infernal stuff into her very hands.
"You?" Sam nodded desperately. "She asked me to elope with her, to meet her at 5 Lanes." Mr. Moggridge staggered up to his feet and fumbled at his waistcoat pocket. "You're mad," he gasped. "She asked me to elope with her, me to meet her at the top of Troy Hill. Look here." He held out a crumpled letter. Sam took it, glanced at it, produced an exactly similar note, and handed it to his friend. They read each the other's letter sentence by sentence, and in doleful antiphon. At the conclusion they looked up and met each other's gaze, whereat Mr. Moggridge smote his brow and cried, "False! False!" while Sam pushed his hands deep into his trouser pockets and emitted a long breath, as though, his cup being full, he must needs blow off the froth. "Do you mean to say," he asked after a pause, "that you helped her to land the stuff? I thought it was tea. And you never examined it? She told me it was tea. Moggridge, you've been given away, as the Yankees put it. I have been sold, which is bad, but you have been given away, which is worse. You were sold for love, which is pretty much the same, I take it, as being given away, objected the poet testily. Not at all the same, Moggridge, as being given away with half a pound of tea. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Astonishing History of Troy Town, of the Best Hellebore, and an experiment in the entertainment of twins. For 3 days Mr. Fogo continued to propose. On the evening of the 3rd day the little doctor shook his head. After this, for about a week, Mr. Fogo proposed, and the doctor shook his head at intervals. Finally, and in the middle of a sentence, the patient fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke, it was to the conviction that he, Mr. Fogo, being a bolster, had been robbed of his rightful stuffing by some person or persons unknown. He had lain for some time pondering this situation with a growing resentment, when he was aware of someone sitting between him and the sunshine. "Who are you?" he asked. "I am Tamsin Dearlove." The remark made by Diogenes under somewhat like circumstances would have been ungallant. In the process of searching for a better, the sick man fell asleep again. What happened on his next return to consciousness shall be given in his own words. He told me the story last autumn. "You see," he exclaimed shyly, "I have not, my dear young friend, that ingenuity of phrase which I so admire in you." I protest I have not the heart to suppress this tribute. "But seeing that in such a case experience counts for something, and naturally at your age you have yet to learn what it is to propose to a woman, I think I had better tell you exactly what happened, the more so as it is a matter which, if, as you assure me, necessary to your chronicle, I desire to be related with accuracy. I am not, you understand, in the least reflecting on your love of truth, but after all I did, as the obnoxious phrase has it, propose to Tamsin, whereas you did not." I am convinced my friend meant to say, would not have had the infernal impudence, but softened the expression, being habitually careful of the feelings of others. "When I woke again," he went on, "she was seated in the window knitting. I lay for a long while watching her. Indeed, this is my first impression, before I made any sign. The sunshine, it was morning, fell on her head as she bent over her needles and emphasized that peculiar bloom of gold which, you may have noticed, her brown locks possess. Her lashes, too, as they drooped upon a cheek pale, as I could perceive, beyond its wont, had a glimmer of the same golden tint. Altogether, I thought her more beautiful than I ever imagined, and to this day," he added in an outburst of confidence, "frequently decoy her to a seat in the sunlight that I may taste the renewal of the sensations I enjoyed that morning. Some day, perhaps, you will be better able to sympathize with this caprice. I've been lying thus for some time, luxuriously drinking in her loveliness, when her eyes lifted and met mine. And then, well, I can hardly tell you what happened then, except that I do not believe a word was spoken on either side. I suppose our eyes had told enough. Anyhow, the next thing I remember is that my dear girl's head was on my breast, and one arm flung across the pillow that supported my head. I have a dim recollection, too, of trying to smooth her hair, and finding my strength too feeble even for that. That is all, I think, except that we were ludicrously happy, of course, Tamsin smiling with moist eyes, while I lay still and let the joy of it trickle in my veins. I'm extremely obliged to you, my dear young friend, for not laughing outright at this confession. It encourages me to add, for exactness, that Tamsin kept putting her hand up to the back of her head. This explained that she felt sure her back hair was coming down. Women are curious creatures. And let me resume. In the midst of what used to be called a love passage, the door opened, and in walked Peter Dearlove with a basin of beef tea. So quietly did he enter that the first announcement of his presence was a terrific sound which my experience can compare with nothing unless it be whooping cough, the whooping cough of a robust adult. "This," he remarked, setting down the tray and eyeing Tamsin severely, "ain't nothing properly so called." I do not think we made any answer to this. "If an M is to be found for it, 'tain't so much nothing as goings on." "Your sister has promised to be my wife," I ventured. "Begging your pardon, sir, but the catechism has summat to say to that." "The catechism?"
That's station of life, and not a word about raising it, even by the use of globes, which some considers unequalled.
I put out my hand to cover Tamsin's, and looked up into her face before I answered him with some heat. I won't affect to misunderstand you. You mean that I am marrying beneath me?
He hesitated. There's two meanings to beneath.
Ah, I cried, I'm glad you see that.
He looked at me slowly and continued. Second point. Not so long ago you was talking of a Geraldine.
I glanced at Tamsin again and comprehended. I have been talking? She nodded. And you know it all, the whole story? She nodded again, with a world of healing pity in her eyes. Then, with a swift glance at her brother, she stooped and kissed me.
Oh, said Peter very shortly. I think I'd best see Paul about this.
And with that he disappeared. Whereupon, concluded Mr. Fogo, I think I must have dropped asleep again, for I remember nothing after this, at least nothing that is worth mention. It is quite true that Mr. Fogo dropped asleep. He slept, moreover, for a considerable time, and awoke to find Caleb seated beside the bed.
"Where is Tam, Miss Dearlove?" he asked. "There ain't no Dearlove as I knows by called Tammys. The males was christened Peter and Paul, the female Thomasina, and then gone."
Gone?
"Gone, and left we like Hawkins' duck without mate or fellow."
How long?
"Matter of 5 hour."
There was a long silence. Caleb?
"Aye, aye, sir."
How long do you think it will be before I can get about? Be fit to go downstairs, I mean.
"Sir, I reckon it depends on yourself. Try and 'twill come, as the doctor said when Bill swallowed half a crown and wanted to get up again by Lady Day, rent being due."
Do you think a week would do it?
"I better say a fortnight, sir."
What day is it today?
"Thursday."
Have I been ill for 2 days?
"For a fortnight and 2 days."
Bless my soul.
"I'm in, sir."
Caleb, would you mind writing a letter for me? Caleb had no objection, and the composition that followed may be given in full, for works of divided authorship have always possessed an interest of their own from the days of Homer and Homer downwards.
"Hon twins, Mr. Fogo's compliments to the pair of you, not forgetting Miss Thomasina, and shall be glad if you will all dine with me at 7 p.m. in the evening precisely on this day, Wednesday fortnight. You'll be glad to hear that I am recovering fast, thanks to your care and kindness, which is his own words and gospel truth, and so no more at present from yours to command, P. Fogo, Esquire, per C. Trotter. Knowing what's up with the kitchen range, you won't look for much of a dinner."
The answer was brought by Paul Dearlove early next morning. It ran,
"Respected Sir, this is thanking you for your kind and welcome letter just received, and shall be proud to accept of the invitation in the spirit in which it is given. Please, as between them that knows all about it, having difficulties at times with the beef tea, which trust you will overlook, we remain, your obedient servants, Peter Dearlove, signed Paul Dearlove. Thomasina has gone into Troy, would have signed too."
To a certain extent this was satisfactory, and Mr. Fogo endeavoured to possess his soul in patience, and recover with all speed. It was weary work at first, but as the sick man really began to mend, he found much interest in discussing with Caleb the preparations for the feast. "We must not be too ambitious, Caleb. Let the fare be simple, persicos odi puer apparatus, as long as it is well cooked and neatly served."
"I don't know what you mean by pure apparatus," answered Caleb. "There's a floor in the range, as you know, but it is so clean as scrubbing'll make it."
And indeed, when the evening arrived with the mellow twilight of July, and the twins, with the double knock, the arrangement of the table, as well as the smell of cooking which pervaded the front hall, did Caleb all credit. The dining room was bare alike of carpet and pictures, but the floor had been scoured until the boards glistened whitely, and 2 red ensigns, borrowed by Caleb from the British Mercantile Marine, served to hide certain defects in the wallpaper. Here Mr. Fogo sat awaiting his guests, for the preparation of the drawing-room would have overtaxed Caleb's resources.
Miss Thomasina, dear love, and Messrs. Peter and Paul Ditto."
Mr. Fogo arose with a flush on his wasted cheek, held Tamsin's hand for a moment, and then, bending, kissed it with grave courtesy. She had removed her hat and cloak in the passage, and now stood before him in a plain white frock, short-waisted and of antique make, perhaps, but little the worse for that. She wore no ornament but a red rose on her bosom, and if, as I do not believe, a shade of apprehension had troubled Mr. Fogo, he would have taken flight as she stood before him, challenging his eyes. But the twins! Like the Austrian army, they were awfully arrayed. So stiff and shiny indeed was their apparel, and such mysterious sounds did the slightest movement draw from their linen, that the beholder grew presently as uneasy as the wearer. Each wore a high stock and a collar that cut the ears. The neckcloth of Peter was crimson, of Paul vivid amber. The waistcoats of both bore floral devices in primary colours, and the hands of both were encased in gloves of white cotton. Mr. Fogo took heart of grace and bade them welcome. "'Tis a warm evening," ventured Paul, rubbing a forefinger round the inside of his collar. "Uncommon," responded Peter, addressing his brother. Whereupon, as if by preconcerted signal, they faced about and made for the two most distant chairs, on the edges of which they took an uneasy rest. Peter had brought his hat into the room, and now, after gazing at it reproachfully for some moments, began to stow it away beneath him, doing violence to its brim with the air of one who does not count the cost. He was relieved by Caleb, who bore it off with a pleasant remark. "Now then, remember what the old lady said to make her guests easy. I'm at home, and I wish you all were." "Silence, Caleb," said his master. "I think, as dinner is ready, we may as well be seated at once. Will you take the head of the table?" he asked, turning to Tamsin. She blushed faintly and moved to her place. The twins leapt up, performed a forced march, and took the table in flank from opposite quarters. Mr. Fogo looked around. "If one of you would say grace—" "Tamsin says it at home. I taught her myself," said Peter. "Now then, little maid, for what we're about." She spoke the simple grace, and the company sat down, with the exception of Paul. Now Paul's position at table faced the fireplace, and as he raised his head after grace, a large text in red and blue upon the mantel-shelf caught his eye, and held him spellbound. "Peace on earth and goodwill to all men," he read. "Excuse me, sir, but nothing more appropriate to the occasion can I imagine. It does eat credit, if I may say so." He dropped into his seat, and taking off his gloves, laid them beside his glasses. Peter, more ceremonious, retained his throughout the meal. "I am afraid," explained their host, "that the credit belongs to Caleb, who insisted upon placing the text there, and as he had obtained it with considerable trouble from the vicar. It was used, I believe, to decorate St. Symphorian's last Christmas. I had not the heart to deny him. But for what are we waiting?" He was answered by the appearance of Caleb, who marched up to Tamsin with a woeful face, and announced in a loud whisper that something was up with the soup. "I think," said she, rising, "if you will let me help—" "Certainly," assented Peter in a loud tone. "To be sure, that is, begging your pardon, sir," he added apologetically. "It is very good of you," said Mr. Fogo. "I should like to help," she explained, and followed Caleb to the kitchen. Somehow, with her absence, an oppressive silence fell on the three men. Peter coughed at intervals, and once even began a sentence, but stopped half-way. Mr. Fogo did not heed him, but had fallen to drumming softly with his spoon upon the table. A full 5 minutes passed thus, and then he started to his feet. "Must you really be going?" "Eh?" "It is early yet, but I suppose you have some distance to go." "What?" "Let me at least help you on with your coats." They stared blankly at him. There was a faraway look in his eyes, but his speech was quiet and distinct enough. Like lambs they obeyed, and marched out into the hall. "I'm afraid I'm too weak to offer much assistance."
"Oh, don't you mention it."
They resumed their coats, and groped for hats and sticks. A deep and awful wonder possessed them both. "The night is fine," observed their host, as he opened the door. "You will have a pleasant journey home. Good night." He shook them by the hand as they staggered out, shut the door upon them, and returned pensively to the dining-room. As the door closed behind them, the brothers looked into each other's eyes. Paul gave a short gasp and leant against a pillar of the veranda. "Peter! Paul! Would you mind pinching me in the calf of the leg, just to make sure?"
"I was going to ask the same favour, Paul."
"Well, churchwarden or no churchwarden, I reckon I am damned."
"What I complains of in this here fashionable life," said Peter slowly, "is this
'Tis too various, by a sight, too various. Arter eating next door to nothing all day, so's they mustn't be behindhand in tackling the victuals.
There was an interval of painful stupor.
Paul, Peter, I'm reckoning out what my hunger's worth at this moment. I don't know as I'd take £20 for it.
Inside the house, Mr. Fogar had sunk into an armchair and was regarding the ceiling with thoughtful attention. He was aroused by steps in the hall, and Tamsin re-entered the room, followed by Caleb with the soup tureen.
Halloa, where's the twins?
Eh?
Is this a round game or a conjuring trick?
I beg your pardon? Mr. Fogar turned a dull gaze upon him. Caleb set down the tureen with a crash, and rushing up shook his master gently but firmly by the collar.
Where be they twins?
Oh, the twins. They have gone some 5 minutes. I saw them out. It's all... Bless my soul, how extraordinary, to be sure. Caleb did not wait for the end of the sentence, but darting out discovered the brothers in the porch, and hailed them back. I beg your pardon most heartily, said Mr. Fogar, as they appeared. The fact is...
Oh, there's no cause, sir. I reckon I shall get the grip of it with time of practice. Only being new to the ropes, so to speak.
Mr. Fogar looked at Tamsin. She broke into a merry laugh. It snapped the spell. Twins, who had been waiting on each other for a lead, with the first spoonful of soup set down their spoons and joined in, at first decorously, then with uproar.
Talk about fun,
gasped Peter at length, with tears in his eyes.
Bill Stickles at the market ordinary can't match it, and he'd reckon a tip-topper for fun. And this is fashion. Well, I never did. Ho, 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 ho.
From this moment the success of the dinner was assured. All talked, and talked with freedom. The brothers threw off their restraint, and were their natural and well-mannered selves. It is true that Peter would pause now and again to slap his thigh and renew his mirth. It is true also that he continued to wear his white gloves throughout the meal. But he pocketed them when Caleb removed the cloth, and the company fell into more easy postures. It was late that evening when the twins consulted their watches and rose to go, and as yet nothing had been said on the subject nearest to Mr. Fogar's heart. He motioned them back to their seats. There is still one more question that I must ask you, he said, rising and stepping to Tamsin's side. You guess what it is?
I won't, admitted Peter slowly.
I asked you then if Tamsin has your leave to make me happy, knowing what it costs you.
No curse, sir, where our little maid's happiness is concerned. Tamsin knows that, but it has been harder to talk with her as should have wished, and that there's no denying. Us knowed all along she'd be leaving us some day, and often Paul and me have made up each other's minds to it. I misdoubt, sir, I misdoubt sorely, seeing 'tis you are out as set to marry, meaning no offence, sir. But as 'tis set, Tamsin girl'll be going, I reckon. I'm thinking of a party with enough of me heart's blood for one night.
He moved towards the door, but came back again to shake hands, with a word of self-reproach for his lack of courtesy. Then, with a tenderness almost motherly on his mahogany face,
Be gentle with her, he said. She's quick to learn, and takes cold easy, which I seen to early a little nitre will almost always prevent. Come along, Tamsin.
Of Chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Astonishing History of Troy Town, which ends the story of Troy. The wedding took place in less than 2 months after Mr. Fogar's dinner party. A longer interval would have proved, I believe, fatal to both Peter and Paul, who wore themselves thin over small anxieties, from the trousseau to the cake. 3 days before the wedding, for instance, they rode down to Kit's house and awoke Caleb at 4:30 a.m. by throwing gravel against his window.
"Oh, 'tis you," said Caleb as he thrust open the lattice. "What's amiss now?" "We've been considering which of us two is to give Tamsin away." "Toss up." "We have tossed up, scores of times." "Well?" "The results," said Peter gravely, "is versified." "What?" "Otherwise various. The results is various, inclining to Paul." "Well, let Paul do it." "Peter is older," objected Paul. "By 3 minutes, which don't fairly count," put in Peter. "Peter," observed Caleb, "looks the older, by full 3 minutes." "Paul went to school afore me," said Peter, "by 2 days, along of measles." "Look here," decided Caleb, "let Paul give her away, as you, being the better spokesman, can propose the health of the bride and bridegroom.
This satisfied them, and so it was arranged at the wedding. I am not going to describe the ceremony, at which I had the privilege of holding my friend's hat, beyond saying that woman, as is usual on these occasions, was a success, and man a dismal failure. There was one exception. When little Susie Clamo, who at Mr. Fogo's expressed desire was one of the bridesmaids, identified the bridegroom with the strange gentleman who had frightened her in the lane, and burst into loud screams in the middle of the service, I could not sufficiently admire the readiness with which Peter Dearlove produced a packet of brandy balls from his tall pocket to comfort her, or the presents which led him to bring such confectionery to a wedding. At the breakfast, too, which, owing to the dimensions of the Dearloves' cottage, was perforce select, Peter again shone. In proposing the health of Mr. and Mrs. Fogo, he said, "On an occasion like the present, it becomes us not to repine. These things are sent us for our good." Here he looked doubtfully at the cake. "And one man's meat is another's poison, which I hopes," severely, "you know without my telling ye. And I shouldn't wonder if Paul and me was to draw lots one of these fine days as to which of us should take the the plunge, and go and scarify himself upon the high menial altar." Immense excitement at this point prevailed among certain elderly spinsters present. "That was a joke," the speaker, with sudden and stony solemnity, "and I hopes 'twill be took in the spirit in which 'twas meant. And with that, I gives ye Tams himself and that old P. Fogo, Esquire, to whom she's been this day made man and wife, and bless them and their dear offspring." At this point he was sitting down when Paul leant across and whispered in his ear. "You're right, Paul," said the orator, "or offsprings. Bless their dear offspring or offsprings, as the case may be." He resumed his seat amid frantic applause. The twins alone escorted the bride and bridegroom to the railway station, and with the accident that there befell, the chronicle of Mr. Fogo's adventures may for the present close. While the brothers saw Tams into her carriage, and with their white waistcoats and gigantic favours planted awe in the breast of the travelling public, the bridegroom dived into the booking office to take the tickets for London, for Mr. and Mrs. Fogo were to spend some days in the metropolis before crossing the Channel. Now it so happened that in the booking office there hung a gorgeous advertisement of one of the principal steamship companies, representing a painted ship, the SS Popocatepetl, upon a painted ocean, with a deck-load of passengers in all varieties of national and fancy costume. Mr. Fogo, as his eye rested on this company, halted and looked more closely. "That Highlander," he said, "is out of drawing." Purse in hand, he paused before the advertisement and slowly yielded to its spell. His eyes grew fixed and glassy. Tickets, train, and waiting bride had passed out of his mind. Mr. Fogo's fit was upon him. Meanwhile the twins, unconscious of the flight of time and untutored in the ways of locomotives, were loading their sister with parting advice. "This here," remarked Peter, pulling a bulky parcel from his pocket, "contains a variety of useful articles for travelling, which I've reckoned up during the past week and meant to hand thee at the last moment. There's a wax candle and a box of lucifers for the tunnels, and a roll of diaclum plaster in case of injury, and Fox's Book of Martyrs, if you should tire looking out at the windy, and Thorley's Food for Cattle Almanac for the last 13 year, all done up separate, and addressed to Mr. B. Dearlove, Juxty Troy. About this last, I wants Mr. Fogo to post one at every stations where you stops, so as we may know you've got there safe." "I see," broke in Paul, who had been spelling through the notices with which the carriage was adorned. "There's a fine not exceeding 6 shilling if you communicates with the guard without reason, and worse if you cuts the cushions or damages the compartment. You'd best call Mr. Fogo's attention to that. I warn you not to get out while the train's in motion." But he was always thoughtful, Tamsin. "God bless thee, little maid. It made my head swim a whiles to think upon the times I've danced ye upon my knee, and now you're my married woman." "God bless you both, my dear brothers." "Amazing," said Paul. "I see the company won't hold itself liable." There was a slamming of doors, a shriek of the whistle, and the train began to move away. At the same moment Mr. Fogo darted out of the booking office and came tearing up the platform. "Where's my wife?" he cried. "Which carriage?" It was too late. The carriage was already beyond the platform, and the train had gathered speed. But presence of mind belongs not to experience only. At the end of the train was hitched an empty clay truck, bound on a return journey to Five Lanes Junction. Quick as thought, the twins, as Mr. Fogo rushed up to them, caught him by the coat collar and seat of his trousers, and with one timely heave sent him flying into this. When he staggered to his feet, hatless, without spectacles, and besmeared with clay from head to foot, the train was 50 yards beyond the station. And so, staring back mournfully at the little group upon the platform, he vanished from their sight.
"That," said Peter, turning slowly to his brother, "was Nibby Gibby." "Tamsin might have communicated with the guard," responded Paul. "Only that, without sufficient reason, would have been not exceeding 60 shilling.
Do you think would have been sold sufficient reason?"
"I don't know. I reckon they might have made a £2.10, all things considered," said his brother thoughtfully. "But there's no knowing."
It is always hateful to say good-bye to friends, and here, with his leave, the reader shall be left to guess on the later fortunes of Tamsin and Mr. Fogo, the twins, and Caleb. He, if he care, and the fates so order it, he shall some day follow them through new adventures, but it will be far from Troy Town, and for the present they shall fare as his imagination pleases. Of Tamsin, however, who is thus left with her good or sorry fortune before her, something shall be hinted. Public opinion at Troy condemned her marriage. As Miss Limpany neatly asked, "If we were all to marry beneath us, pray where should we stop?"
"To go on," replied the Admiral, "ad libitum."
I am inclined to think he meant ad infinitum, but the argument is quite as cogent as it stands. And yet, since they returned to Kit's house, which they did after an absence of 3 years, Mr. and Mrs. Fogo have been called upon by the come il faut. Some months ago the Admiral buttonholed me in the street.
"I say, who are all those people staying with your friends? I mean, the strangers I saw in church yesterday. Very creditable lot, upon my word."
"I am glad you approve of them," I answered gravely. "The lady with the spectacles is Miss Gamma Girton, the novelist of agnosticism. The tall man in black, Thomas Daniel, the critic."
"Oh, literary people."
"Quite. Then there is Sir Inchcape Bell, the great engineer, and Lady Judy Twitchett, her husband, the young man with the bald head. Sits for Hawkeyborough, you know, and will be in the cabinet with the next." But the Admiral was already hurrying down the street. That very afternoon he took his family up to Kit's house to call, and has been calling at short intervals ever since. The Goodwin Sandys, unless we are sharper than the police, we shall never see again. So close was the pursuit, however, that they were forced to leave the portmanteau in the cloak-room at Paddington Station, where it was discovered and opened. It contained a highly curious clockwork toy, and enough dynamite to raise St. Paul's to the ground. Even without exploding, it converted 3 statesmen to Home Rule. Mr. Moggridge's resignation of his post in the customs was received without expressed regret. He has since married Sophia Brother, and edits a Conservative paper in Wales. I see that another volume of his verse is in the press. It is to be called Throbs and Other Trifles, and will include the epithalamium written by him for his own nuptials, as well as his Farewell to Troy, a composition which Mrs. Buzzer said she defied you to read without feeling as if geese were walking over your grave. Sam Buzzer has gone to college. And what of Troy Town? By degrees, the old phrases, old catchwords, and old opinions have come to reign again. Troy's unchanged loveliness, too, the daily round full of experiences, familiar as old friends, the dear monotony of sight and sound in the little port, all have made for healing and oblivion. If you question us on a certain 3 months in our life, the chances are you will get no answer. We have agreed to forget, you see, and so we are beginning to persuade ourselves, almost, that those months have never been. Almost. But as a fact, Mrs. Buzzer had been right. It will never be the same again. Never. Something we have lost, and I think that something is Troy. For strangers have come amongst us, and have formed a society of their own. The town is grown out of our knowledge. They have built, and are building, mansions of stucco, and a hotel of hideous brick. A fifth-rate race meeting threatens the antique regatta, and before all this the savour of Trajan life is departing. Ilion is down, and by no assault of war. And yet, The evening before last I passed up the road in front of number 1 Alma Villas. The air was warm, and through the half-opened window a voice stole out.
In the Great Exhibition of 1851, my dear, Her Majesty the Queen, while partaking of luncheon.
End of chapter 25. End of The Astonishing History of Troy Town by Sir Arthur Thomas Quiller Couch.